Chapter 1. Frontispiece. In the hall of the Tigris Palace Hotel in Baghdad, a hospital nurse was finishing a letter. Her fountain pen drove briskly over the paper. Well, dear, I think that's really all my news. I must say, it's been nice to see a bit of the world, though England for me every time. Thank you. The dirt and the mess in Baghdad, you wouldn't believe, and not romantic at all like you'd think from the Arabian Nights. Of course, it's pretty just on the river, but the town itself is just awful, and no proper shops at all. Major Kelsey took me through the bazaars, and of course, there's no denying they're quaint but just a lot of rubbish and hammering away at copper pans till they make your head ache, and not what I'd like to use myself unless I was sure about the cleaning. You've got to be so careful of vertebrae with copper pans. I'll write and let you know if anything comes of the job that Dr. Riley spoke about. He said this American gentleman was in Baghdad now and might come and see me this afternoon. It's for his wife. She has fancies. So Dr. Riley said. He didn't say any more than that. And of course, dear, one knows what that usually means, but I hope not actually D-T-C. Of course, Dr. Riley didn't say anything, but he had a look, if you know what I mean. This Dr. Leidner is an archaeologist and is digging up a mound out in the desert somewhere for some American museum. Well, dear, I will close now. I thought what you told me about little Stubbins was simply killing whatever did matron say no more now. Yours ever, Amy Leatheran. Enclosing the letter in an envelope, she addressed it to Sister Kershaw, St. Christopher's Hospital, London. As she put the cap on her fountain pen, one of the native boys approached her. A gentleman come to see you. Dr. Leidner. Nurse Leatheran turned. She saw a man of middle height with slightly stooping shoulders, a brown beard and gentle, tired eyes. Dr. Leidner saw a woman of 35, of erect, confident bearing. He saw a good-humored face with slightly prominent blue eyes and glossy brown hair. She looked, he thought, just what a hospital nurse for a nervous case ought to look. Cheerful, robust, shrewd, and matter-of-fact. Nurse Leatheran, he thought, would do. Chapter 2. Introducing Amy Leatheran. I don't pretend to be an author or to know anything about writing. I'm doing this simply because Dr. Riley asked me to. And somehow, when Dr. Riley asks you to do a thing you don't like to refuse, "Oh, but doctor," I said, "I'm not literary at all." "Nonsense," he said. "Treat it as case notes, if you like." Well, of course, you can look at it that way. Dr. Riley went on. He said that an unvarnished plain account of the Tel Urimja business was badly needed. If one of the interested parties writes it, it won't carry conviction. They'll say it's biased one way or another. And of course, that was true, too. I was in it all, and yet an outsider, so to speak. "Why don't you write it yourself, doctor?" I asked. "I wasn't on the spot, you were. Besides," he added with a sigh, "my daughter won't let me. The way he knuckles under to that chit of a girl of his is downright disgraceful." I had half a mind to say so. When I saw that his eyes were twinkling, that was the worst of Dr. Riley. You never knew whether he was joking or not. He always said things in the same slow, melancholy way, but half the time there was a twinkle underneath it. "Well," I said doubtfully, "I suppose I could." "Of course you could. Only, I don't quite know how to Set about it. There's a good precedent for that. Begin at the beginning. Go on to the end and then leave off. I don't even know quite where and what the beginning was, I said doubtfully. Believe me, nurse, the difficulty of beginning will be nothing to the difficulty of knowing how to stop. At least that's the way it is with me when I have to make a sketch. Someone's got to catch hold of my coattails and pull me down by main force. Oh, you're joking, doctor. It's profoundly serious, I am. Now what about it? Another thing was worrying me. After hesitating a moment or two, I said, "You know, doctor, I'm afraid I might tend to be, well, a little personal sometimes." God bless my soul. Woman, the more personal you are, the better. This is a story of human beings, not dummies. Be personal. Be prejudiced. Be catty. Be anything you please. Write the thing your own way. We can always prune out the bits that are libellous afterwards. You go ahead. You're a sensible woman, and you'll give a sensible common sense account of the business. So that was that, and I promised to do my best. And here I am beginning. But as I said to the doctor, it's difficult to know just where to start. I suppose I ought to say a word or two about myself. I'm 32, and my name is Amy Leatheran. I took my training at St. Christopher's, and after that did 2 years maternity. I did a certain amount of private work, and I was for 4 years at Miss Bendick's nursing home in Devonshire Place. I came out to Iraq with a Mrs. Kelsey. I'd attended her when her baby was born. She was coming out to Baghdad with her husband and had already got a children's nurse booked who had been for some years with friends of hers out there. Their children were coming home and going to school, and the nurse had agreed to go to Mrs. Kelsey when they left. Mrs. Kelsey was delicate and nervous about the journey out with so young a child. So, Major Kelsey arranged that I should come out with her and look after her and the baby. They would pay my passage home unless we found someone needing a nurse for the return journey. Well, there is no need to describe. The Kelseys, the baby was a little love, and Mrs. Kelsey quite nice, though rather the fretting kind. I enjoyed the voyage very much. I'd never been a long trip on the sea before. Dr. Riley was on board the boat. He was a black-haired, long-faced man who said all sorts of funny things in a low, sad voice. I think he enjoyed pulling my leg and used to make the most extraordinary statements to see if I would swallow them. He was the civil surgeon at a place called Hassanieh, a day and a half's journey from Baghdad. I had been about a week in Baghdad when I ran across him, and he asked when I was leaving the Kelseys. I said that it was funny his asking that because, as a matter of fact, the Wrights, the other people I mentioned, were going home earlier than they had meant to, and their nurse was free to come straight away. He said that he had heard about the Wrights, and that was why he had asked me. As a matter of fact, nurse, I've got a possible job for you. A case. He screwed his face up, as though considering, you could hardly call it a case. It's just a lady who has, shall we say, fancies. Oh, I said. One usually knows what that means, drink or drugs. Dr. Riley didn't explain further. He was very discreet. Yes, he said, a Mrs. Leidner. Husband's an American Swede to be exact. He's the head of a large American dig. And he explained how this expedition was excavating the site of a big Assyrian city, something like Nineveh. The expedition house was not actually very far from Hassanieh, but it was a lonely spot, and Dr. Leidner had been worried for some time about his wife's health. He's not been very explicit about it, but it seems she has these fits of recurring nervous terrors. Is she left alone all day amongst natives? I asked. Oh, no. There's quite a crowd, 7 or 8. I don't fancy she's ever been alone in the house, but there seems to be no doubt that she's worked herself up into a queer state. Leidner has any amount of work on his shoulders, but he's crazy about his wife, and it worries him to know she's in this state. He felt he'd be happier if he knew that some responsible person with expert knowledge was keeping an eye on her. And what does Mrs. Leidner herself think about it? Dr. Riley answered gravely. Mrs. Leidner is a very lovely lady. She's seldom of the same mind about anything 2 days on end. But on the whole, she favors the idea. He added, she's an odd woman, a mass of affection and, I should fancy, a champion liar. But Leidner seems honestly to believe that she is scared out of her life by something or other. What did she herself say to you, Doctor? Oh, she hasn't consulted me. She doesn't like me anyway for several reasons. It was Leidner who came to me and propounded this plan. Well, nurse, what do you think of the idea? You'd see something of the country before you go home. They'll be digging for another 2 months. An excavation is quite interesting work. After a moment's hesitation, while I turned the matter over in my mind, well, I said, I really think I might try it. Splendid, said Dr. Riley, rising. Leidner's in Baghdad now. I'll tell him to come round and see if he can fix things up with you. Dr. Leidner came to the hotel that afternoon. He was a middle-aged man with a rather nervous, hesitating manner. There was something gentle and kindly and rather helpless about him. He sounded very devoted to his wife, but he was very vague about what was the matter with her. You see, he said, tugging at his beard in a rather perplexed manner that I later came to know to be characteristic of him. My wife is really in a very nervous state. I'm quite worried about her. She is in good physical health? I asked. Yes, oh, yes. I think so. No, I should not think there was anything the matter with her physically, but she well imagines things, you know. What kind of things? I asked. But he shied off from the point, merely murmuring perplexedly, she works herself up over nothing at all. I really can see no foundations for these fears. Fears of what? Dr. Leidner? He said vaguely. Oh, just nervous terrors, you know. 10 to 1, I thought to myself. It's drugs, and he doesn't realize it. Lots of men don't. Just wonder why their wives are so jumpy and have such extraordinary changes of mood. I asked whether Mrs. Leidner herself approved of the idea of my coming. His face lighted up. Yes, I was surprised, most pleasurably surprised. She said it was a very good idea. She said she would feel very much safer. The word struck me oddly. Safer, a very queer word to use. I began to surmise that Mrs. Leidner might be a mental case. He went on with a kind of boyish eagerness. I'm sure you'll get on very well with her. She's really a very charming woman. He smiled disarmingly. She feels you'll be the greatest comfort to her. I felt the same as soon as I saw you. You look, if you will allow me to say so splendidly healthy and full of common sense. I'm sure you're just the person for Louise. Well, we can but try, Dr. Leidner, I said cheerfully. I'm sure I hope I can be of use to your wife. Perhaps she's nervous of natives and colored people. Oh, dear me, no. He shook his head, amused at the idea. My wife likes Arabs very much. She appreciates their simplicity and their sense of humor. This is only her second season. We have been married less than 2 years, but she already speaks quite a fair amount of Arabic. I was silent for a moment or two. Then I had one more try. Can't you tell me at all what it is your wife is afraid of? Dr. Leidner, I asked. He hesitated. Then he said slowly, I hope I believe that she will tell you that herself. And that's all I could get out of him. Chapter 3. Gossip. It was arranged that I should go to tell Yerimja the following week. Mrs. Kelsey was settling into her house at Alwea, and I was glad to be able to take a few things off her shoulders. During that time, I heard one or two allusions to the Leidner expedition. A friend of Mrs. Kelsey's, a young squadron leader, pursed his lips in surprise as he exclaimed, Lovely Louise! So that's her latest. He turned to me. That's our nickname for her. Nurse. She's always known as Lovely Louise. Is she so very handsome then? I asked. It's taking her at her own valuation. She thinks she is. Now don't be spiteful, John, said Mrs. Kelsey. You know it's not only she who thinks so. Lots of people have been very smitten by her. Perhaps you're right. She's a bit long in the tooth, but she has a certain attraction. You were completely bowled over yourself, said Mrs. Kelsey, laughing. The squadron leader blushed and admitted rather shamefacedly. Well, she has a way with her. As for Leidner himself, he worships the ground she walks on, and all the rest of the expedition has to worship too. It's expected of them. How many are there altogether? I asked. All sorts and nationalities. Nurse, said the squadron leader cheerfully. An English architect, a French father from Carthage. He does the inscriptions, tablets, and things. You know. And then there's Miss Johnson. She's English too, sort of general bottle washer. And a little plump man who does the photography. He's an American. And the Mercados. Heaven knows what nationality they are. Dagos of some kind. She's quite young, a snaky-looking creature. And oh, doesn't she hate Lovely Louise? And there are a couple of youngsters. And that's the lot. A few odd fish. But nice on the whole, don't you agree? Pennyman. He was appealing to an elderly man who was sitting thoughtfully, twirling a pair of pince-nez. The latter started and looked up. Yes, very nice indeed. Taken individually. That is, of course, Mercado is rather a queer fish. He has such a very odd beard, put in Mrs. Kelsey. A queer limp kind. Major Pennyman went on without noticing her interruption. The young'uns are both nice. The American's rather silent. And the English boy talks a bit too much. Funny. It's usually the other way round. Leidner himself is a delightful fellow, so modest and unassuming. Yes, individually, they are all pleasant people. But somehow or other, I may have been fanciful, but the last time I went to see them, I got a queer impression of something being wrong. I don't know what it was exactly. Nobody seemed quite natural. There was a queer atmosphere of tension. I can explain best what I mean by saying that they all passed the butter to each other too politely. Blushing a little, because I don't like airing my own opinions too much. I said, if people are too much cooped up together, it's got a way of getting on their nerves. I know that myself from experience in hospital. That's true, said Major Kelsey, but it's early in the season. Hardly time for that particular irritation to have set in. An expedition is probably like our life here in miniature, said Major Pennyman. It has its cliques and rivalries and jealousies. It sounds as though they'd got a good many newcomers this year, said Major Kelsey. Let me see. The squadron leader counted them off on his fingers. Young Coleman is new. So is Ryder. Emmett was out last year, and so were the Mercados. Father Lavigny is a newcomer. He's come in place of Dr. Bird, who was ill this year and couldn't come out. Carey, of course, is an old hand. He's been out ever since the beginning. 5 years ago, Miss Johnson's been out nearly as many years as Carey. I always thought they got on so well together at Tel Yarimja, remarked Major Kelsey. They seemed like a happy family, which is really surprising when one considers what human nature is. I'm sure Nurse Leatheran agrees with me. Well, I said, I don't know that you're not right. The Rose I've known in hospital and starting often from nothing more than a dispute about a pot of tea. Yes, one tends to get petty in close communities, said Major Penniman. All the same, I feel there must be something more to it in this case. Leidner is such a gentle, unassuming man, with really a remarkable amount of tact. He's always managed to keep his expedition happy and on good terms with each other. And yet I did notice that feeling of tension the other day. Mrs. Kelsey laughed. And you don't see the explanation. Why, it leaps to the eye. What do you mean? Mrs. Leidner, of course. Oh, come. Mary, said her husband. She's a charming woman, not at all the quarrelsome kind. Bye. I didn't say she was quarrelsome. She causes quarrels. In what way? And why should she? Why? Why? Because she's bored. She's not an archaeologist, only the wife of one. She's bored, shut away from any excitements, and so she provides her own drama. She amuses herself by setting other people by the ears. Mary, you don't know in the least. You're merely imagining. Of course I'm imagining. But you'll find I'm right. Lovely Louise doesn't look like the Mona Lisa for nothing. She mayn't mean any harm, but she likes to see what will happen. She's devoted to Leidner. Oh, I dare say. I'm not suggesting vulgar intrigues, but she's an allumus, that woman. Women are so sweet to each other, said Major Kelsey. I know. Cat, cat, cat. That's what you men say. But we're usually right about our own sex. Say, all the same, said Major Penniman thoughtfully. Assuming all Mrs. Kelsey's uncharitable surmises to be true, I don't think it would quite account for that curious sense of tension, rather like the feeling there is before a thunderstorm. I had the impression very strongly that the storm might break any minute. Now, don't frighten, nurse, said Mrs. Kelsey. She's going there in 3 days' time, and you'll put her right off. Oh, you won't frighten me, I said, laughing. All the same, I thought a good deal about what had been said. Dr. Leidner's curious use of the word safer recurred to me. Was it his wife's secret fear, unacknowledged or expressed perhaps, that was reacting on the rest of the party, or was it the actual tension, or perhaps the unknown cause of asha that was reacting on her nerves? I looked up the word allumeuse that Mrs. Kelsey had used in a dictionary, but couldn't get any sense out of it. Well, I thought to myself, I must wait and see. Chapter 4. I arrive in Hassanieh. 3 days later, I left Baghdad. I was sorry to leave Mrs. Kelsey and the baby, who was a little love and was thriving splendidly, gaining her proper number of ounces every week. Major Kelsey took me to the station and saw me off. I should arrive at Kirkuk the following morning, and there someone was to meet me. I slept badly. I never sleep very well in a train, and I was troubled by dreams. The next morning, however, when I looked out of the window, it was a lovely day, and I felt interested and curious about the people I was going to see. As I stood on the platform, Hesitating and looking about me, I saw a young man coming towards me. He had a round pink face, and really, in all my life, I have never seen anyone who seemed so exactly like a young man out of one of Mr. P. G. Woodhouse's books. "Hello? Hello? Hello," he said. "Are you Nurse Leatheran? Well, I mean, you must be. I can see that." Huh. My name's Coleman. Dr. Leidner sent me along. How are you feeling, beastly journey and all that? Don't I know these trains? Well, here we are. Had any breakfast? This your kid, I say. Awfully modest. Aren't you? Mrs. Leidner has 4 suitcases and a trunk, to say nothing of a hat box and a patent pillow. And this, that, and the other. Am I talking too much? Come along to the old bus. There was what I heard called later a station wagon waiting outside. It was a little like a wagonette, a little like a lorry, and a little like a car. Mr. Coleman helped me in, explaining that I had better sit next to the driver so as to get less jolting. Jolting? I wonder the whole contraption didn't fall to pieces. And nothing like a road. Just a sort of track, all ruts and holes. Glorious East indeed. When I thought of our splendid arterial roads in England, it made me quite homesick. Mr. Coleman leaned forward from his seat behind me and yelled in my ear a good deal. "Tracks in pretty good condition," he shouted just after we had been thrown up in our seats till we nearly touched the roof. And apparently he was speaking quite seriously. "Very good for you, jogs the liver," he said. "You ought to know that, nurse. A stimulated liver won't be much good to me if my head's split open," I observed tartly. "You should come along here after it's rained. The skids are glorious. Most of the time one's going sideways." To this I did not respond. Presently we had to cross the river, which we did on the craziest ferry boat you can imagine. It was a mercy we ever got across, but everyone seemed to think it was quite usual. It took us about 4 hours to get to Hassanio, which, to my surprise, was quite a big place. Very pretty it looked, too. Before we got there, from the other side of the river, standing up quite white and fairy-like with minarets. It was a bit different, though, when one had crossed the bridge and come right into it. Such a smell, and everything ramshackle and tumbled down, and mud and mess everywhere. Mr. Coleman took me to Dr. Riley's house, where, he said, the doctor was expecting me to lunch. Dr. Riley was just as nice as ever, and his house was nice too, with a bathroom and everything spick and span. I had a nice bath, and by the time I got back into my uniform and came down, I was feeling fine. Lunch was just ready, and we went in. The doctor apologizing for his daughter, who he said was always late. We'd just had a very good dish of eggs and sauce when she came in, and Dr. Riley said, "Nurse, this is my daughter Sheila." She shook hands, hoped I'd had a good journey, tossed off her hat, gave a cool nod to Mr. Coleman, and sat down. "Well, Bill," she said, "how's everything?" He began to talk to her about some party or other that was to come off at the club, and I took stock of her. I can't say I took to her much. A thought too cool for my liking. An offhand sort of girl, though good-looking, black hair and blue eyes, a pale sort of face, and the usual lipsticked mouth. She'd a cool, sarcastic way of talking that rather annoyed me. I had a probationer like her under me, once, a girl who worked well, I'll admit, but whose manner always riled me. It looked to me rather as though Mr. Coleman was gone on her. He stammered a bit, and his conversation became slightly more idiotic than it was before. If that was possible, he reminded me of a large, stupid dog wagging its tail and trying to please. After lunch, Dr. Riley went off to the hospital, and Mr. Coleman had some things to get in the town. And Miss Riley asked me whether I'd like to see round the town a bit or whether I'd rather stop in the house. Mr. Coleman, she said, would be back to fetch me in about an hour. Is there anything to see? I asked. There are some picturesque corners, said Miss Riley, but I don't know that you'd care for them. They're extremely dirty. The way she said it rather nettled me. I've never been able to see that picturesqueness. Excuses dirt. In the end, she took me to the club, which was pleasant enough, overlooking the river, and there were English papers and magazines there. When we got back to the house, Mr. Coleman wasn't there yet, so we sat down and talked a bit. It wasn't easy somehow. She asked me if I'd met Mrs. Leatheran yet. No, I said. Only her husband. Oh, she said. I wonder what you'll think of her. I didn't say anything to that. And she went on. I like Dr. Leatheran very much. Everybody likes him. That's as good as saying. I thought that you don't like his wife. I still didn't say anything, and presently she asked abruptly, What's the matter with her? Did Dr. Leatheran tell you? I wasn't going to start gossiping about a patient before I got there even. So I said evasively, I understand she's a bit run down and wants looking after. She laughed a nasty sort of laugh, hard and abrupt. Good God, she said, aren't 9 people looking after her already enough? I suppose they've all got their work to do, I said. Work to do. Of course they've got work to do. But Louise comes first. She sees to that all right. No, I said to myself, you don't like her. All the same, went on Miss Riley, I don't see what she wants with a professional hospital nurse. I should have thought amateur assistance was more in her line. Not someone who'll jam a thermometer in her mouth and count her pulse and bring everything down to hard facts. Well, I must admit it. I was curious. You think there's nothing the matter with her? I asked. Of course there's nothing the matter with her. The woman's as strong as an ox. Dear Louise hasn't slept. She's got black circles under her eyes. Yes, put there with a blue pencil. Anything to get attention, to have everybody hovering around her, making a fuss of her. There was something in that, of course. I had what nurse hasn't come across many cases of hypochondriacs whose delight it is to keep a whole household dancing attendance. And if a doctor or a nurse were to say to them, there's nothing on earth the matter with you, well, to begin with, they wouldn't believe it, and their indignation would be as genuine as indignation can be. Of course, it was quite possible that Mrs. Leatheran might be a case of this kind. The husband, naturally, would be the first to be deceived. Husbands, I've found, are a credulous lot where illness is concerned, but all the same, it didn't quite square with what I'd heard. It didn't, for instance, fit in with that word safer. Funny how that word had got kind of stuck in my mind. Reflecting on it, I asked, is Mrs. Leatheran a nervous woman? Is she nervous, for instance, of living out far from anywhere? What is there to be nervous of? Good heavens, there are 10 of them, and they've got guards too because of the antiquities. Oh, no, she's not nervous at least. She seemed struck by some thought and stopped, going on slowly after a minute or two. It's odd you're saying that. Why, Flight Lieutenant Jervis and I rode over the other day. It was in the morning. Most of them were up on the dig. She was sitting writing a letter, and I suppose she didn't hear us coming. The boy who brings you in wasn't about for once. And we came straight up onto the veranda. Apparently, she saw Flight Lieutenant Jervis's shadow thrown on the wall, and she fairly screamed. Apologized. Of course. Said she thought it was a strange man. A bit odd. Even if it was a strange man, why get the wind up? I nodded thoughtfully. Miss Riley was silent, then burst out suddenly. I don't know what's the matter with them this year. They've all got the jumps. Johnson goes about so glum she can't open her mouth. David never speaks if he can help it. Bill, of course, never stops. And somehow, his chatter seems to make the others worse. Carrie goes about looking as though something would snap any minute. And they all watch each other as though, oh, I don't know. But it's queer. It was odd, I thought, that two such dissimilar people as Miss Riley and Major Pennyman should have been struck in the same manner. Just then, Mr. Coleman came bustling in. Bustling was just the word for it. If his tongue had hung out and he had suddenly produced a tail to wag, you wouldn't have been surprised. Hello, hello, he said. Absolutely the world's best shopper, that's me. Have you shown Nurse all the beauties of the town? She wasn't impressed, said Miss Riley dryly. I don't blame her, said Mr. Coleman heartily. Of all the one-horse tumble-down places, not a lover of the picturesque or the antique, are you, Bill? I can't think why you are an archaeologist. Don't blame me for that. Blame my guardian. He's a learned bird fellow of his college browses among books and bedroom slippers. That kind of man. Bit of a shock for him to have a ward like me. I think it's frightfully stupid of you to be forced into a profession you don't care for, said the girl sharply. Not forced. Sheila. Old girl. Not forced. The old man asked if I had any special profession in mind, and I said I hadn't. And so he wangled a season out here for me. But haven't you any idea really what you'd like to do? You must have. Of course I have. My idea would be to give work a miss altogether. What I'd like to do is to have plenty of money and go in for motor racing. You're absurd, said Miss Riley. She sounded quite angry. Oh, I realize that it's quite out of the question, said Mr. Coleman cheerfully. So, if I've got to do something, I don't much care what it is so long as it isn't mugging in an office all day long. I was quite agreeable to seeing a bit of the world. Here goes, I said, and along I came. And a fat lot of use you must be, I expect. There you're wrong. I can stand up on the dig and shout yalla with anybody. And as a matter of fact, I'm not so dusty at drawing. Imitating handwriting used to be my specialty at school. I'd have made a first-class forger. Oh, well, I may come to that yet. If my Rolls-Royce splashes you with mud as you're waiting for a bus, you'll know that I've taken to crime. Miss Riley said coldly, Don't you think it's about time you started instead of talking so much? Hospitable, aren't we? Nurse, I'm sure Nurse Leatheran is anxious to get settled in. You're always sure of everything, retorted Mr. Coleman with a grin. That was true enough. I thought, cocksure little minx. I said dryly, Perhaps we'd better start. Mr. Coleman, right you are. Nurse? I shook hands with Miss Riley and thanked her, and we set off. damned attractive girl. Sheila, said Mr. Coleman, but always ticking a fellow off. We drove out of the town and presently took a kind of track between green crops. It was very bumpy and full of ruts. After about half an hour, Mr. Coleman pointed to a big mound by the riverbank ahead of us and said, "Tell Yurimja." I could see little black figures moving about it like ants. As I was looking, they suddenly began to run all together down the side of the mound. "Fidos," said Mr. Coleman. "Knocking off time. We knock off an hour before sunset." The expedition house lay a little way back from the river. The driver rounded a corner, bumped through an extremely narrow arch, and there we were. The house was built round a courtyard. Originally, it had occupied only the south side of the courtyard, with a few unimportant outbuildings on the east. The expedition had continued the building on the other two sides. As the plan of the house was to prove of special interest later, I append a rough sketch of it here. All the rooms opened onto the courtyard, and most of the windows, the exception being in the original south building where there were windows giving on the outside country as well. These windows, however, were barred on the outside. In the southwest corner, a staircase ran up to a long, flat roof with a parapet running the length of the south side of the building, which was higher than the other three sides. Mr. Coleman led me along the east side of the courtyard and round to where a big open veranda occupied the center of the south side. He pushed open a door at one side of it, and we entered a room where several people were sitting round a tea table. "Toodle oodle," said Mr. Coleman. "Here's Sari Gamp." The lady who was sitting at the head of the table rose and came to greet me. I had my first glimpse of Louise Leadner. Chapter 5. Tell Yurimja. I don't mind admitting that my first impression on seeing Mrs. Leidner was one of downright surprise. One gets into the way of imagining a person when one hears them talked about. I'd got it firmly into my head that Mrs. Leidner was a dark, discontented kind of woman, the nervy kind, all on edge. And then, too, I'd expected her to be well. To put it frankly, a bit vulgar. She wasn't a bit like what I'd imagined her. To begin with, she was very fair. She wasn't a Swede, like her husband, but she might have been as far as looks went. She had that blonde Scandinavian fairness that you don't very often see. She wasn't a young woman, midway between 30 and 40. I should say, her face was rather haggard, and there was some gray hair mingled with the fairness. Her eyes, though, were lovely. They were the only eyes I've ever come across that you might truly describe as violet. They were very large, and there were faint shadows underneath them. She was very thin and fragile looking, and if I say that she had an air of intense weariness and was at the same time very much alive, it sounds like nonsense, but that's the feeling I got. I felt, though, too, that she was a lady through and through, and that means something even nowadays. She put out her hand and smiled. Her voice was low and soft, with an American drawl in it. "I'm so glad you've come, nurse. Will you have some tea? Or would you like to go to your room first?" I said I'd have tea, and she introduced me to the people sitting round the table. "This is Miss Johnson and Mr. Ryder, Mrs. Mercado, Mr. Emmett, Father Lavigny. My husband will be in presently." Sit down here between Father Lavigny and Miss Johnson." I did as I was bid, and Miss Johnson began talking to me, asking about my journey and so on. I liked her. She reminded me of a matron I'd had in my probationer days, whom we had all admired and worked hard for. She was getting on for 50, I should judge, and rather mannish in appearance, with iron gray hair cropped short. She had an abrupt, pleasant voice, rather deep in tone. She had an ugly, rugged face with an almost laughably turned-up nose, which she was in the habit of rubbing irritably when anything troubled or perplexed her. She wore a tweed coat and skirt made rather like a man's. She told me presently that she was a native of Yorkshire. Father Lavigny I found just a bit alarming. He was a tall man with a great black beard and pince-nez. I had heard Mrs. Kelsey say that there was a French monk there, and I now saw that Father Lavigny was wearing a monk's robe of some white woolen material. It surprised me rather, because I always understood that monks went into monasteries and didn't come out again. Mrs. Leatheran talked to him mostly in French, but he spoke to me in quite fair English. I noticed that he had shrewd, observant eyes, which darted about from face to face. Opposite me were the other three. Mr. Ryder was a stout, fair young man with glasses. His hair was rather long and curly, and he had very round blue eyes. I should think he must have been a lovely baby, but he wasn't much to look at now. In fact, he was just a little like a pig. The other young man had very short hair cropped close to his head. He had a long, rather humorous face and very good teeth, and he looked very attractive when he smiled. He said very little, though, just nodded if spoken to or answered in monosyllables. He, like Mr. Ryder, was an American. The last person was Mrs. Mercado, and I couldn't have a good look at her, because whenever I glanced in her direction, I always found her staring at me with a kind of hungry stare that was a bit disconcerting, to say the least of it. You might have thought a hospital nurse was a strange animal, the way she was looking at me. No manners at all. She was quite young, not more than about 25, and sort of dark and slinky looking, if you know what I mean. Quite nice looking in a kind of way, but rather as though she might have what my mother used to call a touch of the tar brush. She had on a very vivid pullover, and her nails matched it in color. She had a thin bird-like eager face with big eyes and rather a tight, suspicious mouth. The tea was very good, a nice strong blend, not like the weak China stuff that Mrs. Kelsey always had, and that had been a sore trial to me. There was toast and jam, and a plate of rock buns, and a cutting cake. Mr. Emmett was very polite passing me things. Quiet as he was, he always seemed to notice when my plate was empty. Presently, Mr. Coleman bustled in and took the place beyond Miss Johnson. There didn't seem to be anything the matter with his nerves. He talked away 19 to the dozen. Mrs. Leatheran sighed once and cast a wearied look in his direction, but it didn't have any effect. Nor did the fact that Mrs. Mercado, to whom he was addressing most of his conversation, was far too busy watching me to do more than make perfunctory replies. Just as we were finishing, Dr. Leatheran and Mr. Mercado came in from the dig. Dr. Leatheran greeted me in his nice, kind manner. I saw his eyes go quickly and anxiously to his wife's face, and he seemed to be relieved by what he saw there. Then he sat down at the other end of the table, and Mr. Mercado sat down in the vacant place by Mrs. Leatheran. He was a tall, thin, melancholy man, a good deal older than his wife. with a sallow complexion and a queer, soft, shapeless-looking beard. I was glad when he came in, for his wife stopped staring at me and transferred her attention to him, watching him with a kind of anxious impatience that I found rather odd. He himself stirred his tea dreamily and said nothing at all. A piece of cake lay untasted on his plate. There was still one vacant place, and presently the door opened and a man came in. The moment I saw Richard Carey, I felt he was one of the handsomest men I'd seen for a long time, and yet I doubt if that were really so. To say a man is handsome and at the same time to say he looks like a death's head sounds a rank contradiction, and yet it was true. His head gave the effect of having the skin stretched unusually tight over the bones, but they were beautiful bones. The lean line of jaw and temple and forehead was so sharply outlined that he reminded me of a bronze statue. Out of this lean brown face looked two of the brightest and most intensely blue eyes I have ever seen. He stood about 6 foot and was, I should imagine, a little under 40 years of age. Dr. Leidner said, "This is Mr. Carey, our architect, nurse." He murmured something in a pleasant, inaudible English voice and sat down by Mrs. Mercado. Mrs. Leidner said, "I'm afraid the tea is a little cold." "Mr. Carey," he said. "Oh, that's quite all right." "Mrs. Leidner, my fault for being late. I wanted to finish plotting those walls." Mrs. Mercado said, "Jam, Mr. Carey." Mr. Ryder pushed forward the toast, and I remembered Major Pennyman saying, "I can explain best what I mean by saying that they all passed the butter to each other a shade too politely." Yes, there was something a little odd about it. A shade formal. You'd have said it was a party of strangers, not people who had known each other, some of them, for quite a number of years. Chapter 6. First evening. After tea, Mrs. Leidner took me to show me my room. Perhaps here I had better give a short description of the arrangement of the rooms. This was very simple and can easily be understood by a reference to the plan. On either side of the big open porch were doors leading into the 2 principal rooms. That on the right led into the dining room, where we had tea. The one on the other side led into an exactly similar room. I have called it the living room, which was used as a sitting room, and kind of informal workroom, that is. A certain amount of drawing other than the strictly architectural was done there, and the more delicate pieces of pottery were brought there to be pieced together. Through the living room, one passed into the antiquities room, where all the finds from the dig were brought in and stored on shelves and in pigeonholes, and also laid out on big benches and tables. From the Antica room, there was no exit save through the living room, beyond the Antica room, but reached through a door which gave on the courtyard, was Mrs. Leidner's bedroom. This, like the other rooms on that side of the house, had a couple of barred windows looking out over the plowed countryside. Round the corner next to Mrs. Leidner's room, but with no actual communicating door, was Dr. Leidner's room. This was the first of the rooms on the east side of the building. Next to it was the room that was to be mine. Next to me was Miss Johnson's, with Mr. and Mrs. Mercado's beyond. After that came 2 so-called bathrooms. When I once used that last term in the hearing of Dr. Riley, he laughed at me and said a bathroom was either a bathroom or not a bathroom. All the same, when you've got used to taps and proper plumbing, it seems strange to call a couple of mud rooms with a tin hip bath in each of them, and muddy water brought in kerosene tins. Bathrooms. All this side of the building had been added by Dr. Leidner to the original Arab house. The bedrooms were all the same, each with a window and a door giving onto the courtyard. Along the north side were the drawing office, the laboratory, and the photographic rooms. To return to the veranda. The arrangement of rooms was much the same on the other side. There was the dining room leading into the office, where the files were kept and the cataloging and typing was done. Corresponding to Mrs. Leidner's room was that of Father Lavigny, who was given the largest bedroom. He used it also for the decoding, or whatever you call it, of tablets. In the southwest corner was the staircase running up to the roof. On the west side were first the kitchen quarters and then 4 small bedrooms used by the young men, Carey, Emmett, Ryder, and Coleman. At the northwest corner was the photographic room, with the dark room leading out of it. Next to that, the laboratory. Then came the only entrance, the big arched doorway through which we had entered. Outside were sleeping quarters for the native servants, the guardhouse for the soldiers, and stables, etc., for the water horses. The drawing office was to the right of the archway, occupying the rest of the north side. I have gone into the arrangements of the house rather fully here, because I don't want to have to go over them again later. As I say, Mrs. Leidner herself took me round the building and finally established me in my bedroom, hoping that I should be comfortable and have everything I wanted. The room was nicely though plainly furnished: a bed, a chest of drawers, a washstand, and a chair. The boys will bring you hot water before lunch and dinner and in the morning. Of course, if you want it any other time, go outside and clap your hands. And when the boy comes, say, "Jib my har, do you think you can remember that?" I said I thought so, and repeated it a little haltingly. That's right, and be sure and shout it. Arabs don't understand anything said in an ordinary English voice. Languages are funny things, I said. It seems odd there should be such a lot of different ones. Mrs. Leidner smiled. There is a church in Palestine in which the Lord's Prayer is written up in 90. I think it is different languages. Well, I said, I must write and tell my old aunt that. She will be interested. Mrs. Leidner fingered the jug and basin absently and shifted the soap dish an inch or two. I do hope you'll be happy here, she said, and not get too bored. I'm not often bored, I assured her. Life's not long enough for that. She did not answer. She continued to toy with the washstand as though abstractedly. Suddenly, she fixed her dark violet eyes on my face. What exactly did my husband tell you, nurse? Well, one usually says the same thing to a question of that kind. I gathered you were a bit run down and all that. Mrs. Leidner, I said glibly, and that you just wanted someone to look after you and take any worries off your hands. She bent her head slowly and thoughtfully. Yes, she said. Yes, that will do very well. That was just a little bit enigmatic, but I wasn't going to question it. Instead, I said, I hope you'll let me help you with anything there is to do in the house. You mustn't let me be idle. She smiled a little. Thank you, nurse. Then she sat down on the bed and, rather to my surprise, began to cross-question me rather closely. I say rather to my surprise because, from the moment I set eyes on her, I felt sure that Mrs. Leidner was a lady, and a lady, in my experience, very seldom displays curiosity about one's private affairs. But Mrs. Leidner seemed anxious to know everything there was to know about me, where I'd trained and how long ago. what had brought me out to the East, how it had come about that Dr. Riley had recommended me. She even asked me if I had ever been in America or had any relations in America. One or two other questions she asked me that seemed quite purposeless at the time, but of which I saw the significance later. Then, suddenly, her manner changed. She smiled a warm, sunny smile, and she said, very sweetly, that she was very glad I had come, and that she was sure I was going to be a comfort to her. She got up from the bed and said, "Would you like to come up to the roof and see the sunset? It's usually very lovely about this time." I agreed willingly. As we went out of the room, she asked, "Were there many other people on the train from Baghdad? Any men?" I said that I hadn't noticed anybody in particular. There had been 2 Frenchmen in the restaurant car the night before, and a party of 3 men whom I gathered from their conversation had to do with the pipeline. She nodded, and a faint sound escaped her. It sounded like a small sigh of relief. We went up to the roof together. Mrs. Mercado was there, sitting on the parapet, and Dr. Leidner was bending over, looking at a lot of stones and broken pottery that were laid in rows. There were big things he called querns, and pestles and celts and stone axes, and more broken bits of pottery with queer patterns on them than I've ever seen all at once. "Come over here," called out Mrs. Mercado. "Isn't it too beautiful?" It certainly was. A beautiful sunset. Hassania in the distance looked quite fairy-like with the setting sun behind it, and the river Tigris flowing between its wide banks looked like a dream river rather than a real one. "Isn't it lovely, Eric?" said Mrs. Leidner. The doctor looked up with abstracted eyes, murmured, "Lovely, lovely," perfunctorily, and went on sorting potsherds. Mrs. Leidner smiled and said, "Archaeologists only look at what lies beneath their feet. The sky and the heavens don't exist for them." Mrs. Mercado giggled. "Oh, they're very queer people. You'll soon find that out. Nurse," she said. She paused and then added, "We are all so glad you've come. We've been so very worried about dear Mrs. Leidner, haven't we? Louise, have you?" Her voice was not encouraging. "Oh, yes. She really has been very bad, nurse. All sorts of alarms and excursions. You know, when anybody says to me of someone, 'It's just nerves,' I always say, 'But what could be worse?' Nerves are the core and center of one's being, aren't they? Puss, puss," I thought to myself. Mrs. Leidner said dryly, "Well, you needn't be worried about me any more. Marie, Nurse is going to look after me." "Certainly I am," I said cheerfully. "I'm sure that will make all the difference," said Mrs. Mercado. "We've all felt that she ought to see a doctor or do something. Her nerves have really been all to pieces, haven't they, Louise dear? So much so that I seem to have got on your nerves with them," said Mrs. Leidner. "Shall we talk about something more interesting than my wretched ailments?" I understood then that Mrs. Leidner was the sort of woman who could easily make enemies. There was a cool rudeness in her tone, not that I blamed her for it, which brought a flush to Mrs. Mercado's rather sallow cheeks. She stammered out something, but Mrs. Leidner had risen and had joined her husband at the other end of the roof. I doubt if he heard her coming till she laid her hand on his shoulder. Then he looked up quickly. There was affection and a kind of eager questioning in his face. Mrs. Leidner nodded her head gently. Presently, her arm through his. They wandered to the far parapet and finally down the steps together. He's devoted to her, isn't he? Said Mrs. Mercado. Yes, I said. It's very nice to see. She was looking at me with a queer, rather eager sidelong glance. What do you think is really the matter with her, nurse? She asked, lowering her voice a little. Oh, I don't suppose it's much, I said cheerfully. Just a bit run down. I expect. Her eyes still bored into me as they had done at tea. She said abruptly, Are you a mental nurse? Oh, dear, no, I said. What made you think that? She was silent for a moment. Then she said, Do you know how queer she's been? Did Dr. Leidner tell you, I don't hold with gossiping about my cases? On the other hand, it's my experience that it's often very hard to get the truth out of relatives. And until you know the truth, you're often working in the dark and doing no good. Of course, when there's a doctor in charge, it's different. He tells you what it's necessary for you to know. But in this case, there wasn't a doctor in charge. Dr. Riley had never been called in professionally. And in my own mind, I wasn't at all sure that Dr. Leidner had told me all he could have done. It's often the husband's instinct to be reticent and more honor to him, I must say. But, all the same, the more I knew, the better I could tell which line to take. Mrs. Mercado, whom I put down in my own mind as a thoroughly spiteful little cat, was clearly dying to talk, and frankly, on the human side as well as the professional, I wanted to hear what she had to say. You can put it that I was just everyday curious, if you like. I said, I gather Mrs. Leidner's not been quite her normal self lately. Mrs. Mercado laughed disagreeably. Normal, I should say not. Frightening us to death. One night it was fingers tapping on her window, and then it was a hand without an arm attached. But when it came to a yellow face pressed against the window, and when she rushed to the window, there was nothing there. Well, I ask you, it is a bit creepy for all of us. Perhaps somebody was playing a trick on her, I suggested. Oh, no, she fancied it all. And only 3 days ago, at dinner, they were firing shots in the village nearly a mile away. And she jumped up and screamed out, it scared us all to death. As for Dr. Leidner, he rushed to her and behaved in the most ridiculous way. It's nothing. Darling, it's nothing at all, he kept saying. I think, nurse, men sometimes encourage women in these hysterical fancies. It's a pity because it's a bad thing. Delusions shouldn't be encouraged. Not if they are delusions, I said dryly. What else could they be? I didn't answer because I didn't know what to say. It was a funny business. The shots and the screaming were natural enough for anyone in a nervous condition. That is, but this queer story of a spectral face and hand was different. It looked to me like one of two things. Either Mrs. Leidner had made the story up exactly as a child shows off by telling lies about something that never happened in order to make herself the center of attraction, or else it was, as I had suggested, a deliberate, practical joke. It was the sort of thing, I reflected, that an unimaginative, hearty sort of young fellow like Mr. Coleman might think very funny. I decided to keep a close watch on him. Nervous patients can be scared nearly out of their minds by a silly joke. Mrs. Mercado said, with a sideways glance at me, She's very romantic looking. Nurse, don't you think so? The sort of woman things happen to. Have many things happened to her? I asked. Well, her first husband was killed in the war when she was only 20. I think that's very pathetic and romantic, Don't you? It's one way of calling a goose a swan, I said dryly. Oh, nurse, what an extraordinary remark. It was really a very true one. The amount of women you hear say, if Donald or Arthur or whatever his name was had only lived. And I sometimes think, but if he had, he'd have been a stout, unromantic, short-tempered, middle-aged husband, as likely as not. It was getting dark, and I suggested that we should go down. Mrs. Mercado agreed and asked if I would like to see the laboratory. My husband will be there working. I said I would like to very much, and we made our way there. The place was lighted by a lamp, but it was empty. Mrs. Mercado showed me some of the apparatus and some copper ornaments that were being treated, and also some bones coated with wax. "Where can Joseph be?" said Mrs. Mercado. She looked into the drawing office, where Carrie was at work. He hardly looked up as we entered, and I was struck by the extraordinary look of strain on his face. It came to me suddenly. This man is at the end of his tether. Very soon, something will snap. And I remembered somebody else had noticed that same tenseness about him. As we went out again, I turned my head for one last look at him. He was bent over his paper, his lips pressed very closely together, and that death's head suggestion of his bones very strongly marked. Perhaps it was fanciful, but I thought that he looked like a knight of old who was going into battle and knew he was going to be killed. And again, I felt what an extraordinary and quite unconscious power of attraction he had. We found Mr. Mercado in the living room. He was explaining the idea of some new process to Mrs. Leatheran. She was sitting on a straight wooden chair, embroidering flowers and fine silks, and I was struck anew by her strange, fragile, unearthly appearance. She looked a fairy creature more than flesh and blood. Mrs. Mercado said, her voice high and shrill, "Oh, there you are, Joseph. We thought we'd find you in the lab." He jumped up looking startled and confused, as though her entrance had broken a spell. He said stammeringly, I must go now. I'm in the middle of... He didn't complete the sentence but turned towards the door. Mrs. Leatheran said in her soft, drawling voice, "You must finish telling me some other time. It was very interesting." She looked up at us, smiled rather sweetly, but in a faraway manner, and bent over her embroidery again. In a minute or two, she said, "There are some books over there, nurse. We've got quite a good selection. Choose one and sit down." I went over to the bookshelf. Mrs. Mercado stayed for a minute or two. Then, turning abruptly, she went out. As she passed me, I saw her face, and I didn't like the look of it. She looked wild with fury. In spite of myself, I remembered some of the things Mrs. Kelsey had said and hinted about Mrs. Leatheran. I didn't like to think they were true, because I liked Mrs. Leatheran. But I wondered, nevertheless, if there mightn't perhaps be a grain of truth behind them. I didn't think it was all her fault, but the fact remained that dear ugly Miss Johnson and that common little spitfire, Mrs. Mercado, couldn't hold a candle to her in looks or in attraction. And after all, men are men all over the world. You soon see a lot of that in my profession. Mercado was a poor fish, and I don't suppose Mrs. Leatheran really cared the two hoots for his admiration, but his wife cared. If I wasn't mistaken, she minded badly and would be quite willing to do Mrs. Leatheran a bad turn if she could. I looked at Mrs. Leatheran sitting there and sewing at her pretty flowers, so remote and far away and aloof. I felt somehow I ought to warn her. I felt that perhaps she didn't know how stupid and unreasoning and violent jealousy and hate can be, and how little it takes to set them smoldering. And then I said to myself, Amy Leatheran, you're a fool. Mrs. Leidner's no chicken. She's close on 40 if she's a day, and she must know all about life there is to know. But I felt that all the same, perhaps she didn't. She had such a queer, untouched look. I began to wonder what her life had been. I knew she'd only married Der Leidner 2 years ago, and according to Mrs. Mercado, her first husband had died about 15 years ago. I came and sat down near her with a book, and presently I went and washed my hands for supper. It was a good meal, some really excellent curry. They all went to bed early, and I was glad, for I was tired. Dr. Leidner came with me to my room to see I had all I wanted. He gave me a warm handclasp and said eagerly, "She likes you, nurse. She's taken to you at once. I'm so glad. I feel everything's going to be all right now." His eagerness was almost boyish. I felt, too, that Mrs. Leidner had taken a liking to me, and I was pleased it should be so. But I didn't quite share his confidence. I felt, somehow, that there was more to it all than he himself might know. There was something I couldn't get at, but I felt it in the air. My bed was comfortable, but I didn't sleep well for all that. I dreamt too much. The words of a poem by Keats that I'd had to learn as a child kept running through my head. I kept getting them wrong, and it worried me. It was a poem I'd always hated, I suppose, because I'd had to learn it whether I wanted to or not. But somehow, when I woke up in the dark, I saw a sort of beauty in it for the first time. "Oh, say what ails thee, knight at arms, alone, and what was it palely loitering?" I saw the knight's face in my mind. For the first time, it was Mr. Carey's face, a grim, tense, bronzed face, like some of those poor young men I remembered as a girl during the war. And I felt sorry for him. And then I fell off to sleep again, and I saw that the belle dame sans merci was Mrs. Leidner, and she was leaning sideways, on a horse with an embroidery of flowers in her hands. And then the horse stumbled, and everywhere there were bones coated in wax. And I woke up, all goose flesh and shivering, and told myself that curry never had agreed with me at night. Chapter 7. The Man at the Window. I think I'd better make it clear right away that there isn't going to be any local color in this story. I don't know anything about archaeology, and I don't know that I very much want to. Messing about with people and places that are buried and done with doesn't make sense to me. Mr. Carey used to tell me that I hadn't got the archaeological temperament, and I've no doubt he was quite right. The very first morning after my arrival, Mr. Carey asked if I'd like to come and see the palace he was planning. I think he called it, though how you can plan for a thing that's happened long ago, I'm sure I don't know. Well, I said I'd like to, and to tell the truth, I was a bit excited about it. Nearly 3,000 years old that palace was. It appeared, I wondered what sort of palaces they had in those days, and if it would be like the pictures I'd seen of Tutankhamun's tomb furniture. But would you believe it? There was nothing to see but mud, dirty mud walls about 2 feet high, and that's all there was to it. Mr. Carey took me here and there, telling me things, how this was the great court, and there were some chambers here, and an upper story, and various other rooms that opened off the central court. And all I thought was, but how does he know they? Though, of course, I was too polite to say so. I can tell you, it was a disappointment. The whole excavation looked like nothing but mud to me. No marble or gold or anything handsome. My aunt's house in Cricklewood would have made a much more imposing ruin. And those old Assyrians, or whatever they were, called themselves kings. When Mr. Carey had shown me his old palaces, he handed me over to Father Lavigny, who showed me the rest of the mound. I was a little afraid of Father Lavigny, being a monk and a foreigner and having such a deep voice and all that. But he was very kind, though rather vague. Sometimes I felt it wasn't much more real to him than it was to me. Mrs. Leidner explained that later, she said that Father Lavigny was only interested in written documents, as she called them. They wrote everything on clay. These people, queer, heathenish-looking marks, too, but quite sensible. There were even school tablets, the teacher's lesson on one side and the pupil's effort on the back of it. I confess that did interest me, rather it seemed so human, if you know what I mean. Father Lavigny walked round the work with me and showed me what were temples or palaces and what were private houses, and also a place which he said was an early Akkadian cemetery. He spoke in a funny, jerky way, just throwing in a scrap of information and then reverting to other subjects. He said, "It is strange that you have come here. Is Mrs. Leidner really ill?" Then, "Not exactly ill," I said cautiously. He said she is an odd woman, a dangerous woman. I think, now what do you mean by that? I said, dangerous? How dangerous? He shook his head thoughtfully. I think she is ruthless, he said. Yes, I think she could be absolutely ruthless. If you'll excuse me, I said, I think you're talking nonsense. He shook his head. You do not know women as I do, he said. And that was a funny thing, I thought, for a monk to say. But of course, I suppose he might have heard a lot of things in confession. But that rather puzzled me, because I wasn't sure if monks heard confessions or if it was only priests. I supposed he was a monk, with that long woolen robe all sweeping up the dirt, and the rosary and all. Yes, she could be ruthless, he said musingly. I am quite sure of that, and yet though she is so hard like stone, like marble, yet she is afraid. What is she afraid of? That, I thought, is what we should all like to know. At least it was possible that her husband did know, but I didn't think anyone else did. He fixed me with a sudden bright, dark eye. It is odd here. You find it odd, or quite natural. Not quite natural, I said, considering. It's comfortable enough, as far as the arrangements go, but there isn't quite a comfortable feeling. It makes me uncomfortable. I have the idea. He became suddenly a little more foreign. That something prepares itself. Dr. Leidner, too. He is not quite himself. Something is worrying him also. His wife's health. That perhaps, but there is more. There is, how shall I say it, an uneasiness. And that was just it. There was an uneasiness. We didn't say any more just then. For Dr. Leidner came towards us. He showed me a child's grave that had just been uncovered. Rather pathetic, it was the little bones and a pot or two and some little specks that Dr. Leidner told me were a bead necklace. It was the workman that made me laugh. You never saw such a lot of scarecrows, all in long petticoats and rags, and their heads tied up as though they had toothache. And every now and then, as they went to and fro, carrying away baskets of earth, they began to sing. At least I suppose it was meant to be singing a queer sort of monotonous chant that went on over and over again. I noticed that most of their eyes were terrible, all covered with discharge, and one or two looked half blind. I was just thinking what a miserable lot they were, when Dr. Leidner said, "Rather a fine-looking lot of men, aren't they?" And I thought what a queer world it was, and how two different people could see the same thing, each of them the other way round. I haven't put that very well, but you can guess what I mean. After a bit, Dr. Leidner said he was going back to the house for a mid-morning cup of tea. So he and I walked back together, and he told me things. When he explained, it was all quite different. I sort of saw it all, how it used to be, the streets and the houses. And he showed me ovens where they baked bread and said the Arabs used much the same kind of ovens nowadays. We got back to the house and found Mrs. Leidner had got up. She was looking better today, not so thin and worn. Tea came in almost at once, and Dr. Leidner told her what had turned up during the morning on the dig. Then he went back to work, and Mrs. Leidner asked me if I would like to see some of the finds they had made up to date. Of course I said yes. So she took me through into the Antiqa room. There was a lot of stuff lying about, mostly broken pots, it seemed to me, or else ones that were all mended and stuck together. The whole lot might have been thrown away, I thought. Dear, dear, I said, it's a pity they're all so broken, isn't it? Are they really worth keeping? Mrs. Leidner smiled a little and she said, You mustn't let Eric hear you. Pots interest him more than anything else, and some of these are the oldest things we have, perhaps as much as 7,000 years old. And she explained how some of them came from a very deep cut on the mound down towards the bottom, and how, thousands of years ago, they had been broken and mended with bitumen, showing people prized their things just as much then as they do nowadays. And now, she said, we'll show you something more exciting. And she took down a box from the shelf and showed me a beautiful gold dagger with dark blue stones in the handle. I exclaimed with pleasure. Mrs. Leidner laughed. Yes, everybody likes gold except my husband. Why doesn't Dr. Leidner like it? Well, for one thing, it comes expensive. You have to pay the workmen who find it the weight of the object in gold. Good gracious, I exclaimed. But why? Oh, it's a custom. For one thing, it prevents them from stealing. You see, if they did steal, it wouldn't be for the archaeological value, but for the intrinsic value. They could melt it down. So we make it easy for them, to be honest. She took down another tray and showed me a really beautiful gold drinking cup with a design of rams' heads on it. Again, I exclaimed, Yes, it is beautiful, isn't it? These came from a prince's grave. We found other royal graves, but most of them had been plundered. This cup is our best find. It is one of the most lovely ever found anywhere. Early Akkadian, unique. Suddenly, with a frown, Mrs. Leidner brought the cup up close to her eyes and scratched at it delicately with her nail. How extraordinary! There's actually wax on it. Someone must have been in here with a candle. She detached the little flake and replaced the cup in its place. After that, she showed me some queer little terracotta figurines, but most of them were just rude. Nasty minds those old people had, I say. When we went back to the porch, Mrs. Mercado was sitting polishing her nails. She was holding them out in front of her, admiring the effect. I thought myself that anything more hideous than that orange-red could hardly have been imagined. Mrs. Leidner had brought with her from the Antica room a very delicate little saucer broken in several pieces, and this she now proceeded to join together. I watched her for a minute or two and then asked if I could help. "Oh, yes. There are plenty more." She fetched quite a supply of broken pottery, and we set to work. I soon got into the hang of it, and she praised my ability. I suppose most nurses are handy with their fingers. "How busy everybody is," said Mrs. Mercado. "It makes me feel dreadfully idle. Of course I am idle." "Why shouldn't you be if you like?" said Mrs. Leidner. Her voice was quite uninterested. At 12, we had lunch. Afterwards, Dr. Leidner and Mr. Mercado cleaned some pottery, pouring a solution of hydrochloric acid over it. One pot went a lovely plum color, and a pattern of bull's horns came out on another one. It was really quite magical. All the dried mud that no washing would remove sort of foamed and boiled away. Mr. Carey and Mr. Coleman went out on the dig, and Mr. Ryder went off to the photographic room. "What will you do, Louise?" Dr. Leidner asked his wife. "I suppose you'll rest for a bit." I gathered that Mrs. Leidner usually lay down every afternoon. "I'll rest for about an hour. Then perhaps I'll go out for a short stroll." "Good. Nurse will go with you, won't you?" "Of course," I said. "No, no," said Mrs. Leidner. "I like going alone. Nurse isn't to feel so much on duty that I'm not allowed out of her sight." "Oh, but I'd like to come," I said. "No, really, I'd rather you didn't." She was quite firm, almost peremptory. "I must be by myself every now and then. It's necessary to me." I didn't insist, of course, but as I went off for a short sleep myself, it struck me as odd that Mrs. Leidner, with her nervous terrors, should be quite content to walk by herself without any kind of protection. When I came out of my room at 3:30, the courtyard was deserted save for a little boy with a large copper bath who was washing pottery, and Mr. Emmett, who was sorting and arranging it. As I went towards them, Mrs. Leidner came in through the archway. She looked more alive than I had seen her yet. Her eyes shone, and she looked uplifted and almost gay. Dr. Leidner came out from the laboratory and joined her. He was showing her a big dish with bull's horns on it. "The prehistoric levels are being extraordinarily productive," he said. "It's been a good season so far. Finding that tomb right at the beginning was a real piece of luck. The only person who might complain is Father Lavigny. We've had hardly any tablets so far. He doesn't seem to have done very much with the few we have had," said Mrs. Leidner dryly. "He may be a very fine epigraphist, but he's a remarkably lazy one. He spends all his afternoons sleeping." "We miss Bird," said Dr. Leidner. "This man strikes me as slightly unorthodox, though. Of course, I'm not competent to judge, but one or two of his translations have been surprising, to say the least of it. I can hardly believe, for instance, that he's right about that inscribed brick, and yet he must know." After tea, Mrs. Leidner asked me if I would like to stroll down to the river. I thought that perhaps she feared that her refusal to let me accompany her earlier in the afternoon might have hurt my feelings. I wanted her to know that I wasn't the touchy kind, so I accepted at once. It was a lovely evening. A path led between barley fields, and then through some flowering fruit trees. Finally, we came to the edge of the Tigris. Immediately on our left was the tell with the workmen singing in their queer monotonous chant. A little to our right was a big water wheel which made a queer groaning noise. It used to set my teeth on edge at first, but in the end I got fond of it, and it had a queer, soothing effect on me. Beyond the water wheel was the village from which most of the workmen came. "It's rather beautiful, isn't it?" said Mrs. Leidner. "It's very peaceful," I said. "It seems funny to me to be so far away from everywhere." "Far from everywhere," repeated Mrs. Leidner. "Yes, here at least one might expect to be safe." I glanced at her sharply, but I think she was speaking more to herself than to me, and I don't think she realized that her words had been revealing. We began to walk back to the house. Suddenly, Mrs. Leidner clutched my arm so violently that I nearly cried out. "Who's that?" "Nurse." "What's he doing?" "Some distance ahead of us, just where the path ran near the expedition house." A man was standing. He wore European clothes, and he seemed to be standing on tiptoe and trying to look in at one of the windows. As we watched, he glanced round, caught sight of us, and immediately continued on the path towards us. I felt Mrs. Leidner's clutch tighten. "Nurse," she whispered. "Nurse." "It's all right, my dear. It's all right," I said reassuringly. The man came along and passed us. He was in a Iraqi. And as soon as she saw him near to, Mrs. Leidner relaxed with a sigh. "He's only an Iraqi after all," she said. We went on our way. I glanced up at the windows as I passed. Not only were they barred, but they were too high from the ground to permit of anyone seeing in, for the level of the ground was lower here than on the inside of the courtyard. "It must have been just curiosity," I said. Mrs. Leidner nodded. "That's all." But just for a minute I thought. She broke off. I thought to myself, "You thought what?" "That's what I'd like to know. What did you think?" But I knew one thing now, that Mrs. Leidner was afraid of a definite flesh and blood person. Chapter 8. Night Alarm. It's a little difficult to know exactly what to note in the week that followed my arrival at Tel Yarimja. Looking back, as I do from my present standpoint of knowledge, I can see a good many little signs and indications that I was quite blind to at the time. To tell the story properly, however, I think I ought to try to recapture the point of view that I actually held, puzzled, uneasy, and increasingly conscious of something wrong. For one thing was certain. That curious sense of strain and constraint was not imagined. It was genuine. Even Bill Coleman, the insensitive, commented upon it. "This place gets under my skin," I heard him say. "Are they always such a glum lot?" It was David Emmett to whom he spoke, the other assistant. I had taken rather a fancy to Mr. Emmett. His taciturnity was not, I felt sure, unfriendly. There was something about him that seemed very steadfast and reassuring in an atmosphere where one was uncertain what anyone was feeling or thinking. "No," he said in answer to Mr. Coleman. "It wasn't like this last year," but he didn't enlarge on the theme or say any more. "What I can't make out is what it's all about," said Mr. Coleman in an aggrieved voice. Emmett shrugged his shoulders, but didn't answer. I had a rather enlightening conversation with Miss Johnson. I liked her very much. She was capable, practical, and intelligent. She had, it was quite obvious, a distinct hero worship for Dr. Leidner. On this occasion, she told me the story of his life since his young days. She knew every site he had dug, and the results of the dig. I would almost dare swear she could quote from every lecture he had ever delivered. She considered him, she told me, quite the finest field archaeologist living. And he's so simple, so completely unworldly. He doesn't know the meaning of the word conceit. Only a really great man could be so simple. That's true enough, I said. Big people don't need to throw their weight about. And he's so light-hearted, too. I can't tell you what fun we used to have, he and Richard Carey, and I, the first years we were out here. We were such a happy party. Richard Carey worked with him in Palestine, of course. Theirs is a friendship of 10 years or so. Oh, well, I've known him for 7. What a handsome man Mr. Carey is, I said. Yes, I suppose he is. She said it rather curtly. But he's just a little bit quiet. Don't you think? He usedn't to be like that, said Miss Johnson quickly. It's only since... She stopped abruptly. Only since, I prompted. Oh, well... Miss Johnson gave a characteristic motion of her shoulders. A good many things are changed nowadays. I didn't answer. I hoped she would go on, and she did, prefacing her remarks with a little laugh, as though to detract from their importance. I'm afraid I'm rather a conservative old fogey. I sometimes think that if an archaeologist's wife isn't really interested, it would be wiser for her not to accompany the expedition. It often leads to friction. Mrs. Mercado, I suggested. Oh, her. Miss Johnson brushed the suggestion aside. I was really thinking of Mrs. Leidner. She's a very charming woman, and one can quite understand why Dr. Leidner fell for her, to use a slang term. But I can't help feeling she's out of place here. It unsettles things. So Miss Johnson agreed with Mrs. Kelsey that it was Mrs. Leidner who was responsible for the strained atmosphere. But then where did Mrs. Leidner's own nervous fears come in? It unsettles him, said Miss Johnson earnestly. Of course I'm well. I'm like a faithful but jealous old dog. I don't like to see him so worn out and worried. His whole mind ought to be on the work, not taken up with his wife and her silly fears. If she's nervous of coming to out-of-the-way places, she ought to have stayed in America. I've no patience with people who come to a place and then do nothing but grouse about it. And then, a little fearful of having said more than she meant to say, she went on, Of course I admire her very much. She's a lovely woman, and she's got great charm of manner when she chooses. And there the subject dropped. I thought to myself that it was always the same way wherever women are cooped up together. There's bound to be jealousy. Miss Johnson clearly didn't like her chief's wife. That was perhaps natural, and unless I was much mistaken, Mrs. Mercado fairly hated her. Another person who didn't like Mrs. Leidner was Sheila Riley. She came out once or twice to the dig, once in a car, and twice with some young man, on a horse, on 2 horses, I mean. Of course, it was at the back of my mind that she had a weakness for the silent young American, Emmett. When he was on duty at the dig, she used to stay talking to him, and I thought, too, that he admired her. One day, rather injudiciously, I thought, Mrs. Leidner commented upon it at lunch. The Riley girl is still hunting David down, she said with a little laugh. Poor David. She chases you up on the dig even. How foolish girls are. Mr. Emmett didn't answer, but under his tan, his face got rather red. He raised his eyes and looked right into hers with a very curious expression, a straight, steady glance with something of a challenge in it. She smiled very faintly and looked away. I heard Father Lavigny murmur something, but when I said pardon, he merely shook his head and did not repeat his remark. That afternoon, Mr. Coleman said to me, "Matter of fact, I didn't like Mrs. L. any too much at first. She used to jump down my throat every time I opened my mouth, but I've begun to understand her better now. She's one of the kindest women I've ever met. You find yourself telling her all the foolish scrapes you ever got into before you know where you are. She's got her knife into Sheila Riley, I know, but then Sheila's been damned rude to her once or twice. That's the worst of Sheila. She's got no manners, and a temper like the devil, that I could well believe Dr. Riley spoiled her. Of course she's bound to get a bit full of herself, being the only young woman in the place, but that doesn't excuse her talking to Mrs. Leidner as though Mrs. Leidner were her great aunt. Mrs. L. is not exactly a chicken, but she's a damn good-looking woman, rather like those fairy women who come out of marshes with lights and lure you away," he added bitterly. "You wouldn't find Sheila luring anyone. All she does is to tick a fellow off." I only remember 2 other incidents of any kind of significance. One was when I went to the laboratory to fetch some acetone to get the stickiness off my fingers from mending the pottery. Mercado was sitting in a corner. His head was laid down on his arms, and I fancied he was asleep. I took the bottle I wanted and went off with it. That evening, to my great surprise, Mrs. Mercado tackled me. "Did you take a bottle of acetone from the lab?" "Yes," I said. "I did. You know perfectly well that there's a small bottle always kept in the Antica room." She spoke quite angrily. "Is there? I didn't know." "I think you did. You just wanted to come spying round. I know what hospital nurses are." I stared at her. "I don't know what you're talking about, Mrs. Mercado," I said with dignity. "I'm sure I don't want to spy on anyone." "Oh, no, of course not. Do you think I don't know what you're here for?" Really, for a minute or two, I thought she must have been drinking. I went away without saying any more, but I thought it was very odd. The other thing was nothing very much. I was trying to entice a PI dog pup with a piece of bread. It was very timid. However, like all Arab dogs, and was convinced I meant no good. It slunk away, and I followed it out through the archway and round the corner of the house. I came round so sharply that before I knew, I had cannoned into Father Lavigny and another man who were standing together. And in a minute I realized that the second man was the same one Mrs. Leidner and I had noticed that day trying to peer through the window. I apologized, and Father Lavigny smiled. And with a word of farewell, greeting to the other man, he returned to the house with me. "You know," he said, "I am very ashamed. I am a student of Oriental languages, and none of the men on the work can understand me. It is humiliating. Do you not think I was trying my Arabic on that man, who is a townsman, to see if I got on better? But it still wasn't very successful. Leidner says my Arabic is too pure." That was all. But it just passed through my head that it was odd the same man should still be hanging round the house. That night, we had a scare. It must have been about 2 in the morning. I'm a light sleeper, as most nurses have to be. I was awake and sitting up in bed by the time that my door opened. "Nurse! Nurse!" It was Mrs. Leidner's voice, low and urgent. I struck a match and lighted the candle. She was standing by the door in a long blue dressing gown. She was looking petrified with terror. "There's someone in the room next to mine. I heard him scratching on the wall." I jumped out of bed and came to her. "It's all right," I said, I'm here. Don't be afraid, my dear. She whispered, Get Eric. I nodded and ran out and knocked on his door. In a minute, he was with us. Mrs. Leidner was sitting on my bed, her breath coming in great gasps. I heard him, she said. I heard him scratching on the wall. Someone in the Antiqua room, cried Dr. Leidner. He ran out quickly, and it just flashed across my mind how differently these two had reacted. Mrs. Leidner's fear was entirely personal, but Dr. Leidner's mind leaped at once to his precious treasures. The Antiqua room, breathed Mrs. Leidner. Of course, how stupid of me. And rising and pulling her gown round her, she bade me come with her. All traces of her panic-stricken fear had vanished. We arrived in the Antiqua room to find Dr. Leidner and Father Lavigny. The latter had also heard a noise, had risen to investigate, and had fancied he saw a light in the Antiqua room. He had delayed to put on slippers and snatch up a torch, and had found no one by the time he got there. The door, moreover, was duly locked, as it was supposed to be at night. Whilst he was assuring himself that nothing had been taken, Dr. Leidner had joined him. Nothing more was to be learned. The outside archway door was locked. The guard swore nobody could have got in from outside, but as they had probably been fast asleep, this was not conclusive. There were no marks or traces of an intruder, and nothing had been taken. It was possible that what had alarmed Mrs. Leidner was the noise made by Father Lavigny taking down boxes from the shelves to assure himself that all was in order. On the other hand, Father Lavigny himself was positive that he had heard footsteps passing his window, and seen the flicker of a light, possibly a torch, in the Antiqua room. Nobody else had heard or seen anything. The incident is of value in my narrative because it led to Mrs. Leidner's unburdening herself to me on the following day. Chapter 9. Mrs. Leidner's Story. We had just finished lunch. Mrs. Leidner went to her room to rest as usual. I settled her on her bed with plenty of pillows and her book, and was leaving the room when she called me back. Don't go. Nurse, there's something I want to say to you. I came back into the room, shut the door. I obeyed. She got up from the bed and began to walk up and down the room. I could see that she was making up her mind to something, and I didn't like to interrupt her. She was clearly in great indecision of mind. At last, she seemed to have nerved herself to the required point. She turned to me and said abruptly, Sit down. I sat down by the table, very quietly. She began nervously. You must have wondered what all this is about. I just nodded without saying anything. I've made up my mind to tell you everything I must tell someone, or I shall go mad. Well, I said, I think really it would be just as well. It's not easy to know the best thing to do when one's kept in the dark. She stopped in her uneasy walk and faced me. Do you know what I'm frightened of? Some man, I said. Yes, but I didn't say whom I said what. I waited. She said, I'm afraid of being killed. Well, it was out now. I wasn't going to show any particular concern. She was near enough to hysterics as it was. Dear me, I said. So that's it, is it? Then she began to laugh. She laughed, and the tears ran down her face. The way you said that. She gasped. The way you said it. Now, I said. This won't do. I spoke sharply. I pushed her into a chair, went over to the washstand, and got a cold sponge and bathed her forehead and wrists. No more nonsense, I said. Tell me calmly and sensibly all about it. That stopped her. She sat up and spoke in her natural voice. You're a treasure, nurse, she said. You make me feel as though I'm 6. I'm going to tell you. And that's right, I said. Take your time and don't hurry. She began to speak, slowly and deliberately. When I was a girl of 20, I married a young man in one of our state departments. It was in 1918. I know, I said. Mrs. Mercado told me. He was killed in the war. But Mrs. Leidner shook her head. That's what she thinks. That's what everybody thinks. The truth is something different. I was a queer, patriotic, enthusiastic girl, nurse, full of idealism. When I'd been married a few months, I discovered by a quite unforeseeable accident that my husband was a spy in German pay. I learned that the information supplied by him had led directly to the sinking of an American transport and the loss of hundreds of lives. I don't know what most people would have done, but I'll tell you what I did. I went straight to my father, who was in the War Department, and told him the truth. Frederick was killed in the war, but he was killed in America, shot as a spy. Oh dear, dear, I ejaculated. How terrible. Yes, she said. It was terrible. He was so kind, too, so gentle, and all the time. But I never hesitated. Perhaps I was wrong. It's difficult to say, I said. I'm sure I don't know what one would do. What I'm telling you was never generally known outside the State Department. Ostensibly, my husband had gone to the front and had been killed. I had a lot of sympathy and kindness shown me as a war widow. Her voice was bitter, and I nodded comprehendingly. Lots of people wanted to marry me, but I always refused. I'd had too bad a shock. I didn't feel I could ever trust anyone again. Yes, I can imagine feeling like that. And then I became very fond of a certain young man. I wavered. An amazing thing happened. I got an anonymous letter from Frederick saying that if I ever married another man, he'd kill me. From Frederick. From your dead husband. Yes, of course. I thought at first I was mad or dreaming. At last I went to my father. He told me the truth. My husband hadn't been shot after all. He'd escaped, but his escape did him no good. He was involved in a train wreck a few weeks later, and his dead body was found amongst others. My father had kept the fact of his escape from me, and since the man had died anyway, he had seen no reason to tell me anything until now. But the letter I received opened up entirely new possibilities. Was it perhaps a fact that my husband was still alive? My father went into the matter as carefully as possible, and he declared that as far as one could humanly be sure, the body that was buried as Frederick's was Frederick's. There had been a certain amount of disfiguration, so that he could not speak with absolute cast-iron certainty, but he reiterated his solemn belief that Frederick was dead, and that this letter was a cruel and malicious hoax. The same thing happened more than once. If I seemed to be on intimate terms with any man, I would receive a threatening letter. In your husband's handwriting, she said slowly. That is difficult to say. I had no letters of his. I had only my memory to go by. There was no allusion or special form of words used that could make you sure. No. There were certain terms, nicknames. For instance, private between us, if one of those had been used or quoted. Then I should have been quite sure. Yes, I said thoughtfully. That is odd. It looks as though it wasn't your husband. But is there anyone else it could be? There is a possibility. Frederick had a younger brother, a boy of 10 or 12 at the time of our marriage. He worshipped Frederick, and Frederick was devoted to him. What happened to this boy? William, his name was. I don't know. It seems to me possible that, adoring his brother as fanatically as he did, he may have grown up regarding me as directly responsible for his death. He had always been jealous of me, and may have invented this scheme by way of punishment. It's possible, I said. It's amazing the way children do remember if they've had a shock. I know. This boy may have dedicated his life to revenge. Please go on. There isn't much more to tell. I met Eric 3 years ago. I meant never to marry. Eric made me change my mind. Right up to our wedding day, I waited for another threatening letter. None came. I decided that whoever the writer might be, he was either dead or tired of his cruel sport. 2 days after our marriage, I got this. Drawing a small attaché case which was on the table towards her, she unlocked it, took out a letter, and handed it to me. The ink was slightly faded. It was written in a rather womanish hand with a forward slant. You have disobeyed. Now you cannot escape. You must be Frederick Bosner's wife only. You have got to die. I was frightened, but not so much as I might have been to begin with. Being with Eric made me feel safe. Then, a month later, I got a second letter. I have not forgotten. I am making my plans. You have got to die. Why did you disobey? Does your husband know about this? Mrs. Leidner answered slowly. He knows that I am threatened. I showed him both letters when the second one came. He was inclined to think the whole thing a hoax. He thought also that it might be someone who wanted to blackmail me by pretending my first husband was alive. She paused and then went on. A few days after I received the second letter, we had a narrow escape from death by gas poisoning. Somebody entered our apartment after we were asleep and turned on the gas. Luckily, I woke and smelled the gas in time. Then I lost my nerve. I told Eric how I had been persecuted for years, and I told him that I was sure this madman, whoever he might be, did really mean to kill me. I think that for the first time, I really did think it was Frederick. There was always something a little ruthless behind his gentleness. Eric was still, I think, less alarmed than I was. He wanted to go to the police. Well, naturally, I wouldn't hear of that. In the end, we agreed that I should accompany him here, and that it might be wise if I didn't return to America in the summer, but stayed in London and Paris. We carried out our plan, and all went well. I felt sure that now everything would be all right. After all, we had put half the globe between ourselves and my enemy. And then, a little over 3 weeks ago, I received a letter with an Iraq stamp on it. She handed me a third letter. You thought you could escape. You were wrong. You shall not be false to me and live. I have always told you so. Death is coming very soon. And a week ago, this just lying on the table here, it had not even gone through the post. I took the sheet of paper from her. There was just one phrase scrawled across it. I have arrived. She stared at me. You see, you understand. He's going to kill me. It may be Frederick. It may be little William. But he's going to kill me. Her voice rose, shudderingly. I caught her wrist. Now, I said warningly. Don't give way. We'll look after you. Have you got any sal volatile? She nodded towards the washstand, and I gave her a good dose. "That's better," I said, as the color returned to her cheeks. "Yes, I'm better now. But oh, nurse, do you see why I'm in this state when I saw that man looking in through my window? I thought he's come. Even when you arrived, I was suspicious. I thought you might be a man in disguise. The idea, oh, I know it sounds absurd, but you might have been in league with him, perhaps not a hospital nurse at all. But that's nonsense. Yes, perhaps, but I've got beyond sense." Struck by a sudden idea, I said, "You'd recognize your husband, I suppose." She answered slowly, "I don't even know that. It's over 15 years ago. I mightn't recognize his face." Then she shivered. "I saw it one night, but it was a dead face. There was a tap, tap, tap on the window, y'all. And then I saw a face, a dead face, ghastly and grinning against the pane. I screamed and screamed, and they said there wasn't anything there." I remembered Mrs. Mercado's story. "You don't think," I said hesitatingly, "that you dreamt that—" "I'm sure I didn't. I wasn't so sure. It was the kind of nightmare that was quite likely under the circumstances and that easily might be taken for a waking occurrence. However, I never contradict a patient. I soothed Mrs. Leatheran as best I could and pointed out that if any stranger arrived in the neighborhood, it was pretty sure to be known. I left her, I think, a little comforted, and I went in search of Dr. Leatheran and told him of our conversation. "I'm glad she told you," he said simply. "It has worried me dreadfully. I feel sure that all those faces and tappings on the window pane have been sheer imagination on her part. I haven't known what to do for the best. What do you think of the whole thing?" I didn't quite understand the tone in his voice, but I answered promptly enough. "It's possible," I said, "that these letters may be just a cruel and malicious hoax. Yes, that is quite likely. But what are we to do? They are driving her mad. I don't know what to think." I didn't either. It had occurred to me that possibly a woman might be concerned. Those letters had a feminine note about them. Mrs. Mercado was at the back of my mind. Supposing that by some chance she had learnt the facts of Mrs. Leatheran's first marriage, she might be indulging her spite by terrorizing the other woman. I didn't quite like to suggest such a thing to Dr. Leatheran. It's so difficult to know how people are going to take things. "Oh, well," I said cheerfully, "we must hope for the best. I think Mrs. Leatheran seems happier already from just talking about it. That's always a help. You know, it's bottling things up that makes them get on your nerves." "I'm very glad she has told you," he repeated. "It's a good sign. It shows she likes and trusts you. I've been at my wit's end to know what to do for the best. It was on the tip of my tongue to ask him whether he'd thought of giving a discreet hint to the local police. But afterwards, I was glad I hadn't done so. What happened was this. On the following day, Mr. Coleman was going in to Hassanieh to get the workman's pay. He was also taking in all our letters to catch the airmail. The letters, as written, were dropped into a wooden box on the dining room windowsill. Last thing that night, Mr. Coleman took them out and was sorting them out into bundles and putting rubber bands round them. Suddenly, he gave a shout. "What is it?" I asked. He held out a letter with a grin. "It's our lovely Louise. She really is going balmy. She's addressed a letter to someone at 42nd Street, Paris, France." I don't think that can be right. Do you? Do you mind taking it to her and asking what she does mean? She's just gone off to bed. I took it from him and ran off to Mrs. Leidner with it, and she amended the address. It was the first time I had seen Mrs. Leidner's handwriting, and I wondered idly where I had seen it before, for it was certainly quite familiar to me. It wasn't till the middle of the night that it suddenly came to me, except that it was bigger and rather more straggling. It was extraordinarily like the writing on the anonymous letters. New ideas flashed through my head. Had Mrs. Leidner conceivably written those letters herself? And did Dr. Leidner half suspect the fact? Chapter 10. Saturday afternoon. Mrs. Leidner told me her story on a Friday. On the Saturday morning, there was a feeling of slight anticlimax in the air. Mrs. Leidner, in particular, was inclined to be very offhand with me and rather pointedly avoided any possibility of a tete-a-tete. Well, that didn't surprise me. I've had the same thing happen to me again and again. Ladies tell their nurses things in a sudden burst of confidence, and then, afterwards, they feel uncomfortable about it and wish they hadn't. It's only human nature. I was very careful not to hint or remind her in any way of what she had told me. I purposely kept my conversation as matter-of-fact as possible. Mr. Coleman had started into Hassanieh in the morning, driving himself in the lorry with the letters in a knapsack. He also had 1 or 2 commissions to do for the members of the expedition. It was payday for the men, and he would have to go to the bank and bring out the money in coins of small denominations. All this was a long business, and he did not expect to be back until the afternoon. I rather suspected he might be lunching with Sheila Riley. Work on the dig was usually not very busy on the afternoon of payday, as at 3:30 the paying out began. The little boy, Abdullah, whose business it was to wash pots, was established as usual in the center of the courtyard. And again, as usual, kept up his queer nasal chant. Dr. Leidner and Mr. Emmett were going to put in some work on the pottery until Mr. Coleman returned, and Mr. Carey went up to the dig. Mrs. Leidner went to her room to rest. I settled her as usual, and then went to my own room, taking a book with me, as I did not feel sleepy. It was then about 1:45, and a couple of hours passed quite pleasantly. I was reading Death in a Nursing Home, really a most exciting story, though I don't think the author knew much about the way nursing homes are run. At any rate, I've never known a nursing home like that. I really felt inclined to write to the author and put him right about a few points. When I put the book down, at last, it was the red-haired parlor-maid, and I'd never suspected her once and looked at my watch. I was quite surprised to find it was 20 minutes to 3. I got up, straightened my uniform, and came out into the courtyard. Abdullah was still scrubbing and still singing his depressing chant, and David Emmett was standing by him sorting the scrubbed pots and putting the ones that were broken into boxes to await mending. I strolled over towards them just as Dr. Leidner came down the staircase from the roof. "Not a bad afternoon," he said cheerfully. "I've made a bit of a clearance up there. Louise will be pleased. She's complained lately that there's not room to walk about. I'll go and tell her the good news." He went over to his wife's door, tapped on it, and went in. It must, I suppose, have been about a minute and a half later that he came out again. I happened to be looking at the door when he did so. It was like a nightmare. He had gone in a brisk, cheerful man. He came out like a drunken one, reeling a little on his feet. and with a queer, dazed expression on his face. "Nurse," he called in a queer, hoarse voice. "Nurse." I saw at once something was wrong, and I ran across to him. He looked awful. His face was all gray and twitching, and I saw he might collapse any minute. "My wife," he said. "My wife. Oh, my God." I pushed past him into the room. Then I caught my breath. Mrs. Leidner was lying in a dreadful huddled heap by the bed. I bent over her. She was quite dead. Must have been dead an hour at least. The cause of death was perfectly plain. A terrific blow on the front of the head, just over the right temple. She must have got up from the bed and been struck down where she stood. I didn't handle her more than I could help. I glanced round the room to see if there was anything that might give a clue, but nothing seemed out of place or disturbed. The windows were closed and fastened, and there was no place where the murderer could have hidden. Obviously, he had been and gone long ago. I went out, closing the door behind me. Dr. Leidner had collapsed completely now. David Emmett was with him and turned a white, inquiring face to me. In a few low words, I told him what had happened, as I had always suspected. He was a first-class person to rely on in trouble. He was perfectly calm and self-possessed. Those blue eyes of his opened very wide, but otherwise he gave no sign at all. He considered for a moment and then said, "I suppose we must notify the police as soon as possible. Bill ought to be back any minute. What shall we do with Leidner? Help me to get him into his room." He nodded. "Better lock this door first, I suppose," he said. He turned the key in the lock of Mrs. Leidner's door, then drew it out and handed it to me. "I guess you'd better keep this, nurse. Now then." Together we lifted Dr. Leidner and carried him into his own room and laid him on his bed. Mr. Emmett went off in search of brandy. He returned, accompanied by Miss Johnson. Her face was drawn and anxious, but she was calm and capable, and I felt satisfied to leave Dr. Leidner in her charge. I hurried out into the courtyard. The station wagon was just coming in through the archway. I think it gave us all a shock to see Bill's pink, cheerful face as he jumped out with his familiar, "Hullo, hullo, hullo, here's the oof." He went on gaily, "No highway robberies." He came to a halt suddenly. "I say, is anything up? What's the matter with you all? You look as though the cat had killed your canary." Mr. Emmett said shortly, "Mrs. Leidner's dead killed." "What?" Bill's jolly face changed ludicrously. He stared, his eyes goggling. "Mother Leidner dead? You're pulling my leg." "Dead!" It was a sharp cry. I turned to see Mrs. Mercado behind me. "Did you say Mrs. Leidner had been killed?" "Yes," I said. "Murdered?" "No," she gasped. "Oh, no, I won't believe it. Perhaps she's committed suicide." "Suicides don't hit themselves on the head," I said dryly. "It's murder, all right." "Mrs. Mercado." She sat down suddenly on an upturned packing case. She said, "Oh, but this is horrible, horrible." Naturally, it was horrible. We didn't need her to tell us, so I wondered if perhaps she was feeling a bit remorseful for the harsh feelings she had harbored against the dead woman and all the spiteful things she had said. After a minute or two, she asked rather breathlessly, "What are you going to do?" Mr. Emmett took charge in his quiet way. Bill, you'd better get in again to Hassania as quick as you can. I don't know much about the proper procedure. Better get hold of Captain Maitland. He's in charge of the police here, I think.
Get Dr. Riley first. He'll know what to do. Mr. Coleman nodded. All the facetiousness was knocked out of him. He just looked young and frightened. Without a word, he jumped into the station wagon and drove off. Mr. Emmett said rather uncertainly, I suppose we ought to have a hunt round. He raised his voice and called, Ibrahim, Nam. The houseboy came running. Mr. Emmett spoke to him in Arabic. A vigorous colloquy passed between them. The boy seemed to be emphatically denying something. At last, Mr. Emmett said in a perplexed voice, He says there's not been a soul here this afternoon, no stranger of any kind. I suppose the fellow must have slipped in without their seeing him. Of course he did, said Mrs. Mercado. He slunk in when the boys weren't looking. Yes, said Mr. Emmett. The slight uncertainty in his voice made me look at him inquiringly. He turned and spoke to the little potboy, Abdullah, asking him a question. The boy replied vehemently at length. The puzzled frown on Mr. Emmett's brow increased. I don't understand it, he murmured under his breath. I don't understand it at all. But he didn't tell me what he didn't understand. Chapter 11. An odd business. I'm adhering, as far as possible, to telling only my personal part in the business. I pass over the events of the next 2 hours. The arrival of Captain Maitland and the police and Dr. Riley. There was a good deal of general confusion, questioning, all the routine business. I suppose. In my opinion, we began to get down to brass tacks about 5 o'clock when Dr. Riley asked me to come with him into the office. He shut the door, sat down in Dr. Leidner's chair, motioned me to sit down opposite him, and said briskly, Now, then, nurse, let's get down to it. There's something damned odd here. I settled my cuffs and looked at him inquiringly. He drew out a notebook. This is for my own satisfaction. Now, what time was it exactly when Dr. Leidner found his wife's body? I should say it was almost exactly 2:45, I said. And how do you know that? Well, I looked at my watch when I got up. It was 2:20 then. Let's have a look at this watch of yours. I slipped it off my wrist and held it out to him. Right to the minute. Excellent, woman. Good. That's that fixed. Now, did you form any opinion as to how long she'd been dead? Oh, really, doctor, I said. I shouldn't like to say. Don't be so professional. I want to see if your estimate agrees with mine. Well, I should say she'd been dead at least an hour. Quite so. I examined the body at 4:30, and I'm inclined to put the time of death between 1:15 and 1:45. We'll say 1:30 at a guess. That's near enough. He stopped and drummed thoughtfully with his fingers on the table. Damned odd. This business, he said. Can you tell me about it? You were resting. You say, did you hear anything? At 1:30, number doctor. I didn't hear anything at 1:30, or at any other time. I lay on my bed from 1:45 until 2:20, and I didn't hear anything except that droning noise the Arab boy makes, and occasionally Mr. Emmett shouting up to Dr. Leidner on the roof. The Arab boy, yes? He frowned. At that moment, The door opened, and Dr. Leidner and Captain Maitland came in. Captain Maitland was a fussy little man with a pair of shrewd gray eyes. Dr. Riley rose and pushed Dr. Leidner into his chair. "Sit down, man. I'm glad you've come. We shall want you. There's something very queer about this business." Dr. Leidner bowed his head. "I know." He looked at me. "My wife confided the truth to Nurse Leatheran. We mustn't keep anything back at this juncture. Nurse, so please tell Captain Maitland and Dr. Riley just what passed between you and my wife yesterday." As nearly as possible, I gave our conversation verbatim. Captain Maitland uttered an occasional ejaculation. When I had finished, he turned to Dr. Leidner. "And this is all true. Leidner, eh?" "Every word Nurse Leatheran has told you is correct." "What an extraordinary story," said Dr. Riley. "You can produce these letters." "I have no doubt they will be found amongst my wife's belongings." "She took them out of the attaché case on her table," I said. "Then they are probably still there." He turned to Captain Maitland, and his usually gentle face grew hard and stern. "There must be no question of hushing this story up. Captain Maitland, the one thing necessary is for this man to be caught and punished." "You believe it actually is Mrs. Leidner's former husband?" I asked. "Don't you think so, Nurse?" asked Captain Maitland. "Well, I think it is open to doubt," I said hesitatingly. "In any case," said Dr. Leidner, "the man is a murderer, and I should say a dangerous lunatic also. He must be found. Captain Maitland, he must. It should not be difficult." Dr. Riley said slowly, "It may be more difficult than you think. Eh? Maitland." Captain Maitland tugged at his mustache without replying. Suddenly I gave a start. "Excuse me," I said, "but there's something perhaps I ought to mention." I told my story of the Iraqi we had seen trying to peer through the window, and of how I had seen him hanging about the place 2 days ago, trying to pump Father Lavigny. "Good," said Captain Maitland. "We'll make a note of that. It will be something for the police to go on. The man may have some connection with the case. Probably paid to act as a spy," I suggested, "to find out when the coast was clear." Dr. Riley rubbed his nose with a harassed gesture. "That's the devil of it," he said. "Supposing the coast wasn't clear, eh?" I stared at him in a puzzled fashion. Captain Maitland turned to Dr. Leidner. "I want you to listen to me very carefully. Leidner, this is a review of the evidence we've got up to date. After lunch, which was served at 12 o'clock and was over by 5:20 to 1, your wife went to her room, accompanied by Nurse Leatheran, who settled her comfortably. You yourself went up to the roof, where you spent the next 2 hours. Is that right?" "Yes." "Did you come down from the roof at all during that time?" "No." "Did anyone come up to you?" "Yes." "Emmett did, pretty frequently. He went to and fro between me and the boy, who was washing pottery down below." "Did you yourself look over into the courtyard at all?" "Once or twice usually, to call to Emmett about something." "On each occasion, the boy was sitting in the middle of the courtyard washing pots." "Yes." "What was the longest period of time when Emmett was with you and absent from the courtyard?" Dr. Leidner considered. "It's difficult to say. Perhaps 10 minutes. Personally, I should say 2 or 3 minutes. But I know by experience that my sense of time is not very good when I am absorbed and interested in what I am doing." Captain Maitland looked at Dr. Really. The latter nodded. "We'd better get down to it," he said. Captain Maitland took out a small notebook and opened it. Look here, Leidner. I'm going to read to you exactly what every member of your expedition was doing in between 1 and 2 this afternoon. But surely, wait, you'll see what I'm driving at in a minute. First, Mr. and Mrs. Mercado. Mr. Mercado says he was working in his laboratory. Mrs. Mercado says she was in her bedroom, shampooing her hair. Miss Johnson says she was in the living room, taking impressions of cylinder seals. Mr. Ryder says he was in the dark room developing plates. Father Lavigny says he was working in his bedroom. As to the 2 remaining members of the expedition, Carey and Coleman, the former was up on the dig and Coleman was in Hassania. So much for the members of the expedition. Now, for the servants. The cook, your Indian chap, was sitting immediately outside the archway chatting to the guard and plucking a couple of fowls. Ibrahim and Mansour, the houseboys, joined him there at about 1:15. They both remained there laughing and talking until 2:30, by which time your wife was already dead. Dr. Leatheran leaned forward. I don't understand. You puzzle me. What are you hinting at? Is there any means of access to your wife's room except by the door into the courtyard? No. There are 2 windows, but they are heavily barred, and besides, I think they were shut. He looked at me questioningly. They were closed and latched on the inside. I said promptly, In any case, said Captain Maitland, even if they had been open, no one could have entered or left the room that way. My fellows and I have assured ourselves of that. It is the same with all the other windows giving on the open country. They all have iron bars, and all the bars are in good condition. To have got into your wife's room, a stranger must have come through the arched doorway into the courtyard, but we have the united assurance of the guard, the cook, and the houseboy that nobody did so. Dr. Leidner sprang up. What do you mean? What do you mean? Pull yourself together, man, said Dr. Riley quietly. I know it's a shock, but it's got to be faced. The murderer didn't come from outside, so he must have come from inside. It looks as though Mrs. Leidner must have been murdered by a member of your own expedition. Chapter 12. I didn't believe... No. Dr. Leidner sprang up and walked up and down in an agitated manner. It's impossible what you say, Riley. Absolutely impossible. One of us. Why? Every single member of the expedition was devoted to Louise. A queer little expression pulled down the corners of Dr. Riley's mouth. Under the circumstances, it was difficult for him to say anything. But if ever a man's silence was eloquent, his was at that minute. Quite impossible, reiterated Dr. Leidner. They were all devoted to her. Louise had such wonderful charm. Everyone felt it. Dr. Riley coughed. Excuse me, Leidner. But after all, that's only your opinion. If any member of the expedition had disliked your wife, they would naturally not advertise the fact to you. Dr. Leidner looked distressed. True, quite true. But all the same, Riley, I think you are wrong. I'm sure everyone was fond of Louise. He was silent for a moment or two, and then burst out. This idea of yours is infamous. It's frankly incredible. You can't get away from the facts, said Captain Maitland. Facts, lies told by an Indian cook and a couple of Arab houseboys. You know these fellows as well as I do. Riley, so do you. Maitland, truth as truth means nothing to them. They say what you want them to say as a mere matter of politeness. In this case, said Dr. Riley dryly, they are saying what we don't want them to say. Besides, I know the habits of your household fairly well. Just outside the gate is a kind of social club. Whenever I've been over here in the afternoon, I've always found most of your staff there. It's the natural place for them to be. All the same, I think you are assuming too much. Why shouldn't this man, this devil, have got in earlier and concealed himself somewhere? I agree that that is not actually impossible, said Dr. Riley coolly. Let us assume that a stranger did somehow gain admission unseen. He would have to remain concealed until the right moment, and he certainly couldn't have done so in Mrs. Leidner's room. There is no cover there, and take the risk of being seen entering the room and leaving it with Emmett and the boy in the courtyard most of the time. The boy? I'd forgotten the boy, said Dr. Leidner. A sharp little chap, but surely, Maitland, the boy must have seen the murderer go into my wife's room. We've elucidated that. The boy was washing pots the whole afternoon, with one exception. Somehow, around 1:30, Emmett can't put it closer than that he went up to the roof and was with you for 10 minutes. That's right. Isn't it? Yes. I couldn't have told you the exact time, but it must have been about that. Very good. Well, during that 10 minutes, the boy, seizing his chance to be idle, strolled out and joined the others outside the gate for a chat. When Emmett came down, he found the boy absent and called him angrily, asking him what he meant leaving his work. As far as I can see, your wife must have been murdered during that 10 minutes. With a groan, Dr. Leidner sat down and hid his face in his hands. Dr. Riley took up the tale, his voice quiet and matter-of-fact. The time fits in with my evidence, he said. She'd been dead about 3 hours when I examined her. The only question is, who did it? There was a silence. Dr. Leidner sat up in his chair and passed a hand over his forehead. I admit the force of your reasoning, Riley, he said quietly. It certainly seems as though it were what people call an inside job. But I feel convinced that somewhere or other there is a mistake. It's plausible, but there must be a flaw in it. To begin with, you are assuming that an amazing coincidence has occurred. Odd that you should use that word, said Dr. Riley. Without paying any attention, Dr. Leidner went on. My wife receives threatening letters. She has reason to fear a certain person. Then she is killed. And you ask me to believe that she is killed not by that person, but by someone entirely different. I say that that is ridiculous. It seems so. Yes, said Riley meditatively. He looked at Captain Maitland. Coincidence, eh? What do you say, Maitland? Are you in favor of the idea? Shall we put it up to Leidner? Captain Maitland gave a nod. Go ahead, he said shortly. Have you ever heard of a man called Hercule Poirot Leidner? Dr. Leidner stared at him, puzzled. I think I have heard the name. Yes, he said vaguely. I once heard a Mr. Van Alden speak of him in very high terms. He is a private detective. Is he not? That's the man. But surely he lives in London, so how will that help us? He lives in London, true, said Dr. Riley. But this is where the coincidence comes in. He is now not in London, but in Syria, and he will actually pass through Hassanieh on his way to Baghdad tomorrow. Who told you this? Jean Berat, the French consul. He dined with us last night and was talking about him. It seems he has been disentangling some military scandal in Syria. He's coming through here to visit Baghdad, and afterwards returning through Syria to London. How's that for a coincidence? Dr. Leidner hesitated a moment and looked apologetically at Captain Maitland. What do you think, Captain Maitland?
should welcome cooperation, said Captain Maitland promptly. My fellows are good scouts at scouring the countryside and investigating Arab blood feuds. But frankly, Leidner, this business of your wife seems to me rather out of my class. The whole thing looks confoundedly fishy. I'm more than willing to have the fellow take a look at the case. You suggest that I should appeal to this man Poirot to help us, said Dr. Leidner. And suppose he refuses? He won't refuse, said Dr. Riley. How do you know? Because I'm a professional man myself. If a really intricate case of, say, cerebrospinal meningitis comes my way and I'm invited to take a hand, I shouldn't be able to refuse. This isn't an ordinary crime. Leidner, no, said Dr. Leidner. His lips twitched with sudden pain. Will you then, Riley, approach this Hercule Poirot on my behalf? I will. Dr. Leidner made a gesture of thanks. Even now, he said slowly, I can't realize it. That Louise is really dead. I could bear it no longer. Oh, Dr. Leidner, I burst out. I can't tell you how badly I feel about this. I've failed so badly in my duty. It was my job to watch over Mrs. Leidner, to keep her from harm. Dr. Leidner shook his head gravely. No, nurse. You've nothing to reproach yourself with, he said slowly. It's I, God forgive me, who am to blame. I didn't believe all along. I didn't believe. I didn't dream for one moment that there was any real danger. He got up. His face twitched. I let her go to her death. Yes, I let her go to her death, not believing. He staggered out of the room. Dr. Riley looked at me. I feel pretty culpable, too, he said. I thought the good lady was playing on his nerves. I didn't take it really seriously either, I confessed. We were all three wrong, said Dr. Riley gravely. So it seems, said Captain Maitland. Chapter 13. Hercule Poirot arrives. I don't think I shall ever forget my first sight of Hercule Poirot. Of course, I got used to him later on, but to begin with, it was a shock, and I think everyone else must have felt the same. I don't know what I'd imagined, something rather like Sherlock Holmes, long and lean with a keen, clever face. Of course, I knew he was a foreigner, but I hadn't expected him to be quite as foreign as he was, if you know what I mean. When you saw him, you just wanted to laugh. He was like something on the stage or at the pictures. To begin with, he wasn't above 5'5". I should think an odd, plump little man, quite old, with an enormous mustache and a head like an egg. He looked like a hairdresser in a comic play. And this was the man who was going to find out who killed Mrs. Leidner. I suppose something of my disgust must have shown in my face, for almost straight away he said to me with a queer kind of twinkle, You disapprove of me. Monsieur, remember, the pudding proves itself only when you eat it. The proof of the pudding's in the eating. I suppose he meant, well, that's a true enough saying. But I couldn't say I felt much confidence myself. Dr. Riley brought him out in his car soon after lunch on Sunday, and his first procedure was to ask us all to assemble together. We did so in the dining room, all sitting round the table. Mr. Poirot sat at the head of it with Dr. Leidner one side and Dr. Riley the other. When we were all assembled, Dr. Leidner cleared his throat and spoke in his gentle, hesitating voice. I dare say you have all heard of Hercule Poirot. He was passing through Hassanieh today, and has very kindly agreed to break his journey to help us. The Iraqi police and Captain Maitland are, I am sure, doing their very best. But
But there are circumstances in the case. He floundered and shot an appealing glance at Dr. Riley. There may, it seems, be difficulties. It is not all the square and overboard, no, said the little man at the top of the table. Why? He couldn't even speak English properly. Oh ho! He must be caught, cried Mrs. Mercado. It would be unbearable if he got away. I noticed the little foreigner's eyes rest on her appraisingly. He, who is he, madame? He asked. Why, the murderer, of course. Ah, the murderer, said Hercule Poirot. He spoke as though the murderer was of no consequence at all. We all stared at him. He looked from one face to another. It is likely, I think, he said, that you have none of you been brought in contact with a case of murder before. There was a general murmur of assent. Hercule Poirot smiled. It is clear, therefore, that you do not understand the ABC of the position. There are unpleasantnesses. Yes, there are a lot of unpleasantnesses. To begin with, there is suspicion. Suspicion. It was Miss Johnson who spoke. Mr. Poirot looked at her thoughtfully. I had an idea that he regarded her with approval. He looked as though he were thinking, here is a sensible, intelligent person. Yes, mademoiselle, he said. Suspicion. Let us not make the bones about it. You are all under suspicion here in this house. The cook, the houseboy, the scullion, the potboy, yes, and all the members of the expedition too. Mrs. Mercado started up, her face working. How dare you? How dare you say such a thing? This is odious, unbearable, Dr. Leidner. You can't sit here and let this man. Dr. Leidner said wearily, please try and be calm. Marie. Mr. Mercado stood up too. His hands were shaking and his eyes were bloodshot. I agree. It is an outrage, an insult. No, no, said Mr. Poirot. I do not insult you. I merely ask you all to face facts. In a house where murder has been committed, every inmate comes in for a certain share of suspicion. I ask you, what evidence is there that the murderer came from outside at all? Mrs. Mercado cried, but of course he did. It stands to reason why. She stopped and said more slowly, anything else would be incredible. You are doubtless correct, madame, said Poirot with a bow. I explain to you only how the matter must be approached. First, I assure myself of the fact that everyone in this room is innocent. After that, I seek the murderer elsewhere. Is it not possible that that may be a little late in the day? Asked Father Lavigny suavely. The tortoise, mon père, overtook the hare. Father Lavigny shrugged his shoulders. We are in your hands, he said resignedly. Convince yourself as soon as may be of our innocence in this terrible business. As rapidly as possible. It was my duty to make the position clear to you, so that you may not resent the impertinence of any questions I may have to ask. Perhaps, mon père, the church will set an example. Ask any questions you please of me, said Father Lavigny gravely. This is your first season out here. Yes, and you arrived when? 3 weeks ago, almost to a day. That is, on the 27th of February, coming from the Order of the Père Blanc at Carthage. Thank you, mon père. Were you at any time acquainted with Mrs. Leidner before coming here? No, I had never seen the lady until I met her here. Will you tell me what you were doing at the time of the tragedy? I was working on some cuneiform tablets in my own room. I noticed that Poirot had at his elbow a rough plan of the building. That is the room at the southwest corner, corresponding to that of Mrs. Leidner on the opposite side. Yes. At what time did you go to your room?
Immediately after lunch, I should say at about 20 minutes to 1. And you remained there until when? Just before 3 o'clock. I had heard the station wagon come back, and then I heard it drive off again. I wondered why. And came out to see. During the time that you were there, did you leave the room at all? No, not once. And you heard or saw nothing that might have any bearing on the tragedy? No. You have no window giving on the courtyard in your room? No. Both the windows give on the countryside. Could you hear at all what was happening in the courtyard? Not very much. I heard Mr. Emmett passing my room and going up to the roof. He did so once or twice. Can you remember at what time? No, I'm afraid I can't. I was engrossed in my work. You see. There was a pause, and then Poirot said, Can you say or suggest anything at all that might throw light on this business? Did you, for instance, notice anything in the days preceding the murder? Father Lavigny looked slightly uncomfortable. He shot a half-questioning look at Dr. Leidner. That is rather a difficult question, monsieur, he said gravely. If you ask me, I must reply frankly that in my opinion Mrs. Leidner was clearly in dread of someone or something. She was definitely nervous about strangers. I imagine she had a reason for this nervousness of hers, but I know nothing. She did not confide in me. Poirot cleared his throat and consulted some notes that he held in his hand. 2 nights ago, I understand, there was a scare of burglary. Father Lavigny replied in the affirmative and retailed his story of the light seen in the Antica room and the subsequent futile search. You believe, do you not, that some unauthorized person was on the premises at that time? I don't know what to think, said Father Lavigny frankly. Nothing was taken or disturbed in any way. It might have been one of the houseboys, or a member of the expedition, or a member of the expedition. But in that case, there would be no reason for the person not admitting the fact, but it might equally have been a stranger from outside. I suppose so. Supposing a stranger had been on the premises, could he have concealed himself successfully during the following day and until the afternoon of the day following that? He asked the question half of Father Lavigny and half of Dr. Leidner. Both men considered the question carefully. I hardly think it would be possible, said Dr. Leidner at last, with some reluctance. I don't see where he could possibly conceal himself. Do you, Father Lavigny? No, I don't. Both men seemed reluctant to put the suggestion aside. Poirot turned to Miss Johnson. And you, mademoiselle, do you consider such a hypothesis feasible? After a moment's thought, Miss Johnson shook her head. No, she said. I don't. Where could anyone hide? The bedrooms are all in use and, in any case, are sparsely furnished. The dark room, the drawing office, and the laboratory were all in use the next day. So were all these rooms. There are no cupboards or corners. Perhaps, if the servants were in collusion, that is possible, but unlikely, said Poirot. He turned once more to Father Lavigny. There is another point. The other day, Nurse Leatheran here noticed you talking to a man outside. She had previously noticed that same man trying to peer in at one of the windows on the outside. It rather looks as though the man were hanging round the place, deliberately. That is possible, of course, said Father Lavigny thoughtfully. Did you speak to this man first? Or did he speak to you? Father Lavigny considered for a moment or two. I believe, yes, I am sure, that he spoke to me. What did he say? Father Lavigny made an effort of memory. He said, I think, something to the effect was this, the American Expedition House, and then something else about the Americans employing a lot of men on the work.
I did not really understand him very well, but I endeavored to keep up a conversation so as to improve my Arabic. I thought, perhaps, that being a townie, he would understand me better than the men on the dig do. Did you converse about anything else? As far as I remember, I said Hassanieh was a big town, and we then agreed that Baghdad was bigger. And I think he asked whether I was an Armenian or a Syrian Catholic, something of that kind. Poirot nodded. Can you describe him? Again, Father Lavigny frowned in thought. He was rather a short man, he said at last, and squarely built. He had a very noticeable squint, and was of fair complexion. Mr. Poirot turned to me. Does that agree with the way you would describe him? He asked. Not exactly, I said hesitatingly. I should have said he was tall rather than short, and very dark complexioned. He seemed to me of a rather slender build. I didn't notice any squint. Mr. Poirot gave a despairing shrug of the shoulders. It is always so. If you were of the police, how well you would know it. The description of the same man by two different people never does it agree. Every detail is contradicted. I'm fairly sure about the squint, said Father Lavigny. Nurse Leatheran may be right about the other points. By the way, when I said fair, I only meant fair for an Iraqi. I expect Nurse would call that dark. Very dark, I said obstinately. A dirty, dark yellow color. I saw Dr. Riley bite his lips and smile. Poirot threw up his hands. Passons, he said. This stranger hanging about. He may be important. He may not. At any rate, he must be found. Let us continue our inquiry. He hesitated for a minute, studying the faces turned towards him round the table. Then, with a quick nod, he singled out Mr. Ryder. Come, my friend, he said. Let us have your account of yesterday afternoon. Mr. Ryder's pink, plump face flushed scarlet. Me, he said. Yes, you. To begin with, your name and your age. Carl Ryder, 28. American, yes. Yes, I come from Chicago. This is your first season. Yes, I'm in charge of the photography. Ah, yes. And yesterday afternoon. How did you employ yourself? Well, I was in the dark room most of the time. Most of the time, eh? Yeah. I developed some plates first. Afterwards, I was fixing up some objects to photograph. Outside? Oh no. In the photographic room. The dark room opens out of the photographic room. Yes. And so, you never came outside the photographic room? No. Did you notice anything that went on in the courtyard? The young man shook his head. I wasn't noticing anything, he explained. I was busy. I heard the car come back, and as soon as I could leave what I was doing, I came out to see if there was any mail. It was then that I heard, and you began to work in the photographic room when, at 10 minutes to 1. Were you acquainted with Mrs. Leidner before you joined this expedition? The young man shook his head. No, sir. I never saw her till I actually got here. Can you think of anything, any incident, however small, that might help us? Carl Ryder shook his head. He said helplessly, I guess I don't know anything at all, sir. Mr. Emmett. David Emmett spoke clearly and concisely in his pleasant, soft American voice. I was working with the pottery from 1:45 till 2:45, overseeing the boy Abdullah, sorting it, and occasionally going up to the roof to help Dr. Leidner. How often did you go up to the roof? 4 times, I think. For how long? Usually a couple of minutes, not more. But on one occasion, after I'd been working a little over half an hour, I stayed as long as 10 minutes, discussing what to keep and what to fling away. And I understand that when you came down, you found the boy had left his place. Yes, I called him angrily, and he reappeared from outside the archway. He had gone out to gossip with the others. That settles the only time he left his work. Well, I sent him up once or twice to the roof with pottery, Poirot said gravely. It is hardly necessary to ask you, Mr. Emmett, whether you saw anyone enter or leave Mrs. Leidner's room during that time. Mr. Emmett replied promptly. I saw no one at all. Nobody even came out into the courtyard during the 2 hours I was working. And to the best of your belief, it was 1:30 when both you and the boy were absent and the courtyard was empty. It couldn't have been far off that time. Of course, I can't say exactly. Poirot turned to Dr. Riley. That agrees with your estimate of the time of death, Doctor. It does, said Dr. Riley. Mr. Poirot stroked his great curled mustaches. I think we can take it, he said gravely, that Mrs. Leidner met her death during that 10 minutes. Chapter 14. One of us. There was a little pause, and in it a wave of horror seemed to float round the room. I think it was at that moment that I first believed Dr. Riley's theory to be right. I felt that the murderer was in the room, sitting with us listening. One of us. Perhaps Mrs. Mercado felt it too, for she suddenly gave a short, sharp cry. I can't help it, she sobbed. It's so terrible. Courage, Marie, said her husband. He looked at us apologetically. She is so sensitive. She feels things so much. I was so fond of Louise, sobbed Mrs. Mercado. I don't know whether something of what I felt showed in my face, but I suddenly found that Mr. Poirot was looking at me, and that a slight smile hovered on his lips. I gave him a cold glance, and at once he resumed his inquiry. Tell me, madame, he said, of the way you spent yesterday afternoon. I was washing my hair, sobbed Mrs. Mercado. It seems awful not to have known anything about it. I was quite happy and busy. You were in your room. Yes. And you did not leave it. No, not till I heard the car. Then I came out, and I heard what had happened. Oh, it was awful. Did it surprise you? Mrs. Mercado stopped crying. Her eyes opened resentfully. What do you mean, Poirot? Are you suggesting? What should I mean? Madame, you have just told us how fond you were of Mrs. Leidner. She might, perhaps, have confided in you. Oh, I see. No. Dear Louise never told me anything definite. That is, of course. I could see she was terribly worried and nervous. And there were those strange occurrences, hands tapping on the windows and all that. Fancies. I remember you said, I put in, unable to keep silent. I was glad to see that she looked momentarily disconcerted. Once again, I was conscious of Mr. Poirot's amused eye glancing in my direction. He summed up in a businesslike way. It comes to this. Madam, you were washing your hair. You heard nothing, and you saw nothing. Is there anything at all you can think of that would be a help to us in any way? Mrs. Mercado took no time to think. No, indeed there isn't. It's the deepest mystery. But I should say, there is no doubt at all, that the murderer came from outside. Why? It stands to reason. Poirot turned to her husband. And you, monsieur, what have you to say? Mr. Mercado started nervously. He pulled at his beard in an aimless fashion. Must have been. Must have been, he said. Yet how could anyone wish to harm her? She was so gentle, so kind. He shook his head. Whoever killed her must have been a fiend, yes? A fiend. And you yourself, monsieur, how did you pass yesterday afternoon? He stared vaguely. You were in the laboratory. Joseph? His wife prompted him. Ah, yes. So I was. My usual tasks. At what time did you go there? Again he looked helplessly and inquiringly at Mrs. Mercado. At 10 minutes to 1, Joseph. Ah, yes, at 10 minutes to 1. Did you come out in the courtyard at all? No, I don't think so. He considered. No, I am sure I didn't. When did you hear of the tragedy? My wife came and told me. It was terrible, shocking. I could hardly believe it. Even now, I can hardly believe it is true. Suddenly, he began to tremble. It is horrible, horrible. Mrs. Mercado came quickly to his side. Yes, yes, Joseph. We feel that, but we mustn't give way. It makes it so much more difficult for poor Dr. Leidner. I saw a spasm of pain pass across Dr. Leidner's face, and I guessed that this emotional atmosphere was not easy for him. He gave a half glance at Poirot as though in appeal. Poirot responded quickly. Miss Johnson, he said, I'm afraid I can tell you very little, said Miss Johnson. Her cultured, well-bred voice was soothing after Mrs. Mercado's shrill treble. She went on. I was working in the living room, taking impressions of some cylinder seals on plasticine. And you saw or noticed nothing? No. Poirot gave her a quick glance. His ear had caught what mine had a faint note of indecision. Are you quite sure? Mademoiselle, is there something that comes back to you vaguely? No, not really. Something you saw, shall we say, out of the corner of your eye, hardly knowing you saw it? No, certainly not. She replied positively. Something you heard then? Yes, something you are not quite sure whether you heard or not. Miss Johnson gave a short, vexed laugh. You press me very closely, Poirot. I'm afraid you are encouraging me to tell you what I am. Perhaps only imagining. Kitty. Then there was something you shall we say imagined, Miss Johnson said slowly, weighing her words in a detached way. I have imagined since that at some time during the afternoon I heard a very faint cry. What I mean is that I dare say I did hear a cry. All the windows in the living room were open, and one hears all sorts of sounds from people working in the barley fields. But you see, since I've got the idea into my head that it was Mrs. Leidner I heard, and that's made me rather unhappy, because if I jumped up and run along to her room, well, who knows, I might have been in time. Dr. Riley interposed authoritatively. Now, don't start getting that into your head, he said. I've no doubt, but that Mrs. Leidner, forgive me, Leidner was struck down almost as soon as the man entered the room. And it was that blow that killed her. No second blow was struck. Otherwise, she would have had time to call for help and make a real outcry. Still, I might have caught the murderer, said Miss Johnson. What time was this, Mademoiselle? Asked Poirot. In the neighborhood of 1:30. It must have been about that time, yes. She reflected a minute. That would fit in, said Poirot thoughtfully. You heard nothing else, the opening or shutting of a door, for instance? Miss Johnson shook her head. No, I do not remember anything of that kind. You were sitting at a table, I presume. Which way were you facing? The courtyard, the antica room, the veranda? or the open countryside. I was facing the courtyard. Could you see the boy, Abdullah, washing pots from where you were? Oh, yes, if I looked up, but of course, I was very intent on what I was doing. All my attention was on that. If anyone had passed the courtyard window, though, you would have noticed it. Oh, yes, I am almost sure of that. And nobody did so. No. But if anyone had walked, say, across the middle of the courtyard, would you have noticed that? I think probably not, unless, as I said before, I had happened to look up and out of the window. You did not notice the boy Abdullah leave his work and go out to join the other servants. No. 10 minutes, mused Poirot. That fatal 10 minutes. There was a momentary silence. Miss Johnson lifted her head suddenly and said, "You know, M. Poirot, I think I have unintentionally misled you. On thinking it over, I do not believe that I could possibly have heard any cry uttered in Mrs. Leidner's room from where I was. The Antica room lay between me and her, and I understand her windows were found closed. In any case, do not distress yourself, mademoiselle," said Poirot kindly. "It is not really of much importance." "No, of course not. I understand that. But you see, it is of importance to me, because I feel I might have done something." "Don't distress yourself, dear Anne," said Dr. Leidner with affection. "You must be sensible. What you heard was probably one Arab bawling to another some distance away in the fields." Miss Johnson flushed a little at the kindliness of his tone. I even saw tears spring to her eyes. She turned her head away and spoke even more gruffly than usual. Probably was usual thing after a tragedy start imagining things that aren't so at all. Poirot was once more consulting his notebook. "I do not suppose there is much more to be said. Mr. Carey." Richard Carey spoke slowly in a wooden, mechanical manner. "I'm afraid I can add nothing helpful. I was on duty at the dig. The news was brought to me there. And you know or can think of nothing helpful that occurred in the days immediately preceding the murder." "Nothing at all, Mr. Coleman." "I was right out of the whole thing," said Mr. Coleman with, was it just a shade of regret in his tone? "I went into Hassania yesterday morning to get the money for the men's wages. When I came back, Emmett told me what had happened, and I went back in the bus to get the police and Dr. Riley. And beforehand, well, sir, things were a bit jumpy, but you know that already. There was the Antica room scare, and one or two before that hands and faces at the window, you remember, sir." He appealed to Dr. Leidner, who bent his head in assent. "I think, you know, that you'll find some Johnny did get in from outside. Must have been an artful sort of beggar." Poirot considered him for a minute or two in silence. "You are an Englishman, Mr. Coleman?" he asked at last. "That's right, sir, all British." "See the trademark. Guaranteed, genuine. This is your first season?" "Quite right. And you are passionately keen on archaeology." This description of himself seemed to cause Mr. Coleman some embarrassment. He got rather pink and shot the side look of a guilty schoolboy at Dr. Leidner. "Of course, it's all very interesting," he stammered. "I mean, I'm not exactly a brainy chap." He broke off rather lamely. Poirot did not insist. He tapped thoughtfully on the table with the end of his pencil and carefully straightened an ink pot that stood in front of him. "It seems, then," he said, that is as near as we can get for the moment. If any one of you thinks of something that has, for the time being, slipped his or her memory, do not hesitate to come to me with it.
It will be well now, I think, for me to have a few words alone with Dr. Leidner and Dr. Riley. It was the signal for a breaking up of the party. We all rose and filed out of the door. When I was halfway out, however, a voice recalled me. "Perhaps," said Mick Poirot, "Nurse Leatheran will be so kind as to remain. I think her assistance will be valuable to us." I came back and resumed my seat at the table. Chapter 15. Poirot makes a suggestion. Dr. Riley had risen from his seat. When everyone had gone out, he carefully closed the door. Then, with an inquiring glance at Poirot, he proceeded to shut the window, giving on the courtyard. The others were already shut. Then he, too, resumed his seat at the table. "Bien," said Poirot. "We are now private and undisturbed. We can speak freely. We have heard what the members of the expedition have to tell us, but yes, ma sœur, what is it that you think?" I got rather red. There was no denying that the queer little man had sharp eyes. He'd seen the thought passing through my mind. I suppose my face had shown a bit too clearly what I was thinking. "Oh, it's nothing," I said, hesitating. "Come on, nurse," said Dr. Riley. "Don't keep the specialist waiting." "It's nothing, really," I said hurriedly. "It only just passed through my mind, so to speak, that perhaps, even if anyone did know or suspect something, it wouldn't be easy to bring it out in front of everybody else, or even, perhaps, in front of Dr. Leidner." Rather to my astonishment, M. Poirot nodded his head in vigorous agreement. "Precisely, precisely. It is very just what you say there. But I will explain. That little reunion we have just had, it served a purpose. In England, before the races, you have a parade of the horses. Do you not? They go in front of the grandstand so that everyone may have an opportunity of seeing and judging them. That is the purpose of my little assembly. In the sporting phrase, I run my eye over the possible starters." Dr. Leidner cried out violently, "I do not believe for 1 minute that any member of my expedition is implicated in this crime." Then, turning to me, he said authoritatively, "Nurse, I should be much obliged if you would tell Mem Poirot herein, now, exactly what passed between my wife and you 2 days ago." Thus urged, I plunged straight away into my own story, trying as far as possible to recall the exact words and phrases Mrs. Leidner had used. When I had finished, M. Poirot said, "Very good, very good. You have the mind neat and orderly. You will be of great service to me here." He turned to Dr. Leidner. "You have these letters. I have them here. I thought that you would want to see them first thing." Poirot took them from him, read them, and scrutinized them carefully as he did so. I was rather disappointed that he didn't dust powder over them or examine them with a microscope or anything like that, but I realized that he wasn't a very young man, and that his methods were probably not very up to date. He just read them in the way that anyone might read a letter. Having read them, he put them down and cleared his throat. "Now," he said, "let us proceed to get our facts clear and in order. The first of these letters was received by your wife shortly after her marriage to you in America. There had been others, but these she destroyed. The first letter was followed by a second. A very short time after the second arrived, you both had a near escape from coal gas poisoning. You then came abroad, and for nearly 2 years, no further letters were received. They started again at the beginning of your season this year,
That is to say, within the last 3 weeks. That is correct. Absolutely. Your wife displayed every sign of panic, and so after consulting Director Riley, you engaged Nurse Leatheran here to keep your wife company and allay her fears. Yes, certain incidents occurred, hands tapping at the window, a spectral face noises in the Antica room. You did not witness any of these phenomena yourself. No. In fact, nobody did, except Mrs. Leidner. Father Lavigny saw a light in the Antica room. Yes, I have not forgotten that.
He was silent for a minute or two. Then he said, "Had your wife made a will? I do not think so." Why was that? It did not seem worth it from her point of view. Is she not a wealthy woman? Yes, during her lifetime. Her father left her a considerable sum of money in trust. She could not touch the principal. At her death, it was to pass to any children she might have, and failing children, to the Pittstown Museum. Poirot drummed thoughtfully on the table. Then we can, I think, he said, eliminate one motive from the case. It is, you comprehend, what I look for first. Who benefits by the deceased's death? In this case, it is a museum. Had it been otherwise, had Mrs. Leidner died intestate but possessed of a considerable fortune, I should imagine that it would prove an interesting question as to who inherited the money, you or a former husband. But there would have been this difficulty. The former husband would have had to resurrect himself in order to claim it. And I should imagine that he would then be in danger of arrest, though I hardly fancy that the death penalty would be exacted so long after the war. However, these speculations need not arise. As I say, I settle first the question of money. For the next step, I proceed always to suspect the husband or wife of the deceased. In this case, in the first place, you are proved never to have gone near your wife's room yesterday afternoon. In the second place, you lose instead of gain by your wife's death. And in the third place, he paused. Yes, said Dr. Leidner. In the third place, said Poirot slowly, I think, appreciate devotion when I see it. I believe, Dr. Leidner, that your love for your wife was the ruling passion of your life. It is so, is it not? Dr. Leidner answered quite simply, yes. Poirot nodded. Therefore, he said, we can proceed. Here, let's get down to it, said Dr. Riley, with some impatience. Poirot gave him a reproving glance. My friend, do not be impatient. In a case like this, everything must be approached with order and method. In fact, that is my rule in every case. Having disposed of certain possibilities, we now approach a very important point. It is vital that, as you say, all the cards should be on the table. There must be nothing kept back. Quite so, said Dr. Riley. That is why I demand the whole truth, went on Poirot. Dr. Leidner looked at him in surprise. I assure you, Poirot, that I have kept nothing back. I have told you everything that I know. There have been no reserves. Tout de même, you have not told me everything. Yes, indeed. I cannot think of any detail that has escaped me. He looked quite distressed. Poirot shook his head gently. No, he said, you have not told me. For instance, why you installed Nurse Leatheran in the house. Dr. Leidner looked completely bewildered. But I have explained that. It is obvious. My wife's nervousness, her fears. Poirot leaned forward. Slowly,
and emphatically, he wagged a finger up and down. No, no, no. There is something there that is not clear. Your wife is in danger. Yes, she is threatened with death. Yes. You send not for the police, not for a private detective, even but for a nurse. It does not make the sense that I. Dr. Leidner stopped. The color rose in his cheeks. I thought. He came to a dead stop. Now we are coming to it. Poirot encouraged him. You thought what? Dr. Leidner remained silent. He looked harassed and unwilling. See you. Poirot's tone became winning and appealing. It all rings what you have told me. Except for that, why a nurse? There is an answer, yes. In fact, there can be only one answer. You did not believe yourself in your wife's danger. And then with a cry, Dr. Leidner broke down. God help me, he groaned. I didn't. Poirot watched him with the kind of attention a cat gives a mouse hole ready to pounce when the mouse shows itself. What did you think then? He asked. I don't know. But you do know. You know perfectly. Perhaps I can help you with a guess. Did you, Dr. Leidner, suspect that these letters were all written by your wife herself? There wasn't any need for him to answer. The truth of Poirot's guess was only too apparent. The horrified hand he held up, as though begging for mercy, told its own tale. I drew a deep breath. So I had been right in my half-formed guess. I recalled the curious tone in which Dr. Leidner had asked me what I thought of it all. I nodded my head slowly and thoughtfully, and suddenly awoke to the fact that Poirot's eyes were on me. Did you think the same, nurse? The idea did cross my mind, I said truthfully. For what reason? I explained the similarity of the handwriting on the letter that Mr. Coleman had shown me. Poirot turned to Dr. Leidner. Had you, too, noticed that similarity? Dr. Leidner bowed his head. Yes, I did. The writing was small and cramped, not big and generous like Louise's, but several of the letters were formed the same way. I will show you. From an inner breast pocket, he took out some letters and finally selected a sheet from one, which he handed to Poirot. It was part of a letter written to him by his wife. Poirot compared it carefully with the anonymous letters. Yes, he murmured. Yes, there are several similarities. A curious way of forming the letter S, a distinctive E. I am not a handwriting expert. I cannot pronounce definitely, and for that matter, I have never found two handwriting experts who agree on any point whatsoever. But one can at least say this: the similarity between the two handwritings is very marked. It seems highly probable that they were all written by the same person. But it is not certain. We must take all contingencies into mind. He leaned back in his chair and said thoughtfully, there are three possibilities. First, the similarity of the handwriting is pure coincidence. Second, that these threatening letters were written by Mrs. Leidner herself for some obscure reason. Third, that they were written by someone who deliberately copied her handwriting. Why? There seems no sense in it. One of these three possibilities must be the correct one. He reflected for a minute or two, and then, turning to Dr. Leidner, he asked, with a resumal of his brisk manner, when the possibility that Mrs. Leidner herself was the author of these letters first struck you, what theory did you form? Dr. Leidner shook his head. I put the idea out of my head as quickly as possible. I felt it was monstrous. Did you search for no explanation? Well, he hesitated. I wondered if worrying and brooding over the past had perhaps affected my wife's brain slightly. I thought she might possibly have written those letters to herself without being conscious of having done so. That is possible, isn't it? He added. Turning to Dr. Riley, Dr. Riley pursed up his lips. The human brain is capable of almost anything, he replied vaguely. But he shot a lightning glance at Poirot, and as if in obedience to it, the latter abandoned the subject. The letters are an interesting point, he said, but we must concentrate on the case as a whole. There are, as I see it, 3 possible solutions. 3? Yes. Solution 1, the simplest. Your wife's first husband is still alive. He first threatens her and then proceeds to carry out his threats. If we accept this solution, our problem is to discover how he got in or out without being seen. Solution 2, Mrs. Leidner. For reasons of her own reasons, probably more easily understood by a medical man than a layman, writes herself threatening letters. The gas business is staged by her. Remember, it was she who roused you by telling you she smelt gas. But if Mrs. Leidner wrote herself the letters, she cannot be in danger from the supposed writer. We must, therefore, look elsewhere for the murderer. We must look, in fact, amongst the members of your staff. Yes, in answer to a murmur of protest from Dr. Leidner, that is the only logical conclusion. To satisfy a private grudge, one of them killed her. That person, I may say, was probably aware of the letters, or was at any rate aware that Mrs. Leidner feared or was pretending to fear someone. That fact, in the murderer's opinion, rendered the murder quite safe for him. He felt sure it would be put down to a mysterious outsider, the writer of the threatening letters. A variant of this solution is that the murderer actually wrote the letters himself, being aware of Mrs. Leidner's past history. But in that case, it is not quite clear why. The criminal should have copied Mrs. Leidner's own handwriting since, as far as we can see, it would be more to his or her advantage that they should appear to be written by an outsider. The third solution is the most interesting to my mind. I suggest that the letters are genuine. They are written by Mrs. Leidner's first husband or his younger brother, who is actually one of the expedition staff. Chapter 16. The suspects. Dr. Leidner sprang to his feet. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! The idea is absurd. Mr. Poirot looked at him quite calmly, but said nothing. You mean to suggest that my wife's former husband is one of the expedition, and that she didn't recognize him? Exactly. Reflect a little on the facts. Some 15 years ago, your wife lived with this man for a few months. Would she know him if she came across him after that lapse of time? I think not. His face will have changed. His build will have changed. His voice may not have changed so much. But that is a detail he can attend to himself. And remember, she is not looking for him amongst her own household. She visualizes him as somewhere outside, a stranger. No, I do not think she would recognize him. And there is a second possibility. The young brother, the child of those days who was so passionately devoted to his elder brother, he is now a man. Will she recognize a child of 10 or 12 years old in a man nearing 30? Yes. There is young William Bosner to be reckoned with. Remember, his brother in his eyes may not loom as a traitor, but as a patriot, a martyr for his own country, Germany. In his eyes, Mrs. Leidner is the traitor, the monster who sent his beloved brother to death. A susceptible child is capable of great hero worship, and a young mind can easily be obsessed by an idea which persists
into adult life. Quite true, said Dr. Riley. The popular view that a child forgets easily is not an accurate one. Many people go right through life in the grip of an idea which has been impressed on them in very tender years. Bien, you have these two possibilities. Frederick Bosner, a man by now of 50-odd, and William Bosner, whose age would be something short of 30. Let us examine the members of your staff from these two points of view. This is fantastic, murmured Dr. Leidner. My staff, the members of my own expedition, and consequently considered above suspicion, said Poirot dryly. A very useful point of view. Commençons. Who could emphatically not be Frederick or William? The women, naturally. Miss Johnson and Mrs. Mercado are crossed off. Who else? Carey. He and I have worked together for years before I even met Louise. And also he is the wrong age. He is, I should judge, 38 or 9. Too young for Frederick. Too old for William. Now for the rest. There is Father Lavigny and Mr. Mercado. Either of them might be Frederick Bosner. But, my dear sir, cried Dr. Leidner in a voice of mingled irritation and amusement, Father Lavigny is known all over the world as an epigraphist, and Mercado has worked for years in a well-known museum in New York. It is impossible that either of them should be the man you think. Poirot waved an airy hand. Impossible, impossible, I take no account of the word. The impossible. Always I examine it very closely, but we will pass on for the moment. Who else have you? Karl Reiter, a young man with a German name. David Emmett. He has been with me 2 seasons. Remember? He is a young man with the gift of patience. If he committed a crime, it would not be in a hurry. All would be very well prepared. Dr. Leidner made a gesture of despair. And lastly, William Coleman, continued Poirot. He is an Englishman. Pourquoi pas? Did not Mrs. Leidner say that the boy left America and could not be traced? He might easily have been brought up in England. You have an answer to everything, said Dr. Leidner. I was thinking hard. Right from the beginning, I had thought Mr. Coleman's manner rather more like a P.G. Wodehouse book than like a real live young man. Had he really been playing a part all the time Poirot was writing in a little book? Let us proceed with order and method, he said. On the first count, we have 2 names. Father Lavigny and Mr. Mercado. On the second, we have Coleman, Emmett, and Reiter. Now, let us pass to the opposite aspect of the matter and an opportunity. Who amongst the expedition had the means and the opportunity of committing the crime Carey was on the dig? Coleman was in Hassanieh. You yourself were on the roof. That leaves us Father Lavigny, Mr. Mercado, Mrs. Mercado, David Emmett, Karl Reiter, Miss Johnson, and Nurse Leatheran. Oh, I exclaimed, and I bounded in my chair. Mr. Poirot looked at me with twinkling eyes. Yes, I'm afraid, ma sœur, that you have got to be included. It would have been quite easy for you to have gone along and killed Mrs. Leidner while the courtyard was empty. You have plenty of muscle and strength, and she would have been quite unsuspicious until the moment the blow was struck. I was so upset that I couldn't get a word out. Dr. Riley, I noticed, was looking highly amused. Interesting case of a nurse who murdered her patients one by one, he murmured. Such a look as I gave him Dr. Leidner's mind had been running on a different tack. Not Emmett, M. Poirot, he objected. You can't include him. He was on the roof with me. Remember, during that 10 minutes. Nevertheless, we cannot exclude him. He could have come down, gone straight to Mrs. Leidner's room,
killed her, and then called the boy back. Or he might have killed her on one of the occasions when he had sent the boy up to you. Dr. Leidner shook his head, murmuring, "What a nightmare! It's all so fantastic." To my surprise, Poirot agreed. "Yes, that's true. This is a fantastic crime. One does not often come across them. Usually, murder is very sordid, very simple. But this is unusual murder. I suspect, Dr. Leidner, that your wife was an unusual woman." He had hit the nail on the head with such accuracy that I jumped. "Is that true, nurse?" he asked. Dr. Leidner said quietly, "Tell him what Louise was like, nurse. You are unprejudiced." I spoke quite frankly. "She was very lovely," I said. "You couldn't help admiring her and wanting to do things for her. I've never met anyone like her before." "Thank you," said Dr. Leidner, and smiled at me. "That is valuable testimony coming from an outsider," said Poirot politely. "Well, let us proceed. Under the heading of means and opportunity, we have 7 names: Nurse Leatheran, Miss Johnson, Mrs. Mercado, Mr. Mercado, Mr. Ryder, Mr. Emmett, and Father Lavigny." Once more he cleared his throat. "I've always noticed that foreigners can make the oddest noises. Let us for the moment assume that our third theory is correct. That is that the murderer is Frederick or William Bosner, and that Frederick or William Bosner is a member of the expedition staff. By comparing both lists, we can narrow down our suspects on this count to 4. Father Lavigny, Mr. Mercado, Carl Reiter, and David Emmett. Father Lavigny is out of the question," said Dr. Leidner with decision. "He is one of the Père Blanc in Carthage, and his beard's quite real." I put in. "Ma sœur," said Poirot, "a murderer of the first class never wears a false beard." "How do you know the murderer is of the first class?" I asked rebelliously. "Because if he were not, the whole truth would be plain to me at this instant, and it is not. That's pure conceit," I thought to myself. "Anyway," I said, reverting to the beard, "it must have taken quite a time to grow." "That is a practical observation," said Poirot. Dr. Leidner said irritably, "But it's ridiculous, quite ridiculous. Both he and Mercado are well-known men. They've been known for years." Poirot turned to him. "You have not the true version. You do not appreciate an important point. If Frederick Bosner is not dead, what has he been doing all these years? He must have taken a different name. He must have built himself up a career." "As a Père Blanc?" asked Dr. Riley skeptically. "It is a little fantastic that—" "Yes," confessed Poirot, "but we cannot put it right out of court. Besides, these other possibilities—" "The young'uns," said Riley, "if you want my opinion. On the face of it, there's only one of your suspects that's even plausible. And that is young Carl Reiter. There's nothing actually against him. But come down to it, and you've got to admit a few things. He's the right age. He's got a German name. He's new this year, and he had the opportunity all right. He'd only got to pop out of his photographic place, cross the courtyard to do his dirty work, and hare back again while the coast was clear. If anyone were to have dropped into the photographic room while he was out of it, he can always say later that he was in the dark room. I don't say he's your man, but if you're going to suspect someone, I say he's by far and away the most likely. Poirot didn't seem very receptive. He nodded gravely, but doubtfully. "Yes," he said, "he is the most plausible, but it may not be so simple as all that." Then he said, Let us say no more at present. I would like now, if I may, to examine the room where the crime took place. Certainly. Dr. Leidner fumbled in his pockets, then looked at Dr. Riley. Captain Maitland took it, he said. Maitland gave it to me, said Riley. He had to go off on that Kurdish business. He produced the key. Dr. Leidner said hesitatingly, Do you mind if I don't, perhaps nurse? Of course, said Poirot. I quite understand. Never do I wish to cause you unnecessary pain. If you will be good enough to accompany me, ma sœur. Certainly, I said. Chapter 17. The Stain. By the washstand. Mrs. Leidner's body had been taken to Hassanieh for the post-mortem, but otherwise her room had been left exactly as it was. There was so little in it that it had not taken the police long to go over it. To the right of the door, as you entered, was the bed. Opposite the door were the two barred windows giving on the countryside. Between them was a plain oak table with two drawers that served Mrs. Leidner as a dressing table. On the east wall, there was a line of hooks with dresses hung up protected by cotton bags and a deal chest of drawers. Immediately to the left of the door was the washstand. In the middle of the room was a good-sized plain oak table with a blotter and inkstand and a small attaché case. It was in the latter that Mrs. Leidner had kept the anonymous letters. The curtains were short strips of native material, white, striped with orange. The floor was of stone with some goatskin rugs on it. 3 narrow ones of brown, striped with white in front of the 2 windows and the washstand, and a larger, better quality one of white with brown stripes lying between the bed and the writing table. There were no cupboards or alcoves or long curtains nowhere. In fact, where anyone could have hidden. The bed was a plain iron one with a printed cotton quilt. The only trace of luxury in the room were 3 pillows, all made of the best soft and billowy down. Nobody but Mrs. Leidner had pillows like these. In a few brief words, Dr. Riley explained where Mrs. Leidner's body had been found in a heap on the rug beside the bed. To illustrate his account, he beckoned me to come forward. If you don't mind, nurse, he said, I'm not squeamish. I got down on the floor and arranged myself as far as possible in the attitude in which Mrs. Leidner's body had been found. Leidner lifted her head when he found her, said the doctor, but I questioned him closely, and it's obvious that he didn't actually change her position. It seems quite straightforward, said Poirot. She was lying on the bed, asleep, or resting. Someone opens the door. She looks up, rises to her feet, and he struck her down, finished the doctor. The blow would produce unconsciousness, and death would follow very shortly. You see, he explained the injury in clinical language. Not much blood, then, said Poirot. No, the blood escaped internally into the brain. Eh bien, said Poirot. That seems straightforward enough except for one thing. If the man who entered was a stranger, why did not Mrs. Leidner cry out at once for help? If she had screamed, she would have been heard. Nurse Leatheran here would have heard her, and Emmett and the boy. That's easily answered, said Dr. Riley dryly, because it wasn't a stranger. Poirot nodded. Yes, he said meditatively. She may have been surprised to see the person, but she was not afraid. Then, as he struck, she may have uttered a half-cry too late. The cry Miss Johnson heard, yes,
if she did hear it, but on the whole, I doubt it. These mud walls are thick, and the windows were closed. He stepped up to the bed. You left her actually lying down. He asked me. I explained exactly what I had done. Did she mean to sleep, or was she going to read? I gave her 2 books, a light one and a volume of memoirs. She usually read for a while, and then sometimes dropped off for a short sleep. And she was, what shall I say, quite as usual. I considered. Yes, she seemed quite normal and in good spirits, I said. Just a shade offhand, perhaps, but I put that down to her having confided in me the day before. It makes people a little uncomfortable sometimes. Poirot's eyes twinkled. Ah, yes, indeed, me. I know that well. He looked round the room. And when you came in here after the murder, was everything as you had seen it before? I looked round also. Yes, I think so. I don't remember anything being different. There was no sign of the weapon with which she was struck. No. Poirot looked at Dr. Riley. What was it in your opinion? The doctor replied promptly. Something pretty powerful, of a fair size, and without any sharp corners or edges, the rounded base of a statue, say something like that. Mind you, I'm not suggesting that that was it, but that type of thing. The blow was delivered with great force. Struck by a strong arm, a man's arm. Yes, unless what? Dr. Riley said slowly, it is just possible that Mrs. Leatheran might have been on her knees, in which case, the blow being delivered from above with a heavy implement, the force needed would not have been so great. On her knees, mused Poirot. It is an idea that... It's only an idea, mind, the doctor hastened to point out. There's absolutely nothing to indicate it, but it's possible. Yes, and after all, in view of the circumstances, it's not fantastic. Her fear might have led her to kneel in supplication rather than to scream when her instinct would tell her it was too late, that nobody could get there in time. Yes, said Poirot thoughtfully, it is an idea. It was a very poor one. I thought. I couldn't for one moment imagine Mrs. Leatheran on her knees to anyone. Poirot made his way slowly round the room. He opened the windows, tested the bars, passed his head through, and satisfied himself that by no means could his shoulders be made to follow his head. The windows were shut when you found her, he said. Were they also shut when you left her at 1:45? Yes, they were always shut in the afternoon. There is no gauze over these windows, as there is in the living room and dining room. They are kept shut to keep out the flies. And in any case, no one could get in that way, mused Poirot. And the walls are of the most solid mud brick, and there are no trapdoors and no skylights. No, there is only one way into this room, through the door. And there is only one way to the door, through the courtyard. And there is only one entrance to the courtyard, through the archway. And outside the archway, there were 5 people, and they all tell the same story. And I do not think, that they are lying. No, they are not lying. They are not bribed to silence. The murderer was here. I didn't say anything. Hadn't I felt the same thing just now, when we were all cooped up round the table? Slowly, Poirot prowled round the room. He took up a photograph from the chest of drawers. It was of an elderly man, with a white goatee beard. He looked inquiringly at me. Mrs. Leatheran's father, I said. She told me so. He put it down again and glanced over the articles on the dressing table, all of plain tortoiseshell simple, but good. He looked up at a row of books on a shelf. repeating the titles aloud. Who were the Greeks? Introduction to Relativity. Life of Lady Hester Stanhope. Crew Train. Back to Methuselah. Linda Condon. Yes, they tell us something. Perhaps. She was not a fool. Your Mrs. Leidner? She had a mind. Oh, she was a very clever woman, I said eagerly. Very well read and up in everything. She wasn't a bit ordinary. He smiled as he looked over at me. No, he said. I've already realized that. He passed on. He stood for some moments at the washstand, where there was a big array of bottles and toilet creams. Then, suddenly, he dropped on his knees and examined the rug. Dr. Riley and I came quickly to join him. He was examining a small dark brown stain, almost invisible on the brown of the rug. In fact, it was only just noticeable where it impinged on one of the white stripes. What do you say, doctor? He said. Is that blood? Dr. Riley knelt down. Might be, he said. I'll make sure, if you like, if you would be so amiable. Mr. Poirot examined the jug and basin. The jug was standing on the side of the washstand. The basin was empty, but beside the washstand, there was an empty kerosene tin containing slop water. He turned to me. Do you remember, nurse? Was this jug out of the basin or in it when you left Mrs. Leidner at 1:45? I can't be sure, I said after a minute or two. I rather think it was standing in the basin. Ah, but you see, I said hastily, I only think so because it usually was. The boys leave it like that after lunch. I just feel that if it hadn't been in, I should have noticed it. He nodded quite appreciatively. Yes, I understand that. It is your hospital training. If everything had not been just so in the room, you would quite unconsciously have set it to rights, hardly noticing what you were doing. And after the murder, was it like it is now? I shook my head. I didn't notice then, I said. All I looked for was whether there was any place anyone could be hidden, or if there was anything the murderer had left behind him. It's blood, all right, said Dr. Riley, rising from his knees. Is it important? Poirot was frowning perplexedly. He flung out his hands with petulance. I cannot tell. How can I tell? It may mean nothing at all. I can say, if I like, that the murderer touched her, that there was blood on his hands, very little blood, but still blood, and so he came over here and washed them. Yes, it may have been like that, but I cannot jump to conclusions and say that it was so. That stain may be of no importance at all. There would have been very little blood, said Dr. Riley dubiously. None would have spurted out or anything like that. It would have just oozed a little from the wound, of course. If he'd probed it at all. I gave a shiver. A nasty sort of picture came up in my mind. The vision of somebody, perhaps that nice pig-faced photographic boy, striking down that lovely woman and then bending over her, probing the wound with his finger in an awful gloating fashion, and his face, perhaps, quite different, all fierce and mad. Dr. Riley noticed my shiver. What's the matter, nurse? He said. Nothing, just goose flesh, I said. A goose walking over my grave. Mr. Poirot turned round and looked at me. I know what you need, he said. Presently, when we have finished here, and I go back with the doctor to Hassanieh, we will take you with us. You will give Nurse Leatheran tea, will you not, doctor? Delighted. Oh, no, doctor, I protested.
I couldn't think of such a thing. Me? Poirot gave me a little friendly tap on the shoulder. Quite an English tap, not a foreign one. You, ma sœur, will do as you are told, he said. Besides, it will be of advantage to me. There is a good deal more that I want to discuss, and I cannot do it here, where one must preserve the decencies. The good Dr. Leidner, he worshipped his wife, and he is sure, oh, so sure, that everybody else felt the same about her. But that, in my opinion, would not be human nature, no. We want to discuss Mrs. Leidner with, how do you say, the gloves removed. That is settled then. When we have finished here, we take you with us to Hassanieh. I suppose, I said doubtfully, that I ought to be leaving anyway. It's rather awkward. Do nothing for a day or two, said Dr. Riley. You can't very well go until after the funeral. That's all very well, I said. And supposing I get murdered too? Doctor. I said it half jokingly, and Dr. Riley took it in the same fashion and would, I think, have made some jocular response, but Poirot, to my astonishment, stood stock still in the middle of the floor and clasped his hands to his head. Ah, if that were possible, he murmured. It is a danger. Yes, a great danger. And what can one do? How can one guard against it? Why, Poirot, I said. I was only joking. Who'd want to murder me? I should like to know. You or another, he said. And I didn't like the way he said it at all. Positively creepy. But why? I persisted. He looked at me very straight then. I joke. Mademoiselle, he said, and I laugh. But there are some things that are no joke. There are things that my profession has taught me. And one of these things, the most terrible thing, is this murder is a habit. Chapter 18. Tea at Dr. Riley's. Before leaving, Poirot made a round of the expedition house and the outbuildings. He also asked a few questions of the servants at second hand, that is to say, Dr. Riley translated the questions and answers from English to Arabic and vice versa. These questions dealt mainly with the appearance of the stranger Mrs. Leidner and I had seen looking through the window, and to whom Father Lavigny had been talking on the following day. Do you really think that fellow had anything to do with it? Asked Dr. Riley when we were bumping along in his car on our way to Hassanieh. I like all the information there is, was Poirot's reply, and really, that described his methods very well. I found later that there wasn't anything, no small scrap, of insignificant gossip in which he wasn't interested. Men aren't usually so gossipy. I must confess I was glad of my cup of tea when we got to Dr. Riley's house. Poirot, I noticed, put 5 lumps of sugar in his. Stirring it carefully with his teaspoon, he said, And now we can talk. Can we not? We can make up our minds who is likely to have committed the crime. Lavigny, Mercado, Emmett, or Ryder? Asked Dr. Riley. No. That was theory number 3. I wish to concentrate now on theory number 2, leaving aside all question of a mysterious husband or brother-in-law turning up from the past. Let us discuss now quite simply which member of the expedition had the means and opportunity to kill Mrs. Leidner, and who is likely to have done so. I thought you didn't think much of that theory. Not at all. But I have some natural delicacy, said Poirot reproachfully. Can I discuss in the presence of Dr. Leidner the motives likely to lead to the murder of his wife by a member of the expedition? That would not have been delicate at all. I had to sustain the fiction that his wife was adorable and that everyone adored her. But naturally, it was not like that at all. Now we can be brutal, and impersonal and say what we think. We have no longer to consider people's feelings. And that is where Nurse Leatheran is going to help us. She is, I am sure, a very good observer. Oh, I don't know about that, I said. Dr. Riley handed me a plate of hot scones. To fortify yourself, he said. They were very good scones. Come now, said Poirot in a friendly, chatty way. You shall tell me, ma sœur, exactly what each member of the expedition felt towards Mrs. Leidner. I was only there a week. Poirot, I said. Quite long enough. For one of your intelligence, a nurse sums up quickly. She makes her judgments and abides by them. Come, let us make a beginning. Father Lavigny, for instance. Well, there now. I really couldn't say. He and Mrs. Leidner seemed to like talking together, but they usually spoke French. And I'm not very good at French myself, though I learnt it as a girl at school. I've an idea. They talked mainly about books. They were, as you might say, companionable together, yes. Well, yes, you might put it that way, but all the same, I think Father Lavigny was puzzled by her, and well almost annoyed by being puzzled, if you know what I mean. And I told him of the conversation I had had with him out on the dig that first day when he had called Mrs. Leidner a dangerous woman. Now that is very interesting, Poirot said. And what do you think she thought of him? That's rather difficult to say, too. It wasn't easy to know what Mrs. Leidner thought of people. Sometimes, I fancy, he puzzled her. I remember her saying to Dr. Leidner that he was unlike any priest she had ever known. A length of hemp to be ordered for Father Lavigny, said Dr. Riley facetiously. My dear friend, said Poirot, have you not, perhaps, some patients to attend? I would not, for the world, detain you from your professional duties. I've got a whole hospital of them, said Dr. Riley. And he got up and said a wink was as good as a nod to a blind horse, and went out laughing. That is better, said Poirot. We will have now an interesting conversation tête-à-tête, but you must not forget to eat your tea. He passed me a plate of sandwiches and suggested my having a second cup of tea. He really had very pleasant, attentive manners. And now, he said, let us continue with your impressions. Who was there who, in your opinion, did not like Mrs. Leidner? Well, I said, it's only my opinion, and I don't want it repeated as coming from me. Naturally not. But in my opinion, little Mrs. Mercado fairly hated her. Ah, and Mr. Mercado, he was a bit soft on her. I said, I shouldn't think women, apart from his wife, had ever taken much notice of him, and Mrs. Leidner had a nice kind way of being interested in people and the things they told her. It rather went to the poor man's head, I fancy, and Mrs. Mercado, she was not pleased. She was just plain jealous. That's the truth of it. You've got to be very careful when there's a husband and wife about, and that's a fact. I could tell you some surprising things. You've no idea the extraordinary things women get into their heads when it's a question of their husbands. I do not doubt the truth of what you say. So, Mrs. Mercado was jealous, and she hated Mrs. Leidner. I've seen her look at her as though she'd have liked to kill her. Oh, gracious! I pulled myself up. Indeed, Poirot, I didn't mean to say, that is, not for one moment. No, I quite understand. The phrase slipped out,
a very convenient one. And Mrs. Leidner, was she worried by this animosity of Mrs. Mercado's? Well, I said, reflecting, I don't really think she was worried at all. In fact, I don't even know whether she noticed it. I thought once of just giving her a hint, but I didn't like to. Least said, soonest mended. That's what I say. You are doubtless wise. Can you give me any instances of how Mrs. Mercado showed her feelings? I told him about our conversation on the roof. So she mentioned Miss Leidner's first marriage, said Poirot thoughtfully. Can you remember? In mentioning it, did she look at you as though she wondered whether you had heard a different version? You think she may have known the truth about it? It is a possibility. She may have written those letters and engineered a tapping hand and all the rest of it. I wondered something of the same kind myself. It seemed the kind of petty, revengeful thing she might do. Yes, a cruel streak, I should say, but hardly the temperament for cold-blooded, brutal murder, unless, of course. He paused and then said, It is odd. That curious thing she said to you. I know why you are here. What did she mean by it? I can't imagine, I said frankly. She thought you were there for some ulterior reason, apart from the declared one. What reason? And why should she be so concerned in the matter? Odd, too. The way you tell me she stared at you all through tea the day you arrived. Well, she's not a lady, Poirot, I said primly. That, monsieur, is an excuse but not an explanation. I wasn't quite sure, for the minute, what he meant, but he went on quickly. And the other members of the staff, I considered. I don't think Miss Johnson liked Mrs. Leidner either very much, but she was quite open and above board about it. She as good as admitted she was prejudiced. You see, she's very devoted to Dr. Leidner and had worked with him for years, and of course, marriage does change things, there's no denying it. Yes, said Poirot, and from Miss Johnson's point of view, it would be an unsuitable marriage. It would really have been much more suitable if Dr. Leidner had married her. It would really, I agreed. But that's a man all over. Not 1 in 100 considers suitability. And one can't really blame Dr. Leidner. Miss Johnson, poor soul, isn't so much to look at. Now Mrs. Leidner was really beautiful, not young. Of course, but oh, I wish you'd known her. There was something about her. I remember Mr. Coleman saying she was like a thingamajig that came to lure people into marshes. That wasn't a very good way of putting it. But, oh, well, you'll laugh at me. But there was something about her that was well unearthly. She could cast a spell, yes, I understand, said Poirot. Then I don't think she and Mr. Carey got on very well. Either, I went on. I've an idea he was jealous, just like Miss Johnson. He was always very stiff with her, and so was she with him. You know, she passed him things, and was very polite, and called him Mr. Carey rather formally. He was an old friend of her husband's, of course. And some women can't stand their husband's old friends. They don't like to think that anyone knew them before they did. At least that's rather a muddled way of putting it. I quite understand. And the 3 young men, Coleman, you say, was inclined to be poetic about her. I couldn't help laughing. It was funny. Poirot, I said. He's such a matter-of-fact young man. And the other 2, I don't really know about Mr. Emmett. He's always so quiet and never says much. She was very nice to him always. You know, Friendly called him David and used to tease him about Miss Riley and things like that. Ah, really? And did he enjoy that? I don't quite know, I said doubtfully. He'd just look at her, Rather funnily, you couldn't tell what he was thinking. And Mr. Ryder, she wasn't always very kind to him, I said slowly. I think he got on her nerves. She used to say quite sarcastic things to him. And did he mind? He used to get very pink. Poor boy. Of course, she didn't mean to be unkind. And then suddenly, from feeling a little sorry for the boy, it came over me that he was very likely a cold-blooded murderer and had been playing a part all the time. Oh, Poirot, I exclaimed. What do you think really happened? He shook his head slowly and thoughtfully. Tell me, he said. You are not afraid to go back there tonight? Oh, no, I said. Of course, I remember what you said. But who would want to murder me? I do not think that anyone could, he said slowly. That is partly why I have been so anxious to hear all you could tell me. No, I think I am sure you are quite safe. If anyone had told me in Baghdad, I began, and stopped. Did you hear any gossip about the Leidners and the expedition before you came here? He asked. I told him about Mrs. Leidner's nickname and just a little of what Mrs. Kelsey had said about her. In the middle of it, the door opened and Miss Riley came in. She had been playing tennis and had her racket in her hand. I gathered Poirot had already met her when he arrived in Hassanieh. She said, "How do you do?" to me, in her usual offhand manner, and picked up a sandwich. Well, Poirot, she said, how are you getting on with our local mystery? Not very fast, mademoiselle. I see you've rescued Nurse from the wreck. Nurse Leatheran has been giving me valuable information about the various members of the expedition. Incidentally, I have learned a good deal about the victim, and the victim, mademoiselle, is very often the clue to the mystery. Miss Riley said, That's rather clever of you. Poirot, it's certainly true that if ever a woman deserved to be murdered, Mrs. Leidner was that woman. Miss Riley, I cried, scandalized. She laughed, a short, nasty laugh. Ah, she said, I thought you hadn't been hearing quite the truth. Nurse Leatheran, I'm afraid, was quite taken in, like many other people. Do you know? Poirot, I rather hope that this case isn't going to be one of your successes. I'd quite like the murderer of Louise Leidner to get away with it. In fact, I wouldn't much have objected to putting her out of the way myself. I was simply disgusted with the girl. Poirot, I must say, didn't turn a hair. He just bowed and said quite pleasantly, I hope, then, that you have an alibi for yesterday afternoon. There was a moment's silence, and Miss Riley's racket went clattering down onto the floor. She didn't bother to pick it up. Slack and untidy, like all her sort. She said, in a rather breathless voice, Oh, yes. I was playing tennis at the club, but, seriously, Poirot, I wonder if you know anything at all about Mrs. Leidner and the kind of woman she was. Again, he made a funny little bow and said, You shall inform me, mademoiselle. She hesitated a minute and then spoke with a callousness and lack of decency that really sickened me. There's a convention that one doesn't speak ill of the dead. That's stupid. I think the truth's always the truth. On the whole, it's better to keep your mouth shut about living people. You might conceivably injure them. The dead are past that. But the harm they've done lives after them sometimes. Not quite a quotation from Shakespeare, but very nearly. Has Nurse told you of the queer atmosphere there was at Tel Yerimja? Has she told you how jumpy they all were, and how they all used to glare at each other like enemies. That was Louise Leidner's doing. When I was a kid out here, 3 years ago, they were the happiest, jolliest lot imaginable. Even last year, they were pretty well all right. But this year, there was a blight over them, and it was her doing. She was the kind of woman who won't let anybody else be happy. There are women like that, and she was one of them. She wanted to break up things always, just for fun, or for the sense of power, or perhaps just because she was made that way. And she was the kind of woman who had to get hold of every male creature within reach. Miss Riley, I cried. I don't think that's true. In fact, I know it isn't. She went on without taking the least notice of me. It wasn't enough for her to have her husband adore her. She had to make a fool of that long-legged shambling idiot of a Mercado. Then she got hold of Bill. Bill's a sensible cove, but she was getting him all mazed and bewildered. Carl Ryder, she just amused herself by tormenting. It was easy. He's a sensitive boy. And she had a jolly good go at David. David was better sport to her because he put up a fight. He felt her charm, but he wasn't having any. I think because he'd got sense enough to know that she didn't really care a damn. And that's why I hate her so. She's not sensual. She doesn't want affairs. It's just cold-blooded experiment on her part and the fun of stirring people up and setting them against each other. She dabbled in that too. She's the sort of woman who's never had a row with anyone in her life. But rows always happen where she is. She makes them happen. She's a kind of female Iago. She must have drama. But she doesn't want to be involved herself. She's always outside pulling strings, looking on enjoying it. Oh, do you see at all what I mean? I see, perhaps more than you know, mademoiselle, said Poirot. I couldn't make his voice out. He didn't sound indignant. He sounded, oh, well, I can't explain it. Sheila Riley seemed to understand, for she flushed all over her face. You can think what you choose, she said, but I'm right about her. She was a clever woman, and she was bored, and she experimented with people, like other people experiment with chemicals. She enjoyed working on poor old Johnson's feelings and seeing her bite on the bullet and control herself like the old sport she is. She liked goading little Mercado into a white-hot frenzy. She liked flicking me on the raw, and she could do it too. Every time. She liked finding out things about people and holding it over them. Oh, I don't mean crude blackmail. I mean just letting them know that she knew, and leaving them uncertain what she meant to do about it. My God, though, that woman was an artist. There was nothing crude about her methods. And her husband, asked Poirot. She never wanted to hurt him, said Miss Riley slowly. I've never known her anything but sweet to him. I suppose she was fond of him. He's a dear wrapped up in his own world, his digging and his theories. And he worshipped her and thought her perfection. That might have annoyed some women. It didn't annoy her. In a sense, he lived in a fool's paradise, and yet it wasn't a fool's paradise, because to him, she was what he thought her. Though it's hard to reconcile that with... She stopped. Go on, mademoiselle, said Poirot. She turned suddenly on me. What have you said about Richard Carey? About Mr. Carey, I asked, astonished. About her and Carey. Well, I said, I've mentioned that they didn't hit it off very well. To my surprise, she broke into a fit of laughter. Didn't hit it off very well. You fool. He's head over ears in love with her,
and it's tearing him to pieces because he worships Leidner too. He's been his friend for years. That would be enough for her. Of course. She's made it her business to come between them, but all the same I fancied, eh bien. She was frowning, absorbed in thought. I've fancied that she'd gone too far for once, that she was not only biter, but bit Carey's attractive. He's as attractive as hell. She was a cold devil, but I believe she could have lost her coldness with him. I think it's just scandalous what you're saying, I cried. Why? They hardly spoke to each other. Oh, didn't they? She turned on me. A hell of a lot you know about it. It was Mr. Carey and Mrs. Leidner in the house, but they used to meet outside. She'd walk down the path to the river, and he'd leave the dig for an hour at a time. They used to meet among the fruit trees. I saw him once just leaving her, striding back to the dig, and she was standing looking after him. I was a female cad, I suppose. I had some glasses with me, and I took them out and had a good look at her face. If you ask me, I believe she cared like hell for Richard Carey. She broke off and looked at Poirot. Excuse my butting in on your case, she said with a sudden, rather twisted grin. But I thought you'd like to have the local color correct. And she marched out of the room. Poirot, I cried. I don't believe one word of it all. He looked at me, and he smiled. And he said very queerly, I thought, you can't deny, nurse, that Miss Riley has shed a certain illumination on the case. We couldn't say any more just then, because Dr. Riley came in, saying jokingly that he'd killed off the most tiresome of his patients. He and Poirot settled down to a more or less medical discussion of the psychology and mental state of an anonymous letter writer. The doctor cited cases that he had known professionally, and Poirot told various stories from his own experience. It is not so simple as it seems, he ended. There is the desire for power and very often a strong inferiority complex. Dr. Riley nodded. That's why you often find that the author of anonymous letters is the last person in the place to be suspected. Some quiet, inoffensive little soul who apparently can't say, bow to a goose, all sweetness and Christian meekness on the outside, and seething with all the fury of hell underneath. Poirot said thoughtfully, should you say Mrs. Leidner had any tendency to an inferiority complex? Dr. Riley scraped out his pipe with a chuckle. Last woman on earth I'd describe that way. No repressions about her. Life. Life and more life. That's what she wanted and got, too. Do you consider it a possibility, psychologically speaking, that she wrote those letters? Yes, I do. But if she did, the reason arose out of her instinct to dramatize herself. Mrs. Leidner was a bit of a film star in private life. She had to be the center of things in the limelight. By the law of opposites, she married Leidner, who's about the most retiring and modest man I know. He adored her, but adoration by the fireside wasn't enough for her. She had to be the persecuted heroine as well. In fact, said Poirot, smiling, you don't subscribe to his theory that she wrote them and retained no memory of her act. No, I don't. I didn't turn down the idea in front of him. You can't very well say to a man who's just lost a dearly loved wife that that same wife was a shameless exhibitionist, and that she drove him nearly crazy with anxiety to satisfy her sense of the dramatic. As a matter of fact, it wouldn't be safe to tell any man the truth about his wife. Funnily enough,
I'd trust most women with the truth about their husbands. Women can accept the fact that a man is a rotter, a swindler, a drug taker, a confirmed liar, and a general swine without batting an eyelash and without its impairing their affection for the brute in the least. Women are wonderful realists. Frankly, Dr. Riley, what was your exact opinion of Mrs. Leidner? Dr. Riley lay back in his chair and puffed slowly at his pipe. Frankly, it's hard to say. I didn't know her well enough. She'd got charm, any amount of it. Brains, sympathy. What else? She hadn't any of the ordinary unpleasant vices. She wasn't sensual or lazy or even particularly vain. Oh, she was, I've always thought, but I've no proofs of it, a most accomplished liar. What I don't know, and what I'd like to know, is whether she lied to herself or only to other people. I'm rather partial to liars myself. A woman who doesn't lie is a woman without imagination and without sympathy. I don't think she was really a manhunter. She just liked the sport of bringing them down with my bow and arrow. If you get my daughter on the subject, we have had that pleasure, said Poirot with a slight smile. Said Dr. Riley. She hasn't wasted much time, shoved her knife into her pretty thoroughly. I should imagine the younger generation has no sentiment towards the dead. It's a pity all young people are prigs. They condemn the old morality and then proceed to set up a much more hard and fast code of their own. If Mrs. Leidner had had half a dozen affairs, Sheila would probably have approved of her as living her life fully, or obeying her blood instincts. What she doesn't see is that Mrs. Leidner was acting true to type her type. The cat is obeying its blood instinct. When it plays with the mouse, it's made that way. Men aren't little boys to be shielded and protected. They've got to meet cat women and faithful spaniel, yours till death adoring women, and hen-pecking, nagging bird women and all the rest of it. Life's a battlefield, not a picnic. I'd like to see Sheila honest enough to come off her high horse and admit that she hated Mrs. Leidner for good old thoroughgoing personal reasons. Sheila's about the only young girl in this place, and she naturally assumes that she ought to have it all her own way with the young things in trousers. Naturally, it annoys her when a woman, who in her view is middle-aged and who has already 2 husbands to her credit, comes along and licks her on her own ground. Sheila's a nice child, healthy and reasonably good-looking and attractive to the other sex, as she should be. But Mrs. Leidner was something out of the ordinary in that line. She'd got just that sort of calamitous magic that plays the deuce with things, a kind of belle dame sans merci. I jumped in my chair. What a coincidence, his saying that. Your daughter. I am not indiscreet. She has perhaps a tendresse for one of the young men out there. Oh, I don't suppose so. She's had Emmett and Coleman dancing attendance on her as a matter of course. I don't know that she cares for one more than the other. There are a couple of young Air Force chaps, too. I fancy all's fish that comes to her net at present. No. I think it's age daring to defeat youth that annoys her so much. She doesn't know as much of the world as I do. It's when you get to my age that you really appreciate a schoolgirl complexion and a clear eye and a firmly knit young body. But a woman over 30 can listen with rapt attention and throw in a word here and there to show the talker what a fine fellow he is, and few young men can resist that. Sheila's a pretty girl, but Louise Leidner was beautiful. Glorious eyes and that amazing golden fairness. Yes, she was a beautiful woman. Yes, I thought to myself. He's right. Beauty's a wonderful thing. She had been beautiful. It wasn't the kind of looks you were jealous of.
You just sat back and admired. I felt that first day I met her that I'd do anything for Mrs. Leidner. All the same. That night, as I was being driven back to tell Urimja, Dr. Riley made me stay for an early dinner. One or two things came back to my mind and made me rather uncomfortable. At the time, I hadn't believed a word of all Sheila Riley's outpouring. I'd taken it for sheer spite and malice. But now, I suddenly remembered the way Mrs. Leidner had insisted on going for a stroll by herself that afternoon and wouldn't hear of me coming with her. I couldn't help wondering if perhaps, after all, she had been going to meet Mr. Carey. And of course, it was a little odd, really, the way he and she spoke to each other so formally. Most of the others she called by their Christian names. He never seemed to look at her. I remembered. That might be because he disliked her, or it might be just the opposite. I gave myself a little shake. Here I was, fancying and imagining all sorts of things, all because of a girl's spiteful outburst. It just showed how unkind and dangerous it was to go about saying that kind of thing. Mrs. Leidner hadn't been like that at all, of course. She hadn't liked Sheila Riley. She'd really been almost catty about her that day at lunch to Mr. Emmett. Funny. The way he'd looked at her. The sort of way that you couldn't possibly tell what he was thinking. You never could tell what Mr. Emmett was thinking. He was so quiet, but very nice. A nice, dependable person. Now, Mr. Coleman was a foolish young man, if there ever was one. I'd got to that point in my meditations when we arrived. It was just on 9 o'clock, and the big door was closed and barred. Ibrahim came running with his great key to let me in. We all went to bed early at Tel Urimja. There weren't any lights showing in the living room. There was a light in the drawing office and one in Dr. Leidner's office, but nearly all the other windows were dark. Everyone must have gone to bed even earlier than usual. As I passed the drawing office to go to my room, I looked in. Mr. Carey was in his shirt sleeves, working over his big plan. Terribly ill. He looked, I thought, so strained and worn. It gave me quite a pang. I don't know what there was about Mr. Carey. It wasn't what he said, because he hardly said anything, and that of the most ordinary nature. And it wasn't what he did, for that didn't amount to much either, and yet you just couldn't help noticing him, and everything about him seemed to matter more than it would have about anyone else. He just counted, if you know what I mean. He turned his head and saw me. He removed his pipe from his mouth and said, "Well, nurse, back from Hassania. Yes, Mr. Carey, you're up working late. Everybody else seems to have gone to bed." I thought I might as well get on with things, he said. I was a bit behindhand, and I shall be out on the dig all tomorrow. We're starting digging again. Already? I asked, shocked. He looked at me rather queerly. It's the best thing. I think I put it up to Leidner. He'll be in Hassania most of tomorrow seeing to things, but the rest of us will carry on here. You know it's not too easy, all sitting round and looking at each other as things are. He was right there, of course, especially in the nervy, jumpy state everyone was in. Well, of course you're right, in a way, I said. It takes one's mind off if one's got something to do. The funeral, I knew, was to be the day after tomorrow. He had bent over his plan again. I don't know why, but my heart just ached for him. I felt certain that he wasn't going to get any sleep. "If you'd like a sleeping draught, Mr. Carey," I said hesitatingly. He shook his head with a smile. "I'll carry on, nurse. Bad habit. Sleeping draughts. Well, good night, Mr. Carey," I said. "If there's anything I can do." "Don't think so. Thank you, nurse. Good night." "I'm terribly sorry," I said, rather too impulsively, I suppose. "Sorry." He looked surprised. For everybody. It's all so dreadful, but especially for you." "For me? Why for me?" "Well, you're such an old friend of them both." "I'm an old friend of Leidner's. I wasn't a friend of hers particularly." He spoke as though he had actually disliked her. Really, I wished Miss Riley could have heard him. "Well, good night," I said, and hurried along to my room. I fussed around a bit in my room before undressing, washed out some handkerchiefs and a pair of wash leather gloves, and wrote up my diary. I just looked out of my door again before I really started to get ready for bed. The lights were still on in the drawing office and in the south building. I suppose Dr. Leidner was still up and working in his office. I wondered whether I ought to go and say good night to him. I hesitated about it. I didn't want to seem officious. He might be busy and not want to be disturbed. In the end, however, a sort of uneasiness drove me on. After all, it couldn't do any harm. I'd just say good night, ask if there was anything I could do, and come away. But Dr. Leidner wasn't there. The office itself was lit up, but there was no one in it except Miss Johnson. She had her head down on the table and was crying as though her heart would break. It gave me quite a turn. She was such a quiet, self-controlled woman. It was pitiful to see her. "Whatever is it, my dear?" I cried. I put my arm round her and patted her. Now, this won't do at all. You mustn't sit here crying all by yourself." She didn't answer, and I felt the dreadful shuddering sobs that were racking her. "Don't, my dear, don't," I said. "Take a hold on yourself. I'll go and make you a cup of nice hot tea." She raised her head and said, "No, no, it's all right, nurse. I'm being a fool." "What's upset you, my dear?" I asked. She didn't answer at once. Then she said, "It's all too awful. Now don't start thinking of it." I told her, "What's happened has happened and can't be mended. It's no use fretting." She sat up straight and began to pat her hair. "I'm making rather a fool of myself," she said in her gruff voice. "I've been clearing up and tidying the office. Thought it was best to do something. And then it all came over me suddenly. Yes, I said hastily. "I know. A nice strong cup of tea and a hot water bottle in your bed is what you want," I said, and she had them too. I didn't listen to any protests. "Thank you, nurse," she said when I'd settled her in bed, and she was sipping her tea and the hot water bottle was in. "You're a nice, kind, sensible woman. It's not often I make such a fool of myself." "Oh, anybody's liable to do that at a time like this," I said. "What with one thing and another, the strain and the shock and the police here, there and everywhere. Why, I'm quite jumpy myself," she said slowly in rather a queer voice. "What you said in there is true. What's happened has happened and can't be mended." She was silent for a minute or two, and then said rather oddly, "I thought she was never a nice woman." Well, I didn't argue the point. I'd always felt it was quite natural for Miss Johnson and Mrs. Leidner not to hit it off. I wondered if, perhaps, Miss Johnson had secretly had a feeling that she was pleased Mrs. Leidner was dead, and had then been ashamed of herself for the thought. I said, "Now you go to sleep and don't worry about anything." I just picked up a few things and set the room to rights. Stockings over the back of the chair, and coat and skirt on a hanger. There was a little ball of crumpled paper on the floor where it must have fallen out of a pocket. I was just smoothing it out to see whether I could safely throw it away when she quite startled me. "Give that to me." I did so, rather taken aback. She'd called out so peremptorily. She snatched it from me, fairly snatched it, and then held it in the candle flame till it was burnt to ashes. As I say, I was startled, and I just stared at her. I hadn't had time to see what the paper was. She'd snatched it so quick. But funnily enough, as it burned, it curled over towards me, and I just saw that there were words written in ink on the paper. It wasn't till I was getting into bed that I realized why they'd looked sort of familiar to me. It was the same handwriting as that of the anonymous letters. Was that why Miss Johnson had given way to a fit of remorse? Had it been her all along who had written those anonymous letters? Chapter 20. Miss Johnson, Mrs. Mercado. Mr. Writer. I don't mind confessing that the idea came as a complete shock to me. I'd never thought of associating Miss Johnson with the letters. Mrs. Mercado, perhaps, but Miss Johnson was a real lady, and so self-controlled and sensible. But I reflected, remembering the conversation I had listened to that evening between Poirot and Dr. Riley, that might be just why. If it were Miss Johnson who had written the letters, it explained a lot. Mind you, I didn't think for a minute Miss Johnson had had anything to do with the murder, but I did see that her dislike of Mrs. Leidner might have made her succumb to the temptation of, well, putting the wind up her, to put it vulgarly. She might have hoped to frighten away Mrs. Leidner from the dig. But then Mrs. Leidner had been murdered, and Miss Johnson had felt terrible pangs of remorse first for her cruel trick, and also, perhaps, because she realized that those letters were acting as a very good shield to the actual murderer. No wonder she had broken down so utterly. She was, I was sure, a decent soul at heart. And it explained, too, why she had caught so eagerly at my consolation of, "What's happened's happened and can't be mended." And then her cryptic remark, her vindication of herself. She was never a nice woman. The question was, what was I to do about it? I tossed and turned for a good while, and in the end decided I'd let Monsieur Poirot know about it at the first opportunity. He came out next day, but I didn't get a chance of speaking to him, what you might call privately. We had just a minute alone together, and before I could collect myself to know how to begin, he had come close to me and was whispering instructions in my ear. I shall talk to Miss Johnson and others, perhaps in the living room. You have the key of Mrs. Leidner's room still? Yes, I said. Très bien. Go there. Shut the door behind you and give a cry. Not a scream, a cry. You understand what I mean. It is alarm, surprise that I want you to express, not mad terror. As for the excuse, if you are heard, I leave that to you, the step-toe, or what you will. At that moment, Miss Johnson came out into the courtyard, and there was no time for more. I understood well enough what Hercule Poirot was after. As soon as he and Miss Johnson had gone into the living room, I went across to Mrs. Leidner's room and, unlocking the door, went in and pulled the door to behind me. I can't say I didn't feel a bit of a fool standing up in an empty room and giving a yelp all for nothing at all. Besides, it wasn't so easy to know just how loud to do it. I gave a pretty loud "oh," and then tried it a bit higher and a bit lower. Then I came out again and prepared my excuse of a stepped stubbed. I suppose he meant toe. But it soon appeared that no excuse would be needed. Poirot and Miss Johnson were talking together earnestly, and there had clearly been no interruption. Well, I thought, that settles that. Either Miss Johnson imagined that cry she heard, or else it was something quite different. I didn't like to go in and interrupt them. There was a deck chair on the porch, so I sat down there. Their voices floated out to me. The position is delicate, you understand. Poirot was saying, Dr. Leidner, obviously, he adored his wife. He worshipped her, said Miss Johnson. He tells me, naturally, how fond all his staff was of her. As for them, what can they say? Naturally, they say the same thing. It is politeness. It is decency. It may also be the truth, but also it may not. And I am convinced, mademoiselle, that the key to this enigma lies in a complete understanding of Mrs. Leidner's character. If I could get the opinion, the honest opinion of every member of the staff, I might, from the whole, build up a picture. Frankly, that is why I am here today. I knew Dr. Leidner would be in Hassanieh. That makes it easy for me to have an interview with each of you here in turn, and beg your help. That's all very well, began Miss Johnson, and stopped. Do not make me the British cliches. Poirot begged. Do not say it is not the cricket or the football, that to speak anything but well of the dead is not done that in fond there is loyalty. It is a pestilential thing in crime. Chose. Again and again, it obscures the truth. I've no particular loyalty to Mrs. Leidner, said Miss Johnson dryly. There was indeed a sharp and acid tone in her voice. Dr. Leidner's a different matter. After all, she was his wife. Precisely. I understand that you would not wish to speak against your chief's wife. But this is not a question of a testimonial. It is a question of sudden and mysterious death. If I am to believe that it is a martyred angel who has been killed, it does not add to the easiness of my task. I certainly shouldn't call her an angel, said Miss Johnson, and the acid tone was even more in evidence. Tell me your opinion, frankly, of Mrs. Leidner as a woman. To begin with, Poirot. I'll give you this warning. I am prejudiced. I am. We all were devoted to Dr. Leidner, and, I suppose, when Mrs. Leidner came along, we were jealous. We resented the demands she made on his time and attention. The devotion he showed her irritated us. I'm being truthful. Poirot. And it isn't very pleasant for me. I resented her presence here, yes. I did. Though, of course, I tried never to show it. It made a difference to us. You see, us. You say us. I mean Mr. Carey and myself. We're the two old-timers, you see, and we didn't much care for the new order of things. I suppose that's natural, though perhaps it was rather petty of us, but it did make a difference. What kind of a difference? Oh, to everything. We used to have such a happy time, a good deal of fun, you know, and rather silly jokes, like people do who work together. Dr. Leidner was quite light-hearted, just like a boy. And when Mrs. Leidner came, she changed all that. Well, I suppose it wasn't her fault. It wasn't so bad last year. And please believe, Poirot, that it wasn't anything she did. She's always been charming to me, quite charming. That's why I felt ashamed sometimes. It wasn't her fault. That little thing she said and did seemed to rub me up the wrong way. Really, nobody could be nicer than she was. But nevertheless, things were changed this season. There was a different atmosphere. Oh, entirely. Really. I don't know what it was. Everything seemed to go wrong. Not with the work. I mean with us. Our tempers and our nerves. All on edge. Almost the sort of feeling you get when there is a thunderstorm coming. And you put that down to Mrs. Leidner's influence. Well, it was never like that before she came, said Miss Johnson dryly. Oh, I'm a cross-grained, complaining old dog. Conservative, liking things always the same. You really mustn't take any notice of me. Poirot. How would you describe to me Mrs. Leidner's character and temperament? Miss Johnson hesitated for a moment. Then she said slowly, well, of course, she was temperamental. A lot of ups and downs. Nice to people one day, and perhaps wouldn't speak to them the next. She was very kind, I think, and very thoughtful for others. All the same, you could see she had been thoroughly spoilt all her life. She took Dr. Leidner's waiting on her hand and foot as perfectly natural. And I don't think she ever really appreciated what a very remarkable, what a really great man she had married. That used to annoy me sometimes. And of course, she was terribly highly strung and nervous. The things she used to imagine and the states she used to get into. I was thankful when Dr. Leidner brought Nurse Leatheran here. It was too much for him, having to cope both with his work and with his wife's fears. What is your own opinion of these anonymous letters she received? I had to do it. I leaned forward in my chair till I could just catch sight of Miss Johnson's profile turned to Poirot in answer to his question. She was looking perfectly cool and collected. I think someone in America had a spite against her and was trying to frighten or annoy her. Pas plus sérieux que ça. That's my opinion. She was a very handsome woman, you know, and might easily have had enemies. I think those letters were written by some spiteful woman. Mrs. Leidner, being of a nervous temperament, took them seriously. She certainly did that, said Poirot. But remember, the last of them arrived by hand. Well, I suppose that could have been managed if anyone had given their minds to it. Women will take a lot of trouble to gratify their spite. Poirot. They will indeed. I thought to myself, perhaps you are right, mademoiselle. As you say, Mrs. Leidner was handsome. By the way, you know Miss Riley, the doctor's daughter. Sheila Riley? Yes, of course. Poirot adopted a very confidential, gossipy tone. I have heard a rumor. Naturally, I do not like to ask the doctor that there was a tendresse between her and one of the members of Dr. Leidner's staff. Is that so? Do you know? Miss Johnson appeared rather amused. Oh, young Coleman and David Emmett were both inclined to dance attendance. I believe there was some rivalry as to who was to be her partner in some event at the club. Both the boys went in on Saturday evenings to the club as a general rule. but I don't know that there was anything in it on her side. She's the only young creature in the place, you know, and so she's by way of being the belle of it. She's got the Air Force dancing attendants on her as well. So you think there is nothing in it? Well, I don't know. Miss Johnson became thoughtful. It is true that she comes out this way fairly often. Up to the dig and all that. In fact, Mrs. Leidner was chaffing David Emmett about it the other day, saying the girl was running after him. Which was rather a catty thing to say, I thought, and I don't think he liked it. Yes, she was here a good deal. I saw her riding towards the dig on that awful afternoon. She nodded her head towards the open window, but neither David Emmett nor Coleman were on duty that afternoon. Richard Carey was in charge. Yes, perhaps she is attracted to one of the boys, but she's such a modern, unsentimental young woman that one doesn't know quite how seriously to take her. I'm sure I don't know which of them it is. Bill's a nice boy, and not nearly such a fool as he pretends to be. David Emmett is a dear, and there's a lot to him. He is the deep, quiet kind. Then she looked quizzically at Poirot and said, But has this any bearing on the crime? Poirot. Poirot threw up his hands in a very French fashion. You make me blush, mademoiselle, he said. You expose me as a mere gossip. But what will you— I am interested always in the love affairs of young people. Yes, said Miss Johnson with a little sigh. It's nice when the course of true love runs smooth. Poirot gave an answering sigh. I wondered if Miss Johnson was thinking of some love affair of her own when she was a girl. And I wondered if maybe Poirot had a wife, and if he went on in the way you always hear foreigners do, with mistresses and things like that. He looked so comic, I couldn't imagine it. Sheila Riley has a lot of character, said Miss Johnson. She's young, and she's crude, but she's the right sort. I take your word for it. Mademoiselle, said Poirot. He got up and said, Are there any other members of the staff in the house? Marie Mercado is somewhere about. All the men are up on the dig today. I think they wanted to get out of the house. I don't blame them. If you'd like to go up to the dig. She came out on the veranda and said, smiling to me, Nurse Leatheran won't mind taking you, I dare say. Oh, certainly, Miss Johnson, I said. And you'll come back to lunch, won't you? Poirot. Enchanted, mademoiselle. Miss Johnson went back into the living room where she was engaged in cataloging. Mrs. Mercado's on the roof, I said. Do you want to see her first? It would be as well. I think, let us go up. As we went up the stairs, I said, I did what you told me. Did you hear anything? Not a sound. That will be a weight off Miss Johnson's mind, at any rate. I said, she's been worrying that she might have done something about it. Mrs. Mercado was sitting on the parapet, her head bent down, and she was so deep in thought that she never heard us till Poirot halted opposite her and bade her good morning. Then she looked up with a start. She looked ill this morning, I thought. Her small face pinched and wizened and great dark circles under her eyes. Encore moi, said Poirot. I come today with a special object. And he went on, much in the same way as he had done to Miss Johnson, explaining how necessary it was that he should get a true picture of Mrs. Leidner. Mrs. Mercado, however, wasn't as honest as Miss Johnson had been. She burst into fulsome praise which, I was pretty sure, was quite far removed from her real feelings. Dear, dear Louise, it's so hard to explain her to someone who didn't know her. She was such an exotic creature, quite different from anyone else.
You felt that, I'm sure. Nurse a martyr to nerves, of course, and full of fancies. But one put up with things in her one wouldn't from anyone else. And she was so sweet to us all, wasn't she, Nurse? And so humble about herself. I mean, she didn't know anything about archaeology, and she was so eager to learn. Always asking my husband about the chemical processes for treating the metal objects and helping Miss Johnson to mend pottery. Oh, we were all devoted to her. Then it is not true, Madame, what I have heard, that there was a certain tenseness and uncomfortable atmosphere here. Mrs. Mercado opened her opaque black eyes very wide. Oh, who can have been telling you that, Nurse Dr. Leidner? I'm sure he would never notice anything. Poor man. And she shot a thoroughly unfriendly glance at me. Poirot smiled easily. I have my spies, madam, he declared gaily. And just for a minute, I saw her eyelids quiver and blink. Don't you think? Asked Mrs. Mercado with an air of great sweetness, that after an event of this kind, everyone always pretends a lot of things that never were. You know, tension, atmosphere, a feeling that something was going to happen. I think people just make up these things afterwards. There is a lot in what you say, Madame, said Poirot. And it really wasn't true. We were a thoroughly happy family here. That woman is one of the most utter liars I've ever known, I said indignantly. When Marie Poirot and I were clear of the house and walking along the path to the dig, I'm sure she simply hated Mrs. Leidner, really. She is hardly the type to whom one would go for the truth. Poirot agreed. Waste of time talking to her. I snapped. Hardly that, hardly that. If a person tells you lies with her lips, she is sometimes telling you truth with her eyes. What is she afraid of? Little Madame Mercado. I saw fear in her eyes. Yes, decidedly, she is afraid of something. It is very interesting. I've got something to tell you, Poirot, I said. Then I told him all about my return the night before, and my strong belief that Miss Johnson was the writer of the anonymous letters. So she's a liar too, I said. The cool way she answered you this morning about these same letters. Yes, said Poirot. It was interesting, that, for she let out the fact she knew all about those letters. So far, they have not been spoken of in the presence of the staff. Of course, it is quite possible that Dr. Leidner told her about them yesterday. They are old friends, he and she. But if he did not, well, then it is curious and interesting. Is it not? My respect for him went up. It was clever, the way he had tricked her into mentioning the letters. Are you going to tackle her about them? I asked. Poirot seemed quite shocked by the idea. No, indeed. Always it is unwise to parade one's knowledge. Until the last minute, I keep everything here. He tapped his forehead. At the right moment, I make the spring like the panther, and mon Dieu, the consternation. I couldn't help laughing to myself at little Poirot in the role of a panther. We had just reached the dig. The first person we saw was Mr. Ryder, who was busy photographing some walling. It's my opinion that the men who were digging just hacked out walls wherever they wanted them. That's what it looked like anyway. Mr. Carey explained to me that you could feel the difference at once with a pick, and he tried to show me, but I never saw. When the man said Libyan mud brick, it was just ordinary dirt and mud as far as I could see. Mr. Ryder finished his photographs and handed over the camera and the plate to his boy and told him to take them back to the house.
Poirot asked him one or two questions about exposures and film packs, and so on, which he answered very readily. He seemed pleased to be asked about his work. He was just tendering his excuses for leaving us when Poirot plunged once more into his set sketch. As a matter of fact, it wasn't quite a set sketch, because he varied it a little each time to suit the person he was talking to. But I'm not going to write it all down every time. With sensible people like Miss Johnson, he went straight to the point. And with some of the others, he had to beat about the bush a bit more. But it came to the same in the end. Yes, I see what you mean, said Mr. Ryder, but indeed, I do not see that I can be much help to you. I am new here this season, and I did not speak much with Mrs. Leatheran. I regret, but indeed I can tell you nothing. There was something a little stiff and foreign in the way he spoke, though, of course, he hadn't got any accent except an American one, I mean. You can at least tell me whether you liked or disliked her, said Poirot with a smile. Mr. Ryder got quite red and stammered. She was a charming person, most charming, and intellectual. She had a very fine brain, yes. Bien, you liked her, and she liked you. Mr. Ryder got redder still. Oh, I don't know that she noticed me much, and I was unfortunate once or twice. I was always unlucky when I tried to do anything for her. I'm afraid I annoyed her by my clumsiness. It was quite unintentional. I would have done anything. Poirot took pity on his flounderings. Perfectly. Let us pass to another matter. Was it a happy atmosphere in the house? Please, were you all happy together? Did you laugh and talk? No, not exactly that. There was a little stiffness. He paused, struggling with himself, and then said, You see, I am not very good in company. I am clumsy. I am shy. Dr. Leatheran always he has been most kind to me, but it is stupid. I cannot overcome my shyness. I say always the wrong thing. I upset water jugs. I am unlucky. He really looked like a large, awkward child. We all do these things when we are young, said Poirot, smiling. The poise, the savoir-faire, it comes later. Then with a word of farewell, we walked on. He said, That monsieur is either an extremely simple young man or a very remarkable actor. I didn't answer. I was caught up once more by the fantastic notion that one of these people was a dangerous and cold-blooded murderer. Somehow, on this beautiful, still, sunny morning, it seemed impossible. Chapter 21. Mr. Mercado, Richard Carey. They work in two separate places, I see, said Poirot, halting. Mr. Ryder had been doing his photography on an outlying portion of the main excavation. A little distance away from us, a second swarm of men were coming and going with baskets. That's what they call the deep cut, I explained. They don't find much there, nothing but rubbishy broken pottery. But Dr. Leatheran always says it's very interesting, so I suppose it must be. Let us go there. We walked together slowly, for the sun was hot. Mr. Mercado was in command. We saw him below us talking to the foreman, an old man like a tortoise who wore a tweed coat over his long, striped cotton gown. It was a little difficult to get down to them, as there was only a narrow path or stair, and basket boys were going up and down it constantly, and they always seemed to be as blind as bats and never to think of getting out of the way. As I followed Poirot down, he said suddenly over his shoulder,
Is Mr. Mercado right-handed or left-handed? Now that was an extraordinary question, if you like. I thought a minute. Then, right-handed, I said decisively. Poirot didn't condescend to explain. He just went on and I followed him. Mr. Mercado seemed rather pleased to see us. His long, melancholy face lit up. Poirot pretended to an interest in archaeology that I'm sure he couldn't have really felt. But Mr. Mercado responded at once. He explained that they had already cut down through 12 levels of house occupation. We are now definitely in the 4th millennium, he said with enthusiasm. I always thought a millennium was in the future, the time when everything comes right. Mr. Mercado pointed out belts of ashes, how his hand did shake. I wondered if he might possibly have malaria, and he explained how the pottery changed in character, and about burials, and how they had had one level almost entirely composed of infant burials, poor little things, and about flexed position and orientation, which seemed to mean the way the bones were lying. And then suddenly, just as he was stooping down to pick up a kind of flint knife that was lying with some pots in a corner, he leapt into the air with a wild yell. He spun round to find me and Poirot staring at him in astonishment. He clapped his hand to his left arm. Something stung me like a red-hot needle. Immediately, Poirot was galvanized into energy. Quick, mon cher. Let us see. Nurse Leatheran. I came forward. He seized Mr. Mercado's arm and deftly rolled back the sleeve of his khaki shirt to the shoulder. There, said Mr. Mercado, pointing. About 3 inches below the shoulder, there was a minute prick from which the blood was oozing. Curious, said Poirot. He peered into the rolled-up sleeve. I can see nothing. It was an ant. Perhaps. Better put on a little iodine, I said. I always carry an iodine pencil with me, and I whipped it out and applied it. But I was a little absent-minded as I did so, for my attention had been caught by something quite different. Mr. Mercado's arm, all the way up the forearm to the elbow, was marked all over by tiny punctures. I knew well enough what they were, the marks of a hypodermic needle. Mr. Mercado rolled down his sleeve again and recommenced his explanations. Mr. Poirot listened, but didn't try to bring the conversation round to the Leidners. In fact, he didn't ask Mr. Mercado anything at all. Presently, we said goodbye to Mr. Mercado and climbed up the path again. It was neat that— Did you not think so? My companion asked. Neat, I asked. Poirot took something from behind the lapel of his coat and surveyed it affectionately. To my surprise, I saw that it was a long, sharp darning needle with a blob of sealing wax making it into a pin. Poirot, I cried. Did you do that? I was the stinging insect. Yeah, and very neatly I did it too. Do you not think so? You did not see me. That was true enough. I never saw him do it. And I'm sure Mr. Mercado hadn't suspected. He must have been quick as lightning. But, Poirot, why? I asked. He answered me by another question. Did you notice anything, sister? He asked. I nodded my head slowly. Hypodermic marks, I said. So now we know something about Mr. Mercado, said Poirot. I suspected, but I did not know. It is always necessary to know. And you don't care how you said about it, I thought, but didn't say.
Poirot suddenly clapped his hand to his pocket. Alas, I have dropped my handkerchief down there. I concealed the pin in it. I'll get it for you, I said, and hurried back. I'd got the feeling, you see, by this time, that Poirot and I were the doctor and nurse in charge of a case. At least, it was more like an operation, and he was the surgeon. Perhaps I oughtn't to say so, but in a queer way, I was beginning to enjoy myself. I remember just after I'd finished my training, I went to a case in a private house, and the need for an immediate operation arose, and the patient's husband was cranky about nursing homes. He just wouldn't hear of his wife being taken to one. Said it had to be done in the house. Well, of course it was just splendid for me. Nobody else to have a look in. I was in charge of everything. Of course, I was terribly nervous. I thought of everything conceivable that doctor could want. But even then, I was afraid I might have forgotten something. You never know with doctors. They ask for absolutely anything sometimes, but everything went splendidly. I had each thing ready as he asked for it. And he actually told me I'd done first rate after it was over. And that's a thing most doctors wouldn't bother to do. The GP was very nice too, and I ran the whole thing myself. The patient recovered, too, so everybody was happy. Well, I felt rather the same now. In a way, Poirot reminded me of that surgeon. He was a little man, too. Ugly little man, with a face like a monkey, but a wonderful surgeon. He knew instinctively just where to go. I've seen a lot of surgeons, and I know what a lot of difference there is. Gradually, I'd been growing a kind of confidence in Poirot. I felt that he, too, knew exactly what he was doing, and I was getting to feel that it was my job to help him. As you might say, to have the forceps and the swabs and all handy just when he wanted them. That's why it seemed just as natural for me to run off and look for his handkerchief as it would have been to pick up a towel that a doctor had thrown on the floor. When I'd found it and got back, I couldn't see him at first, but at last I caught sight of him. He was sitting a little way from the mound talking to Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey's boy was standing near with that great big rod thing with meters marked on it. But just at that moment, he said something to the boy, and the boy took it away. It seemed he had finished with it for the time being. I'd like to get this next bit quite clear. You see, I wasn't quite sure what Poirot did or didn't want me to do. He might. Have sent me back for that handkerchief on purpose. To get me out of the way. It was just like an operation over again. You've got to be careful to hand the doctor just what he wants and not what he doesn't want. Suppose you gave him the artery forceps at the wrong moment and were late with them at the right moment. Thank goodness I know my work in the theater well enough. I'm not likely to make mistakes there, but in this business, I was really the rawest of raw little probationers. And so I had to be particularly careful not to make any silly mistakes. Of course, I didn't for one moment imagine that Poirot didn't want me to hear what he and Mr. Carey were saying. But he might have thought he'd get Mr. Carey to talk better if I wasn't there. Now, I don't want anybody to get it into their heads that I'm the kind of woman who goes about eavesdropping on private conversations. I wouldn't do such a thing. Not for a moment, not however much I wanted to. And what I mean is, if it had been a private conversation, I wouldn't for a moment have done what, as a matter of fact, I actually did do. As I looked at it, I was in a privileged position. After all, you hear many a thing when a patient's coming round after an anesthetic. The patient wouldn't want you to hear it, and usually has no idea you have heard it, but the fact remains you do hear it. I just took it that Mr. Carey was the patient. He'd be none the worse for what he didn't know about. And if you think that I was just curious, well, I'll admit that I was curious. I didn't want to miss anything I could help. All this is just leading up to the fact that I turned aside and went by a roundabout way up behind the big dump until I was a foot from where they were, but concealed from them by the corner of the dump. And if anyone says it was dishonorable, I just beg to disagree. Nothing ought to be hidden from the nurse in charge of the case. Though, of course, it's for the doctor to say what shall be done. I don't know. Of course. What Poirot's line of approach had been. But by the time I'd got there, he was aiming straight for the bull's eye, so to speak. Nobody appreciates Dorleidner's devotion to his wife more than I do, he was saying. But it is often the case that one learns more about a person from their enemies than from their friends. You suggest that their faults are more important than their virtues, said Mr. Carey. His tone was dry and ironic. Undoubtedly, when it comes to murder. It seems odd that, as far as I know, nobody has yet been murdered for having too perfect a character, and yet perfection is undoubtedly an irritating thing. I'm afraid I'm hardly the right person to help you, said Mr. Carey. To be perfectly honest, Mrs. Leatheran and I didn't hit it off particularly well. I don't mean that we were in any sense of the word enemies, but we were not exactly friends. Mrs. Leatheran was, perhaps, a shade jealous of my old friendship with her husband. For my part, although I admired her very much and thought she was an extremely attractive woman, was just a shade resentful of her influence over Leatheran. As a result, we were quite polite to each other, but not intimate. Admirably explained, said Poirot. I could just see their heads, and I saw Mr. Carey's turn sharply as though something in Poirot's detached tone struck him disagreeably. Poirot went on. Was not Dr. Leatheran distressed that you and his wife did not get on together better? Carey hesitated a minute before saying, Really, I'm not sure. He never said anything. I always hoped he didn't notice it. He was very wrapped up in his work, you know. So the truth, according to you, is that you did not really like Mrs. Leatheran? Carey shrugged his shoulders. I should probably have liked her very much if she hadn't been Leatheran's wife. He laughed as though amused by his own statement. Poirot was arranging a little heap of broken potsherds. He said in a dreamy, far-away voice, I talked to Miss Johnson this morning. She admitted that she was prejudiced against Mrs. Leatheran and did not like her very much, although she hastened to add that Mrs. Leatheran had always been charming to her. All quite true, I should say, said Carey. So I believed. Then I had a conversation with Mrs. Mercado. She told me at great length how devoted she had been to Mrs. Leatheran and how much she had admired her. Carey made no answer to this, and after waiting a minute or two, Poirot went on, that I did not believe, then I come to you, and that which you tell me well, again, I do not believe. Carey stiffened. I could hear the repressed anger in his voice. I really cannot help your beliefs
or your disbeliefs. Poirot, you've heard the truth, and you can take it or leave it as far as I am concerned. Poirot did not grow angry. Instead, he sounded particularly meek and depressed. Is it my fault, what I do or do not believe I have a sensitive ear? You know. And then there are always plenty of stories going about, rumors floating in the air. One listens, and perhaps one learns something. Yes, there are stories. Carey sprang to his feet. I could see clearly a little pulse that beat in his temple. He looked simply splendid, so lean and so brown in that wonderful jaw, hard and square. I don't wonder women fell for that man. What stories? He asked savagely. Poirot looked sideways at him. Perhaps you can guess. The usual sort of story about you and Mrs. Leatheran. What foul minds people have. N'est-ce pas? They are like dogs. However deep you bury an unpleasantness, a dog will always root it up again. And you believe these stories. I am willing to be convinced of the truth, said Poirot gravely. I doubt if you'd know the truth if you heard it. Carey laughed rudely. Try me and see, said Poirot, watching him. I will then. You shall have the truth. I hated Louise Leatheran. There's the truth for you. I hated her like hell. Chapter 22. Section 1. The voice behind the curtain. You are no longer sure who you are when you enter that room. The Baghdad sky outside bleeds through the window, streaking the stone floor. A fly hovers in the silence, buzzing, as if reciting the victim's name slowly, hauntingly. Louise Leatheran is dead. That is the only thing you are still sure of. Everything else has begun to go off the rails. You remember the look in Poirot's eyes when he said, "The killer is among us." Akum. He smiled as if the answer had been on the table all along. But something is wrong. He doesn't look at anyone. He looks straight at you. You tell yourself it's just your imagination. But then that night, as you return to your room alone, a voice whispers from behind the thin curtains, Monsieur Poirot has never been here. He exists only when you need an escape. You turn around. No one. Just the white curtain moving slightly, as if someone had just pulled a hand out of it. You step out into the hallway, your heart pounding, each step echoing like a tap on an unclosed coffin lid. Past Louise's room, still locked, but a dim light filters through the crack of the door like a spotlight. You lean closer. No voice. Just a faint sound, a pen writing on a piece of paper. You push the door open. The room is empty. The desk is clean. No paper, no pen. But you see on the floor, just under the chair, a crumpled piece of paper. The handwriting is familiar. The only line, the scriptwriter never appears in the play, but he chooses the first scene and the last. Signature none. Only a strange symbol. Agatha. You take the paper, walk quickly to your room. But when you open the door, you find it is no longer yours. On the table is a suitcase that no one remembers having brought. Open it. It is full of letters. Each letter is addressed to the recipient. Dr. Leatheran, Miss Johnson, Father Leatheran Poirot. You have never received a letter in your life, but in your hand now is a message written specifically for you. Before the crime even happened, and you begin to understand you did not come here to solve a death. You came here to relive a script. A role you did not choose, an ending you did not write, and the voice behind the curtain is just getting started. Section 2. The Widow Who Never Wept. You think of Louise, the woman with the eyes that never gave away everything. They call her the widow, but you begin to wonder if she's ever lost anyone. Was the death she recounted in her past a husband, a spy, a ghost real, or was it just the only way she could hide the rest of herself? You return to the clinic where she used to lie when she was alive. The bed sheets are still there. The pillows are indented with heads. But the bed doesn't smell of death. There's only a new smell. A woman's perfume. Cold, sharp, sour like the end. You look for the perfume. There isn't one. But there's a faint oil stain on the tablecloth. You take a handkerchief, dab it on your nose. It's not Louise's. It's not anyone else's. It's the smell of someone who never registered her name on the personnel list. You check the old mailbox. A letter lies at the bottom, unopened. The envelope has no address, just to she who watches. You open it. The paper inside is ashen gray. The writing slanted as if pulled off the paper. She didn't cry because tears aren't meant to wash away pain. They're meant to erase evidence. You visit the room where Louise slept. There's a framed photo, face down on the dressing table. You prop it up. No picture. Just a mirror, a reflection of you looking at a woman who's no longer alive. Not Louise. It's you, but with longer hair, heavier eyes, and a smile completely unfamiliar. You open the bottom drawer, a notebook. The first line, I never loved any of them. I loved what they wanted me to see. That's how I survived. The signature below is not Louise's. It's your handwriting. Your hand is shaking. You didn't write it, but you remember every line. You leave the room. As you close the door, you see a white shadow pass by the hallway mirror. You chase after it. No one. Only the wedding ring lies in the middle of the dusty hallway, engraved with two words, N and L. You turn it over. Inside today. This year, this hour, you were never a groom, but someone chose you to be a husband. Someone who never shed a tear, because she knew you would be the one to lose your head. Section 3. The letter. She burned. Twice you've seen it. The letter. Crumpled. Burned. But not all. In the pocket of a coat you've never worn before. You remember you didn't put it there. But your fingers remember the feel of its folds. You carry it to the table. The top half of the letter is burned at the top. The name. What remains is, and if you dare say it, you will see her die again. I did it once. I can do it again. Don't try me. The tone is not Louise's. Not soft. Not pleading. Cold. Straight. Commanding. You examine the handwriting. Some of it looks like it was copied in a shaky hand. Others, like it was typed on blotting paper. You hold it up to the light. A faint line in lead behind it. Third copy keep. You remember. Louise once said, I get a lot of anonymous letters, but no one writes threatening letters and sends them to me. You didn't understand at the time. Now you know. She kept the threatening letters, but not to denounce, to remember. You ask yourself, who sent them? No address, no trace, just language, written for someone, waiting to be repeated. You go to the incinerator behind the kitchen. In the half-burned iron barrel,
You find pale white ash. You turn over the top layer underneath is a rectangle of black charcoal. When you open it, a piece of paper that didn't burn completely, stuck in two parts by dried blood. You read. The last line repeats, "Don't test me. Signature N. L." You're startled. Louise has never signed like that. Her initials aren't N. Whose words are these? You return to your room. The second letter gone. All the letters from before gone, too. On the table is a blank sheet of paper. In the middle, write exactly 3 words. The second time, you collapse. You thought Louise died of fear of the past, but maybe the past didn't catch up with her. She's rewriting it in your hand. Section 4. The shadow that sat in the chapel. You don't want to go back there. The old temple where Louise once stood, where the sunlight touched down only to drown out the figure. But like all the stories you think you're telling, it called to you before you knew you were coming. The night was as quiet as if the desert had held its breath. You walked across the excavation site, past the tents, until the temple appeared, black as a blank space cut out of memory. You entered no one, no lights, just the shadow sitting in the middle of the nave. You stopped. No movement. The shadow didn't either. You said, "Louise," no response. Just the sound of a knife blade sliding across stone. Not cutting, etching. You moved closer. The shadow sat upright, its head tilted as if listening. No wind, but its hair moves. You take a step forward. A voice calls out from nowhere. You were too late to save her, but just in time to understand why she chose death. You pause. No one in particular, just space speaking. Then you see the stone floor is engraved. You bend down, take your flashlight and shine it. The lines are scribbled. They think I'm weak, but the truth is, I'm where they pour out their secrets. Every night, I don't sleep. I hear them sleepwalking in their real voices. You trace the engraving. It ends with an arrow pointing to the altar. You shine your flashlight. Something lies there, covered in dust. You approach, brush off the dirt. It's a tape recorder. Antique, cracked, but with tape, eh? You take it back. At the tent, you turn it on. The tape rolls. A hiss. Then a breath. Then a woman's voice. If anyone hears this, I am dead because I chose to be, but not because I was afraid, but because I know that person will kill me if I don't finish the act myself. You stop. The voice isn't Louise's. It's younger, thicker, and more like your own voice if you're a woman. You write in your notebook, I'm not investigating a death. I'm reproducing a confession, written in many voices. On the edge of the tape, in pencil, is the last line. Not all people who sit in the shadows are hidden. Sometimes they are recorders of light. Section 5. The man who forgot his alibi. There was one detail that had once brought you relief. Mr. Riley, a tight schedule, always out of the camp, present at the church when the murder happened. You had believed it as a final certainty. But tonight, you opened the filing cabinet and found an old note in Louise's handwriting, tucked into last year's archaeology book. On it was a red-marked line. Riley says he never came to my room, but I can still smell his cigarette on my pillow. You frowned. Riley didn't smoke in the camp. He always said that. You even wrote it down. Dr. Riley, non-smoker.
You flipped through the medical diary, the note in the night watch book. The night Louise died. Doctor absent 21 Sodro to 0045. You couldn't remember ever seeing it, but the writing is yours. You write it without remembering that you wrote it. You go to find Riley. When you enter the tent, he is shaving. Late at night, the moon is silver. The blade of the knife glints like evidence. You ask directly. You have been to her room, have you? He looks at you. No surprise. Just one sentence. Who hasn't, sir? You step back. Not because of the answer, but because in his eyes there is familiarity. Not between person and person, but between narrator and role. You ask again, where were you at 9 o'clock that night? Riley smiles, then tilts his head as if thinking hard. I used to know, but the next morning, someone told me I remembered wrong, so now I'm not sure. You close the book. Leaving the tent, your mind buzzes like a swarm of flies of memories. You used to believe in witnesses. Now, you don't believe in your own memories. That night, when you return to your room, you find the paper lying on the table. No one has signed it. Just a sentence written in black chalk. No one has evidence. If the person himself is written by another person's hand, you turn around. Hanging from the doorknob is a medical blouse, stained with a faint red. No smell of blood, only the acrid smell of burnt tape. Inside the pocket, a piece of paper. You are not a doctor, but you are repairing a broken play. The only flaw, the script is still alive. Section 6. The stone that weighed too much. You return to the scene. The room where Louise died has been sealed off, but you don't go to check the room. You're there for the rock, a simple, rectangular block, lying next to the windowsill where she fell. Everyone assumes it was a water tank stand, but you remember clearly the night of the murder. It wasn't there. You bend down, try to lift it. It's heavy. Too heavy for a woman like Louise to move alone. But there are handprints, two kinds of marks, one large, one small, as if someone taught someone else how to put it back. You take a flashlight, shine it around the rock. There are small scratches, like fingernails, and a spot of dried blood, not large, but old. It wasn't in the original investigation report. You try to tilt the rock. A small object falls out, a folded map, partially burned at the edges. You open it carefully. It's a map of the camp, but with one difference. There are tunnels that have never been excavated, and an X under where Louise slept. You look back at the rock. There's a crack in the side. You use a small knife to cut it open. There's something inside. You dig it out, a scrap of paper wrapped in a moisture-proof cloth. It says, "Who killed me doesn't matter. What matters is who set up the scene before I died. Signature Louise." Date 3 days before she was murdered. You sit down on the doorstep, piece together. Louise knows not just who's watching her, but that she's going to die in the way that's been set up. You think of the crack, the blood. The map shows the way down to the cellar right under her room. You write in your notebook, someone was down there when she died. Maybe they climbed up through the floor, or just watched like an audience, like a director. You leave the room, but not alone. Behind you, there's the same second footstep, always stopping when you turn around, always disappearing when you think you're about to see someone. Back in the room, you find on the table a stone identical to the one you just opened, but light. Underneath it is a folded piece of paper. It's not that the stone is unusually heavy.
It's that your mind is unusually light because someone else took over the burden long ago. You laugh. A chill runs down your spine. This is no longer an investigation. This is decoding a performance without an audience. And the main actor died before the show. Section 7. The smile in the photograph. You return to the main office, where the excavation photos are carefully filed by date, time, and photographer. A quiet order in the chaos, but in chaos. The neatest things are often the most deceptive. You rummage through the third drawer from the left. Personal camp life. A thick, thin-hoovered file filled with dozens of black and white photos, meals, breaks, late-night conversations, and Louise, always in the center of the frame, always unaware that she's being photographed. You pause on the 10th. Louise stands by the well, her hair down. But it's not the scene that chills you. It's the smile. She's smiling, but you know Louise hasn't smiled in the last 6 months. Everyone says so. Even you, in your March 4th report, wrote, she lived as if she were waiting for death. Not a single smile. You take out the photo, examine it closely. The corners of the lips are more emphasized than the rest. The right edge is slightly blurred, a sign of manual editing. You turn to the back of the photo, a thin pencil mark, frame 12B, retouched. You look for the original film. There is none, only the prints. You check the rest of the set, other group photos. Daytime scenes. Some look at the camera, others don't. But there's something strange. Every photo has Louise in it, however small, however far away, even as a silhouette. She's always there. You turn to the last page. A group photo, never before published. Louise sits in the middle, eyes on the lens, the smile you thought she was no longer capable of. And behind her, far away, is a figure, her face obscured by the reflected light. No name, no record. No one remembers that person in the camp. You use your magnifying glass. One small detail. The person is wearing a medical gown. The same one you found in Section 5. Stained with the same blood. Smells of burning ice. You write in your notebook, someone was there. Someone is always there. But only in photographs. As if the killer doesn't live in time, but in the eyes of others. You leave the photo room and find a large print hanging on the outside wall. A group photo? It's no different from the ones you just saw. Only one thing is different. Louise isn't in the picture. You bow your head and hear the sound of tearing paper from behind. The last smile wasn't real, but it was the only one we kept. Section 8, the confession that was never written. You find it when you stop looking. An old typewriter, covered in dust, lying forgotten in the corner of the reading room. It's broken, they say. The keys are stuck. It hasn't been used since last year. But there's paper still stuck in the spindle. The paper is yellow, thin, with the faint words, I know who the murderer is. The stuck key is a T. The next line is unfinished. The truth is, and then blank. No period, no continuation, just a tiny smear of blood at the edge of the paper. Dry, old, but you can't take your eyes off it. You open the lid. In the space between the two spindles, there's a folded piece of paper. You pull it out carefully. The handwriting is shaky but firm. No recipient. Just write, if anyone finds this, know that I did not die of fear. I died because he knew I would tell the truth. And because he believed that if I died, people would stop asking. Signature below. No name. Just a little symbol at. You take the letter. Look back at the typewriter. You test the keys. They work. None of them are really stuck. You put the paper back in and try typing the previous line. I know who the murderer is. The T key. It comes out fine. You sit down with a thud. Someone wants you to believe that the confession was never completed. But it was written. It's just that no one wanted it to be read. You go back to your desk. There's an envelope on the chair. Inside, a blank sheet of paper. No words. There are only slight traces, as if someone had written it, then erased it. You take a pencil and trace it in the same way. A line appears. I am the one who wrote the confession. But it is not mine. I am just copying it because her voice is in my head every night. You turn the paper over. On the back it says, if you are reading this, you have taken my place. I hope you wrote the last part differently. You close your eyes. Your hand shakes, but not because of fear, but because you understand. Every confession is a paragraph interrupted, and you continue writing it, though you are not sure who you are writing it to. Section 9. The witness who changed her name. Her name is Amy Leatheran, or used to be. You look at the personnel file again. Everything looks good. Chung, registered nurse, served in the barracks. Recommended by an old acquaintance of Dr. Riley's. But in the corner of the file, the ink is erased. You use a black light. A line appears faintly. Alias Margaret Lang. You go back to the hospital log where Amy worked. There is no one by that name. But in the 1926 entry, there is a line. Lang, M. Left the facility after an unconfirmed fatal accident. Record sealed by internal order. You look for the supervisor that day. Deceased? The accident. No newspaper report. You sit in the dark. In front of you are 3 sheets of paper. Amy's file, anonymous letter with the @ symbol, an old photograph. Nameless. Undated, but someone who looks a lot like her. Standing next to Louise. Louise smiles. Amy doesn't. But you see her hand. On Louise's shoulder, like an old acquaintance or a conservative. You knock on Amy's door. No one answers. You enter. It's empty. No furniture. No signs of life. Just a folded piece of cloth under the pillow. A surgical mask. There's a smell inside, not disinfectant. It's the same perfume as Section 2. Cold, sour, like a memory cut short. You search a drawer, a stack of letters. Unsent, unstamped, all to Louise, not love letters, but the diary of an obsession. I came closer. She didn't recognize me. I don't blame her. But I still remember the day I almost saved her from the marriage she called love. He wasn't good enough for her. A line crossed out several times, but still legible. She promised not to tell. But I know Louise never kept secrets. Just turned them upside down. You find a small map tucked into the last letter. Not just the location of the cellar, but the secret tunnel that connects Louise's room to the storeroom. The map reads, no one sees me, but I see everything. That's my role, the nameless witness. You return to the hallway. On the wall, someone has written in chalk. No one changes their name to start over. They change their name to continue playing a role. You return to the table. Another sheet of paper was on the table in your handwriting, but you didn't remember writing it. I'm not looking for a killer. I'm taking off the masks one by one until the last face is mine. Section 10. The knife wasn't hers. The dagger found under Louise's pillow. Silver blade, greenstone handle, ancient Assyrian designs, something no one in the camp owned. Not on the excavation list. Not anyone's. You had written, weapon of unknown origin. Probably native. No one claimed. You know that's a lie now. Not theirs, yours. You return to the archaeological archive. On shelf 7, the locked one, you find a small wooden box. The lock is rusty, but easy to break. Inside, a set of 3 knives identical to the murderer's. But only 2 remain. The third is missing the one under Louise's pillow. You check the inventory. No one has recorded the set. No one has signed for it. Just a hastily scribbled note. A gift from the stranger who came on a rainy night last month. Delivered through the doctor. Unopened. No name. No date. No one remembers that rainy night. You return to your tent. Someone has been waiting for you. No one is inside, but the wooden box, exactly like the knife case, lies in the middle of your table. On the lid is a handwritten note. You did not know it was not hers, but she knew and left it anyway. For the real murder weapon is one you never held. You open the box, empty, except for a folded piece of cloth. Inside is a spot of dried blood and a long, reddish hair. You know it is not Louise's hair, and you have seen that color somewhere before. You sit back and write. She wasn't killed by the knife. She was killed by her memory, and the knife was the only way to erase what she knew, but leave behind what she wanted others to find. You look at the map of the tunnel again, a red mark near Louise's room where a small niche is marked with the symbol at. You return to the scene. Dig at that spot. A bundle of cloth appears. Inside is a handkerchief, hand-sewn with blue thread. Embroidered on the edge are the words A. L. Not Louise. Not Leatheran. A. Lang. Amy's real name. You step back. A chill runs down your spine. The handkerchief lies with the blood and the faint fingerprint. She didn't just know. She was there. Maybe she put the knife. Maybe. She is Louise. You return to your room. On the table, a copy of a photo of Louise when she was alive. A cold smile. Half-open eyes. On the back of the photo, written in blue ink, if you can't tell who's who, it's probably because they switched roles before you arrived. Section 11. The patient who wasn't sick. You think back to the first days of camp. Louise always said she wasn't feeling well. Headaches, insomnia, irregular pulse, frequent fainting spells. Riley prescribed. Amy tended. Everyone accepted her as the camp's first patient. But now, you wonder, is she really sick? Or is she the first role in a perfectly staged play? You go back to the infirmaries, flip through Louise's file. No specific prescriptions, just notes like, give her sedatives. Advised to rest. Feeling anxious for no apparent reason. No lab tests. No measurable symptoms. Just a series of stories that everyone wrote down and that everyone believed. You rummage in the medicine cabinet, a small unlabeled bottle. Inside are a few ivory-colored tablets. You send it in for a quick test. Result: not a sedative, a stimulant. Used to keep awake, not sleep. You check the trash outside, an empty pill box. The label reads morphilamine counterfeit antipsychotic. You've never heard of it, but on the back is a warning: do not use in asymptomatic individuals. Causes hallucinations, false memories, altered sense of reality. You check the handwriting in the medical notes. Most of it is Amy's. Some is Louise's, but it's all mixed up, not clearly distinguishable. You ask everyone, has Louise ever actually been examined by a doctor other than Riley? They all say the same thing. No. She doesn't let anyone else touch her. You write in your notebook, a patient who claims to be sick, a nurse who takes notes for a doctor who doesn't prescribe medication, but still has medication. This isn't treatment. This is psychological choreography. You return to your room. There's a small paper packet on the table. It opens. It's the same pill as the one in the infirmary. Stamped on the pill's surface is a small engraved symbol Et. Beneath it, a note. If you believed she was sick, you can believe anything after that, including that I'm investigating a non-existent death. You begin to wonder, is Louise dead? Or is it just a part of her, the part everyone knows that was killed, so that the next role can live? Section 12. The death that was rehearsed. You stop believing Louise was murdered for a moment. You start to believe she died slowly, with each little act rehearsed. You look back at the camp's archaeological log. On the 12th of last month, it reads, fake evacuation drill to test everyone's emergency response. Louise fainted just in time. You remember that day. Louise was lying on the floor. You thought she was really fainting. Everyone gathered around. Riley checked her pulse. Amy held her head. You were worried. What about Louise? A tiny smile when you thought no one was looking. You look for photos from that day. There is indeed one of Louise lying there. Eyes closed. Fake blood running from her forehead. The blood was painted on Amy herself, admitted to using dye to make it more vivid. You zoom in. There's a person in the corner. No reaction. No running back. Just standing there watching Louise as if she were judging the show. You interview each person. They all remember the fainting. I'm dead gone. But each tells a different story. Riley says she was cold. Amy says she was shaking. One worker remembers. She opened her eyes, then closed them as soon as she saw me looking at her. You write in your notebook, if a death is rehearsed many times, when it actually happens, who can tell? It's not a play. You examine the actual scene. Louise's fall, a broken collarbone. No blood. No foreign objects. Preliminary forensic conclusion. Fall from a low height, but to a vital point. Like someone knew exactly how to fall to their death, or how to make others think they were dead. You turn to the voice memo, section 4. The female voice announces, I choose to end the role. Now you realize that's not a confession. That's the director directing the final scene. You turn back to your desk. A piece of paper is there. The corner is folded. The words are in block letters. You're too late for the case, but just in time for the last screening. Underneath is a calendar 9 Zuru tonight. The location in ancient temple. You arrive at the right time. Empty. Only a large mirror stands in the middle of the temple. A curtain is behind it. A line is written on the mirror. Whoever plays the victim must learn to act out the most perfect death. You look in the mirror. You don't see yourself. You see Louise in a dress you've never seen in real life. She looks at you. No words. No blinks. You turn around. No one is behind you. You write your last line for the day. She didn't die. It was her role that killed everyone else in the script. Section 13. The note that changed hands. You begin to see things moving without anyone touching them. The napkin you left on the table is now on the chair. The file you hid in the third drawer is now face up on the table. Open to the page you were avoiding. Ooh, it's not a thief. It's not a memory error. Someone is turning the pages for you on their own. You return to the warehouse, where the unclassified archaeological finds are kept. It's a mess. But in the chaos, there's an unspoken rule. You see it when an envelope falls at your feet. Sealed, unnamed, You open it. Inside is a folded piece of paper. The ink smudged, apparently written in haste. I didn't mean to send this to you, but it's not safe in my hands. She saw me copy it. I doubt she'll be alive when you read this. The signature at the bottom reads R. You think of Riley, a doctor, someone with access to everything: medications, testimony, patience, even personal correspondence. You go to his tent. It's empty. Only a tape recorder with half a cassette tape exposed. You turn it on. Riley's voice, hoarse, monologue. I told her not to write anymore. But Louise said, if I don't write, who's going to remember that my part was real? I've never seen anyone write letters to themselves in different handwritings. But she did, and I kept them. You open a drawer. Louise's letters, some of them showing signs of being written by two different hands. You compare. One handwriting is Riley's. One, Amy's. Not copying, role-playing, each one a part of the chorus. Louise choreographs. You're so sharp, story. Asaj. You open the camp mail map. Amy passes each letter through Riley first. You check the logbook. On the day Louise died, a letter was sent. You find the draft. There is no recipient. It says, if I die, trust no one who asks about me. Trust only those who ask about themselves when they hear I am gone. You look at the letter in your hand. The writer is not protecting Louise. They are protecting themselves. You write in the logbook, someone in the camp has kept a letter that does not belong to them, not to reveal, but to bargain. With a pen, they change roles. You leave Riley's tent. A small piece of paper is blown by the wind at your feet. You pick it up. On it is written, he who holds the last letter is the one who has never been read to the end. You return to your room. There's a new envelope on the table. Unopened, unsealed. You open it, and for the first time, you see your own handwriting in a letter you don't remember writing. Section 14. The silence before the scream. You read the letter in your own clear handwriting, but you don't remember writing it. The tone is cold and clear, like a confession after a crime. I knew the scream was coming, but I couldn't be silent before it, because silence is where death begins. At the bottom are the characters you never use timekeeper. You leave your desk. You don't need your tools. What you get. It's not Louise's death that chills you. It's the time before. When everything was so quiet, it was unbearable. You check the time log online. 6:45 p.m. The scream. 6:46 p.m. People rush into the room. 6:50 p.m. Amy says Louise is down. But no one has said they heard anything before the scream. No footsteps. No change. No loud argument. Just silence. You try to recall all the evidence. Each person is identified. I didn't hear anything before the scream. You ask, did she die without making a sound? One person replies, or someone else replaced the sound. You remember Riley's tape recorder. You go back in, check the bandwidth. The first part is just a monologue. The last part is exactly 58 seconds of silence. You adjust the volume. Turn it up. A faint chime. Begin. Then the sound of the scream played back. You check the timestamp. It says exactly 6:45 p.m. You freeze. If the noise is coming from the tape, then someone pressed the record button at the exact moment everyone is away from Louise's room. And that scream, not the characters, but Louise's. An earlier recording. You record an older tape. There's a recording that's watermarked. Voice test. L. You listen. Louise is trying out different screams. Scream of fear. Mesa. Love, love.
Silent tears. Another female voice interrupts. Good. Record this. Use it tomorrow. You realize you're not on the network. You're reading a script. In it, the scream is a transition. Death is a word no one is allowed to forget. You go back to the room. A small tape is on the desk. It's labeled Scream Last. You don't listen. You just write back. If I had heard it, I would never have known from whom the silence began. Ready for Part 15, Mismatched Fingerprints. Section 15. The fingerprint that didn't match you thought fingerprints were absolute evidence. No lies, no alterations. But this time, the blood is real and the fingerprints are fake. You remember the only fingerprints found on the knife? Not Louise's, not Riley's, not Amy's. No one in the camp matches. The police conclude, probably an outsider, an unidentified stranger. You don't believe it. You send the print back to an outside expert. Someone who doesn't know the case. Just a sample. 3 days later, you get a response. No match. The print is too clean, too perfect, like molded. You rummage through the old evidence bag. The small bag that held the knife had been opened before you took the case. The old seal had been cut and resealed. No notes, no signatures. You ask, who examined the evidence first? The guard replies, a nurse asked to examine it before handing it over. She said she was authorized by the doctor. You know who, Amy, or Lang, or whatever name she chose that day. You trace the bill of materials. The day before the murder, there was an order for molding resin used in archaeology to reconstruct ancient imprints. Hercule, signed by Riley. The purpose of the bill, testing Babylonian reconstruction. You write, the murderer left no trace. He left a reconstruction of the trace. A false piece of evidence not to conceal the crime, but to deflect the investigation. You return to your tent. A small package awaits you. Inside is a piece of flexible silicone with a fingerprint on it. Add a note. You can arrest me if you know who I am, but if I am all the others who will stop me from touching everything. You check Louise's doorknobs again. A layer of superfine powder covers them. It's silicone powder used to stamp out fake marks. You return to your desk. There's a blank sheet of paper there. You rub it lightly with a pencil. A line appears. He who leaves no trace is the one who creates all the evidence. Section 16. The lie that fit too well. You used to believe that lying was a mistake, a loose piece in the truth puzzle. But this time, the lie fits so perfectly it's scary. It's as if it were designed to perfectly fill in the blanks. You start to compare the original statements. Every witness, every line of description. Riley says, I was in the tent when it happened. Amy says, I was preparing the drugs. Smith, I went to get the survey drawings. Each statement stands alone. No one is backing up anyone else. But when you piece together the timeline and the route, it all fits together perfectly. Not a second to spare. Not a single detail to contradict. You think no one's lying. But no one's telling the truth either. They're saying what they need to say, like they've learned their lines. You find Amy and ask, what medicine are you preparing? She replies after a moment of hesitation, a sedative for a panic attack. You ask, who is having a panic attack? Amy smiles slightly. I forgot. Louise. I think you go back to your room. On the table, an old stage script. Yellowed paper. Red cover. Title, Death in the Dust. A play in one act. The first page reads, author unknown, director none, actors anyone. You flip through it. Scene 1. Victim says I can't take it anymore. Nearby witness. I'll go get her some medicine. Doctor, she needs to rest. Let me... Exactly like the 3 statements you received on the day Louise died. The last page is blank. Just one line. The last scene was written last by the last man standing. You sigh. The lie doesn't appear as a crack. It's a patch, a delicate patch over the truth, so no one can see the stitching. You go back to Riley's room. There's a stack of manuscripts in the corner of the desk. Unpublished. The title, A Dissertation on Group Behavior in the Face of Sudden Death. It opens no words, just questions. Why, who spoke first? Who remained silent the longest? Who answered without being asked? Who answered correctly what no one asked? You write in your notebook, a lie is only dangerous when it's true in all the wrong places, and this time it fits like a mask that's been molded for the group. Section 17. The one who clapped last. You don't remember who cried first. You don't remember who screamed the loudest, but you do remember very clearly who clapped last. On Louise's funeral, no one came to the grave. Just a simple ceremony in the wind and dust, a few prayers, a few glances over each other's shoulders, not a single real cry. Only when the ceremony is over do you hear the clapping. Slowly, softly, just 3. You turn around, no one is there. Now, that clapping echoes in your head, not applause, not emotion, but the end, a signal. Curtain down. You go back to your room. On your pillow is a piece of paper written in a thin, slanted handwriting. Anyone who doesn't clap at a funeral hasn't seen the whole play. Anyone who claps last knows all the lines. You find the group photo from the first day of the excavation. Louise is in the middle. Everyone is looking into the camera. Only one person isn't. On the far left, Riley. Eyes on Louise. Mouth slightly upturned as if about to say something, or as if waiting for a punchline. To clap. You look for Riley in the tent. No. You check your personal briefcase. A leather notebook. Handwritten. Scenario A. Rehearsal. Scenario B. Actual accident. Scenario C. Not used. You flip through it. Scenario A is what happened. The dialogue, the positions of each person, the reactions all pre-written. Scenario B. If the victim really died in the accident, how to handle it, who will take responsibility, who will create external evidence. Scenario C, blank. Just the headline. For the one who discovered me, you are reading what has not been performed. You see a tape taped to the back of the notebook. So, you turn on the tape recorder, Riley's voice, steady and clear. If you can hear this, you have passed every performance, and now I invite you to clap. Because you participated and believed every part, no one comes after you. No one is acting anymore. Just you, the notebook, and the sound of 3 slow claps in your head like a final signal from the anonymous director. You write, I don't solve crimes. I just end a play with the exact beat it needs. The case ends when the applause starts, and I realize I was in the audience all along. Section 18. The actress who vanished. Louise is dead, but the heroine, is it really her? Or is the last role given to a forgettable name? You look up the personal information Louise gave when she arrived at the camp. Name, Louise Leidner. Nationality. British occupation, unknown. Contact, none. All the information is vague. No passport number, no photo. Nothing to verify that she is her. You ask Amy,
Have you ever seen Louise's papers? She shakes her head. Only Mr. Leidner keeps everything. He said she was forgetful, so he took care of it. You look for Mr. Leidner. He is silent for a long time, then says, I met her at a poetry reading in Cairo. She spoke little and read Baudelaire very well. I never needed to know her papers. She was so present. You find the administrative officer who worked with the archaeological team. He remembers something. She once signed for a package under 3 different names. When I asked her, she laughed and said, who else has time to live a single life? So, you go back to the archives. Find old photos. In one from 3 years ago, you see a woman who looks exactly like Louise, but the caption says Helen Marsden. In another, in a museum in Rome, she's sitting between 2 archaeologists. Her name says Elise Gerard. You write, Louise didn't disappear. She just didn't stay with a name long enough to be seen. The dead are called Louise, but the living have been more people than you can count. You check the photos of the body again. No scars, no identifying features. No one is certain that the dead person is Louise. You go to the morgue, ask for an autopsy. The staff looks at you strangely. You're here that they've identified and buried the body, and that person isn't Louise. You stand in front of the grave. There's no headstone, just a small wooden plaque, engraved with the words, for one who lived a lot and died but once if he ever died. You hear footsteps behind you. Turn around, no one. Just a thin shawl left behind, the scent of jasmine, and a tiny L embroidered on the edge. You take the shawl, soft, warm, as if its owner had just left. You're no longer sure who Louise is. All you know is she always chooses the ending. Section 19. The archive that burned itself. You decide to go through all the files. No more procrastination. No more trust in memory. Only papers, data, traces. You go to the archive, where all the letters, diaries, administrative records from the first day of excavation are kept. The door is ajar. No one. You enter and see ash. Itching. No files, no papers, only the warped iron frame of the locker. A lingering smell of smoke, a smell that clings to the clothes as if intended. You ask the guards. They don't see anyone enter. You check the cameras. The last image captured a person in a long coat, wearing a hat, entering the archive at 3:12 a.m., holding a bundle of something, probably paper. Doesn't leave. Doesn't come out. Nobody gets out. Nobody is identified. You rummage through the ashes in the corner. Something that hasn't burned out. It's the corner of the notebook's cover, printed faintly. Controlled behavior documentation. Purpose testing the line between memory and pretend play. Author unknown. You realize the document itself is investigating you. You think you're reading a statement, but you're actually in a scenario that needs a reader to survive. You ask yourself, if I burn all the evidence, who will remember Louise? And if no one remembers, did she ever exist? You return to your room. There's a piece of paper under the table. All that's left of me is something you can't present in court. Because there are no records, no bodies, and you're not sure who you are in this play. You flip back to the notebook. A blank page appears between notes. You write, nobody burns the archive. The archive burns itself, because there is nothing there that needs to exist when the roll is over. You look out the window. Tonight, fire on the hilltop, where Louise used to sit and paint. Nobody calls the fire department. Nobody comes running. Because everyone knows. It's just the last scene. Section 20. The ending that waited for you. You think you are the investigator, the decoder, the one who finally puts the pieces together. But you have entered a script. And your role, it has been written in advance. You return to the room where Louise slept. Everything has been cleared out. No more pictures. No more books. Just a chair facing the mirror. On the mirror is written in chalk. When you enter, I will leave. You sit down in the chair. Look into the mirror. You don't see yourself. You see Louise. But it's not Louise. It's you. In her shadow. You touch the mirror. It's cold. Solid. From behind, a voice none other than yours reads the final lines of the script you thought you wrote. I didn't investigate the death. I participated in it. You recall each person in the camps. Everyone plays a role. Some call me Riley, the director, who controls the scenes. Huh? Amy, the lighting, the camera angle. Smith, the set designer. And Louise, or Helen, or Elise, the only heroine who knows the ending. You open your notebook again. The last page has been written for a long time. He came on time, and his role, like all the others, is never to leave the stage. You turn on the tape recorder. There is no sound, just your own breathing. A beat, then another, then a clap 3. Slow, clear. You write the last line, I came to solve the crime. But in the end, I am the one who reenacts every moment of a death written in advance until it fits my face. Night falls. The fire on the hill is out. No one leaves the camp. No one comes to arrest anyone. Because everyone in the audience has finished their performance, and the last person to leave the stage is you.